Good morning and welcome to this special meeting of the City Council. I will go ahead and cover a couple of items. This meeting is being conducted under Emergency Directive 006 from Governor Sisolak. Therefore, the public is not in attendance. That directive was extended by Directive 016 and 018. Because the public is not allowed to be here because of the pandemic, we will be doing public comment via telephone, and also the Madam City Clerk will be reading the submissions that were made by email. We will announce the phone number for the public comment when we get to that point. Public comment will consist of 5 minutes for each speaker. And we are asking that all speakers be very civil and concise. With that, I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. And we will begin by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we will then begin with our first public comment period. Again, comment during this period is limited to those items that are on the agenda. The phone number to call in for that is 702-589-9629. We understand that there is a little bit of a delay because of the video streaming, so we will pause to give people opportunity to call in. Again, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Okay, we already have a caller. Let's go ahead with public comment then.
Public comment.
The phone number to call in for that is 702-589-9629.
Did you hear that? Public comment.
Yes, this is Hunter Bittner speaking. How do I post my message?
Excuse me, say that again, please.
My name is Hunter Bittner. I live at 1509 San Felipe in Boulder City here, and I own a hangar out at the airport on taxiway 2, number 5. I've had it for over 25 years, and now it seems like you guys are trying to take them away from us. And I'd like to voice my opinion that I don't believe it's right. If somebody was willing to pay me my $30,000 I paid for the hangar, I'd be willing to let it go.
You are lying. You're lying.
I have hangars in different states, and they allow us to own them, and then when we sell them, they take it back, and they give it to the people I sell them to, and then they furnish another lease for them. I believe that's the way it should be done here, too. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you. Again, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Anyone wishing to make public comment may call 702-589-9629. All right, Madam City Clerk, I understand we have a number of emails that were received for public comment. If you'd like to proceed with those.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just go ahead and read them, and they'll be in alphabetical order. The first is from Jim Appleby regarding the hangar ground lease. Mr. Appleby states, "We are hoping the council will find a win-win solution for the Boulder City hangar owners in Boulder City. I have been a hangar owner 20 years. We oppose reversion and support lease revision. Certainly, we want the airport on solid financial ground. We want to be able to afford to fly out of KBVU. A renewed lease, as stated in the previous meeting, reduces BC financial risk. Each owner takes pride in having a hangar and flying out of BC, and the hangars provide protection for the aircrafts. Also in the meeting, I understood that KBVU master plan states that hangars could be privately owned. Again, as stated in a previous BC meeting, Clark County does not rent hangar space at any of its airports. The land leased today to hangar owners appears to be a less risk aversion path. We have had numerous airport managers in the past who alluded that we would have one master lease in the future in lieu of several types of leases. We hope that you will allow the airport manager, Willie, to return to Oregon, where his vast knowledge and great aviation experience will serve him well. Regards, Jim Appleby." Next is Michael Baxter. "I purchased my BC hangar 10 years ago and have a bill of sale that was registered with the city clerk's office at the time of purchase. I have made a number of improvements to it. Over that time, I have been repeatedly assured by various airport management staff that there should be no worry about the expiration of the hangar ground lease in 2020. Had there been any indication that wouldn't be the case, I wouldn't have bought my hangar and/or would have sold it, something that can't be done now with the airport management and city staff strongly leaning toward hangar reversion. I pay personal property taxes to Clark County on an annual basis, as my hangar is considered as my personal property by the county and not the property of the airport. I've been an FAA licensed pilot since 1968 for 52 years and an FAA licensed aircraft mechanic since 1975, 45 years. In 2014, I was selected by the Las Vegas FSDO Flight Safety District Office as the 2014 Mechanic of the Year for the Las Vegas Valley. In support of the Boulder City Airport, I have been a FAST team representative and have made a number of flying safety-related presentations to BC Airport hangar and aircraft owners, pilots, and mechanics toward keeping BVU as safe as it can possibly be. I am an active member of both AOPA, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, and EAA, Experimental Aircraft Association, as are many others of the BVU community. As with many of the other BC hangar owners, my hangar and aircraft are modest at best. In my case, both the hangar and my aircraft were purchased with my life savings, and to have Boulder City take away my hangar at this stage of my life is unfair and will be devastating to me and my family. The BVU master plan states that the hangars at the Boulder City are privately owned. The master plan is a requirement by the FAA in order to qualify for AIP funding. I respectfully request of the City Council and the Mayor that the hangar land leases be extended for 20 to 30 years so that our aviation community can continue to provide value to the city and its citizens. Michael Baxter. Next is Steve Byer. Dear City Council, I am a hangar owner at KBVU and would like to give you my feelings about the current review of the city possibly taking over our hangars at the end of our leases. I've been an owner since 2009 and have enjoyed all the benefits of our field. Being a small, multiple runway, uncontrolled airport beneath the busy airspace above, and being on the south end of our metropolitan area has been very convenient for my use. I'm a local resident and business owner, and previous to 2009, I had a shade hangar at KVGT and then at KHND. All my business flying is in Arizona and Southern California, so why drive north to VGT to head south on every flight? Big waste of time. Becoming friends with my hangar's previous owner was a great coincidence, as I had just purchased a relatively new Mooney that I wanted out of the elements. My passion for aviation was instilled in me growing up with a father who was a World War II Navy pilot veteran who taught me to fly. Anyway, to get to the point, the current owners are a great group of people that love to hang out and socialize pre-COVID-19, and the thought of losing group after group as leases expire seems not only destructive to the on-field camaraderie, but rather unwise for financial maintenance and occupancy reasons as well. Current owners, I think, would be happy to comply with a reasonable increase in ground lease costs, if necessary, for the airport to be liquid, and we'd all like to see some sort of standardized long-term lease agreement so we can plan for the future of our aircrafts and hobby. We've all invested serious money into our hangars for both maintenance as well as improvements, with the thought that the city's master plan would want us around, not to take over our property, but encourage our commitments to safe, friendly operations, but more importantly, to foster and continue the spirit of general aviation at KVBU. We have chosen to be here as well as support the growth of the airport and local businesses. If you go into the hangar rental business, I certainly don't think you get the same type of tenants that you have now. I've seen what people can do to a rental home that's not theirs. Two of my business partners are currently getting flight training and hope to use my Mooney well into the future. At that time, we all hope we will still be based at KBVU and look forward to continuing support of our great group of folks on field, as well as supporting other local businesses of Boulder City. Great food at Dillinger's and Pit Stop, right? Best regards, Steve Byer. Next is Fred Breitling. Private ownership of the airport hangars makes sense both operationally and financially. Where individual owners maintain their hangars as they do their airplanes, bureaucratic ownership will do the opposite and create another inefficient, expensive government agency. See USPS and Social Security. In any landlord-tenant relationship, there's also an allowance for vacancies, usually 10%. This does not happen with private ownership. There are no airports in Clark County with public ownership of hangars. There should be a message there. Do the right thing. Keep private ownership. Next is Michael Bruno. Boulder City Council, please consider extending the hangar leases at Boulder City Municipal Airport. I am a Boulder City resident who moved here 3 years ago to enjoy my retirement. But before I bought my house, I made sure I would be able to base my aircraft at the airport. I initially bought a T hangar to ensure I had something, then bought a bigger hangar when one became available. I now lease the T hangar to another aircraft owner, but not because I am trying to make money. What I get in rent doesn't cover costs. But due to the uncertainty of the lease, the hangar is effectively worthless to sell. I fully understand that the city is within its power to not renew the leases. However, if that were the intent, the city, in order to be fair, should have advised owners of its intent at an appropriate time, say 3 years ago, to allow owners to make other arrangements. We are not a bunch of rich people with fancy airplanes. Most of our airplanes are worth no more than a nice car. Most of us are not trying to make money by leasing hangars, but we are all contributing to the economic engine the airport supplies to the local economy. Please consider my situation. I only bought my house in Boulder City because of the availability of a hangar. I plan to live here for the rest of my retirement. But if you take away the hangars, I will be forced to move. Others have already done it. You may think that the city can make money leasing these hangars. I seriously doubt it. You wouldn't think metal buildings in the desert would be maintenance intensive, but they are. An average bifold hangar door costs $5,000 to $10,000 depending on size. Just new seals, like mine, needs now cost about $2,000 to have installed. New cables are even more. And the motors and electronics are very pricey. Look at the situation with the fuel pumps. For whatever reason, 2 of the 3 haven't worked for years. Do you really think the city will be able to walk in and take over all of the logistics and costs required to keep these hangars viable as rental units? We are perfectly willing to accept the need for a fair increase in the lease rate to help cover the operating costs of the airport. But with all the uncertainty, you have placed us in a very difficult position. The government of Boulder City has simply failed the owners of the East Hangars at KBVU. We are citizens like you, and we are voters. Renew the leases. It's the right thing to do. Michael Bruno. This is from Curtis Campy. Of course, you know the subject is dear to many of our hearts, and you have heard from me before. It seems you have heard from many smart and concerned folks on this issue, all similar counsel to mine. I came to this town 4 years ago, and one of the biggest reasons is the airport and the ability to own your hangar here and the positive experience and camaraderie that would bring to the aviation community. I knew the airport was highly commercialized, but that the hangar situation helped to offset the corporate, impersonal nature of the rest of the airport. Owning a hangar brings long-term owners that cooperate together in building and maintaining aircraft and teaching the younger generations to fly. This is particularly important in these years of pilot shortage. I love the pride of ownership that having my own hangar means, encouraging involvement in its upkeep and sense of community. I am involved in Young Eagles programs bringing flying to our youth. I am part of AOPA, Airplane Owners and Pilots Association, of EAA, having an amateur-built plane. I participate in the flyovers for the Boulder City 4th of July celebration and for fallen veterans. I am involved in flying critically needed organs to patients who need them. The list goes on, but the point is that the current hangar situation in our town brings the kind of people to our community that contribute in these many ways. Unfortunately, since I have lived here, I've become friends with many people in this town who are or have been business owners that have told me lengthy and sad stories about the difficulties working with the city in Boulder City. This has left me with an impression of a city administration that is very inbred and disinclined to work with its constituents, particularly if they are not connected in the right circles. How sad is that? This wonderful little town can attract some wonderful, smart, contributing, even philanthropic people versus chasing such off. Why has the city been going through airport managers? I have never heard of the problems between the management of an airport and the city like I have heard and seen here. Why is it so hard to find someone to take the job? I have the education and experience to take the job after retiring from my current position as a captain at Southwest Airlines, but I would never want to be thrust into such a contentious situation and can't imagine that many others would either. What happened with the fuel farm and why? There are some smart people at the airport whose counsel may be beneficial to consider. What happened at Boulder Creek Golf Course? I find the city would have a huge responsibility and unknown requirements that may be daunting if it takes over the hangars, beyond the deterioration of relationships with highly contributing members of the community. Why not continue a simple and productive income stream with the leases? Don't the solar farm leases work out fairly seamlessly? Why not continue the situation with the hangar tenants, an easy, safe, consistent stream of no-hassle income, while the owners care for and manage their own hangars? Clark County doesn't get in the hangar rental business at any of its airports. Perhaps that is an example to follow. Continuing a steady income stream with the hangar leases would without a doubt provide the least risk and headaches. It's in the master plan that the hangars be privately owned. Would federal grants be risked if that changes? And hangar lessors pay property tax on their owned property. Isn't it up to them to remove their property before the end of the lease if they so desire? Was quite shocked, having run an aviation company myself, and having master's degrees in aviation management and operations from Embry-Riddle, to find that the airport gets as limited of revenue as it does from the extensive commercial operations at the airport. I find this situation remiss, if not perhaps negligent, on the city's part. This should be remedied as soon as possible after operations resume in any earnest. The hangar users shouldn't be the ones squeezed to burden the cost of the airport when they are but a small percentage of the operations. Morale at the airport would be further and extremely deteriorated if the city takes over the hangars. I have loved the sense of pride the hangar owners have at the airport, the sense of community, the sense of love of aviation and furthering it. It has encouraged me to be involved in our town as part of the Independence Day celebration flybys and fallen veteran flybys. It has encouraged me to help others with their aircraft, share tools and expertise. It has encouraged me to bring aviation to our youth. It has brought me closer to my community. Reversion would reverse that attitude at the airport and result in a further frustrated and divided town. It would bring more of a corporate culture to our airport where folks aren't involved and connected. Please consider the benefits of the current leases and consider the risks reversion will bring. Listen to what we, your constituents, and requesting of you. We are the community you represent. Contact me anytime. This is critically important to our community, and I will gladly drop anything to communicate anytime about it. There are plenty of other very smart and successful hangar owners who feel the same and can be a great resource. We care. Please do so as well and represent us. Steve Cottrell. Mayor and council members, I've lived in Boulder City since 1976 when I transferred here as a National Park Service Ranger. I learned to fly out of the old Boulder City Airport in 1985 and started renting a tie-down in the dirt the same year. I have been involved heavily at the airport and have been asked to help on every advisory committee, such as the Airport Rules and Master Plan. I am also the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association Airport Support Network representative for the Boulder City Airport. I do not speak for AOPA, just report to them. I put off buying a hangar because a new airport was already in consideration and design. When the new airport opened, the hangars from the old airport were moved down there. When I inquired about erecting a hangar, I was told by the city that the only hangars at the new airport would be those that were moved. Eventually that changed and the new hangars were built. Myself and two others then approached the city about some space that was still available at the end of the existing T hangars on Taxiway 3. We were given a 20-year lease with a 10-year extension option. Those leases expire in 2023. The hangars that were moved from the old airport were given a 20-year lease with no option for extension. However, about 7 years ago, those hangar owners were granted a 10-year lease extension. As far as I know, there were no concessions on the part of the hangar owners, and the existing lease was extended. I also have a T hangar at the Sedona Airport. Hangars there are in high demand and very hard to come by. When I purchased the hangar about 10 years ago, I was given a 56-year lease at a ground lease rent less than I currently pay at the Boulder City Airport. The hangar remains my property, and the lease requires that I give the Sedona Airport Authority the first right of refusal should I decide to sell. Continuing the hangar ground leases seems like the best alternative for the city and the hangar owners. I would suggest creating a single lease agreement that would apply to all hangars. Currently, there are many different leases at different ground rent rates. As the owner of a small T hangar, I pay more per square foot than those that own large hangars. Though they have been disparaged by some, T hangars are the most efficient way to store aircraft. By nesting, more aircraft can be stored per square foot. Additionally, because they are designed just to fit one airplane, storage for non-aviation items is limited. I believe there are several good reasons for continuing to lease the hangar ground. Just by increasing the average hangar rent by $50 per month, over $750,000 would be generated over 10 years with no additional workload for the airport staff. The city would not be exposed to legal problems related to the extension given to the original T hangars. Those few hangar owners were granted an extension that was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Their hangars went from worthless, as the lease expired, to at least $25,000 each with 10 more years of lease. The current situation requires very little work for the airport staff, while contributing a lot to the cost for operating the airport. A better lease would make it even easier to enforce compliance and inspections. Since the airport staff is already working at full capacity, I assume adding more staff to handle the hangar leasing would most likely negate any additional income. If the city took ownership, they would be responsible for the upkeep and repair of hangars that are up to 50 years old. Other airport operators, such as the Sedona Airport Authority and Clark County Department of Aviation, continue to offer leases. The hangar owners have continued to wait in good faith for the city to provide new leases and/or extensions. Up until just recently, the plan has always been for new leases. The hangars The hangar leases have provided a steady income for the airport for many years. Thank you for your consideration. Next is Mark Delaney. I would like to thank the Mayor and City Council for meeting today to discuss and decide the airport ground lease issue regarding the personal hangars. I know you will make the right decision for the citizens of Boulder City. First, I think it would make logical sense if the council were to adjust the agenda to make a decision on item 3, lease agreement 89-85, prior to considering agenda item 2, resolution 7100 on hangar appraisals, and then item number 4, type of rental agreement. When you approve the lease renewal of 89-85, then the other 2 items would not need to be discussed. Item 1, please have staff establish a working group representing all the affected parties to determine the best course of action regarding fueling and fuel standards at our airport. Item 2, hopefully this item will not need to be discussed. Item 3, I recommend that council direct staff to either extend the current lease 89-85 or take the opportunity to write a new lease prior to expiration with a minimum term of 20 years and rates to be determined. I have written each of you with my thoughts on this subject and hope you have seen the logic and good sense it makes to extend these ground leases. I have also signed my name to Mr. Kurt Goodfellow's letter, as his analysis is exactly correct and spot on. You will note that there are at least 60 names endorsing this letter. When all factors are considered, I hope you agree that renewing the hangar ground leases is a smart move when considering airport liability, finances, grant assurances, environment, and the fact it is just the right moral course of action. Item 4, hope we don't need this. I think triple net rental, the rent written, may not work. I would be very hesitant to agree to the proposed example unless there is a serious rate reduction. Item 5, please work with Skydive to get to an affordable solution. Thank you for your time and consideration. John Gustafson. My name is John Gustafson, Boulder City resident, hangar owner, pilot, and business owner in Boulder City. I'm speaking today about the items on the May 19th, 2020 special agenda as follows. Agenda item 1, I think this is a great idea, and I'm offering to participate in the work group and also offer a venue if needed. I have an air-conditioned meeting room in my warehouse building that will accommodate 12 or more work group members. Council members, please vote to approve the formation of the AAC recommended work group. Item 2, I'm opposed to resolution 7100 at this time. The information in the packet refers to hangar reversion, and that is not the case at this time. The resolution is the cart in front of the horse. Please vote no on item 2, resolution 7100. Item 3, I am in favor of the City Council giving direction to staff to renew and update lease 8985 with updated lease terms that include a responsible ground lease rate increase schedule. Currently, the Airport Enterprise Fund books are in disarray and are not usable for historical or financial planning. I am in favor of the City Council giving direction to the Finance Director to provide up-to-date and accurate Airport Enterprise Fund accounting for the benefit of the Airport Manager, the AAC, and the public. This action will help the Airport Manager know what is needed to balance the budget at the airport. Please vote to renew the lease. Item 4, please vote no on item 4 because it is not applicable at this time because the city has no hangars to lease. Again, the cart is before the horse. Item 5, Skydive is a great local business that attracts tourists from far and wide. This is good for the city and good for the airport. The access rates look very high to me from a business perspective, and because of the absence of accurate and transparent Airport Enterprise Fund accounting, I would like to see this item tabled until the Finance Department can produce up-to-date and accurate books. Council members, please vote to table this item. Thank you for your time and your service to the community. Next is from R.J. Heapy. If council takes back hangars, it will rob Boulder City Airport hangar owners and also commit murder to accomplish political greed. Because the deadline to meet the mayor's greedy grab of Boulder City hangars requires vacating these hangars, By June 30th, 2020, this will require me as a Glendale, California citizen to make several truck-trailer trips between California and Boulder Airport to remove personal items from the hangar. California is a sanctuary state and is currently COVID-19 shut down, and I am presently conscientiously locked down in my small home in Glendale. Meeting the mayor's vacate requirements will necessitate my leaving my protected home, traveling across California with fuel and food stops, and then Nevada with fuel, food, and uncertain lodging, which will repeatedly expose me to the COVID-19 virus. I am 80 years old and have a serious heart condition. Over 80 years old CDC fatality rate in U.S. is 13.4%, and underlying medical condition making it much higher. If I contract the virus, it means I will face a very high percentage it will kill me, which means the major, I think he meant mayor, has killed me, murdered me, forced to engage in an activity that can kill me under the current conditions. While most of us understand political greed essentially knows no boundaries, but it is Mayor Kiernan McManus willing to become a murderer to correct for all his mismanagement over the past years. The theft of these hangars is bad enough, but some form of extension to vacate hangars under COVID-19 dangers should be imperative and likely legally compelling. If Mayor McManus manages to kill me, my widow will most certainly sue the city and the mayor. I have been in aviation 55 years and purchased my Boulder City Airport hangar over 20 years ago. The lease takeover clause in the hangar contract was considered a vague, wholly unlikely possibility that essentially could be ignored. Something like a boilerplate government requirement not to be taken seriously. After all, who would spend a large sum of money for a private piece of property, fully believing a politician could just steal it on a personal bend of greed? Further, that any such greed move would be accompanied by such furor and pilot rage to make it unacceptable, and that the airport was populated by several attorneys that would collectively fight any such personal property grab to invalidate it legally. Those were the understandings and conditions under which I was willing to pay a large sum of money to buy and own a hangar. Further national policy of allowing owners to retain their hangars and previous renewals of Boulder hangar contracts further substantiated the virtual certainty the city/mayor would not try to rob hangar owners in the name of political greed. My wife Sally and I are in touch with the various TV investigative reporters and newspapers and will be submitting the headline, lead and follow up to them. For the prior council meeting, I drove 300 miles to express the disaster to the airport this hangar theft would initiate. As a neural experimental research psychologist having worked with big aircraft business, Douglas, Philco, Ford, Lockheed, and the Air Force, I can submit that the disaster this theft will have on airport moral, and new pilot support, future airline pilots and military pilots will be catastrophic. I, for one, have been extremely supportive of Boulder Airport and new pilots, having also been a mentor pilot, etc. If this atrocity is allowed to happen, I will never again lend any support. The renewal of ground leases should be extended by at least 20 years to create stability instead of uncertainty in the hangar market. Ground lease fees should reflect the current economy and cost of living considerations to establish a fair value. All this in full realization that the good faith original money from the hangar owners allowed the airport to be born in the first place. Politicians are elected to represent its constituents to ensure goodwill and appropriate governance. Outrageous theft by the city and its greedy mayor will not lead to goodwill or productive relations at the airport. Sincerely yours, R.J. Heapy. Chad Hesterman. I am in support of council directing staff to either extend lease 8985 or draft a fair and equitable new lease. I'd like to first thank you for your time and research concerning airport issues and concerns. I've written to you individually on this topic, but want to reiterate my suggestions to the council, city staff, and airport management. The time has come to finally make important airport decisions after many years of city preparation, consulting, AAC input, differing airport managers, and differing city staff in their messaging. The airport community makes numerous contributions to Boulder City. Even as I write this to you, plans are in the works to make an unofficial missing man flyover tribute to our deceased service members at the Veterans Cemetery. While official Memorial Day events have been canceled, Boulder City pilots feel the desire and responsibility to respect the families of our fallen heroes. I'm telling you this because I want to convey the attitude and respect demonstrated by the aviators in Boulder City. This is a group of enthusiastic community members who look out for each other both on and off the airfield. Whether it regards help with flight safety, maintenance, volunteerism, or career development, the word yes is demonstrated with action. What does this have to do with hangar ownership? Why does it matter? Pride of ownership is a start. It comes natural to make your hangar uniquely your own. With pride of ownership comes inclusivity and greater care for the airport facilities in general. It also promotes greater giving back. This has many forms, such as hosting FAA safety forums, EAA's Young Eagles program, instructing, building of home-built aircraft, BC Veterans Flying Group, and many others. Morale is part of this as well. The airport community has been counting on a renewal or reissue of leases for the hangars for many years. You will no doubt hear those testimonials. It became an expectation that was cultivated by airport and city staff for many years. To now have city staff pull the rug from under us in the name of possibly more income would simply destroy airport morale. So now we come to money. The airport most likely has a target budget requirement for the next 10 to 20 years concerning its desired financial contribution from hangars to sustain and care for the airport. It's reasonable to negotiate an increased yet fair land lease agreement with the hangar owners to ensure financial security for the airport. At the same time, this would reduce the city's risk on a new venture, hangar rental. Financial security with low city risk while maintaining airport user morale and trust. It's win-win plan. This is the win-win path most cities have taken. Please remember that hangar owners have been financially contributing to the airport for the entire lease period, rain or shine. A drive-by of the airport in the last 8 weeks proves that we are continuing our support while the commercial operations and their futures are murky at best. I encourage you to be independent thinkers. Staff's potentially most lucrative option will end up creating the most damage. Direct staff to do the right thing, the smart thing regarding these leases. This can be a positive moment for everyone concerned. I appreciate your involvement with airport matters. Chad Hesterman, 15-year BC resident and hangar owner. Next is Mark Leesberg, and his is quite lengthy, so I'm just going to set the timer and I'll stop at 5 minutes if I get to it. Mayor McManus, members of council, members in attendance of city staff, thank you for providing this opportunity to once again speak on behalf of this matter that faces the airport hangar owners and the city of Boulder City. My name is Mark Leesberg. I was born in Boulder City Hospital. I was educated in the Boulder City public school system from kindergarten through high school graduation. I attended UNLV and graduated in 1974 with a Bachelor of Science in Economics and Business Administration. I learned to fly at the former Boulder City Airport and soloed 7 different aircraft on the morning of my 16th birthday and made it to school before the 8 o'clock bell rang. I was very fortunate to have such a wonderful opportunity to learn and develop flying skills from my father and others who tutored and taught me how to be a safe and competent aviator. The Boulder City Airport provided me a platform to excel with my lofty aspirations to become a commercial airline pilot. The airport atmosphere was friendly and the camaraderie was the elixir that a young aspiring aviator needed to achieve the most lofty goals in his or her chosen career path. The airport provided opportunity to learn fundamentals and hone your skills and was a primary contribution in acquiring the necessary experience and develop those skills that molded each and every fledgling aviator into a professional pilot, and there were many. In 1972, the City of Boulder City published an RFP to advertise for an FBO to bid on the management of the Boulder City Airport. I was the only applicant on behalf of my family flying business that applied. The contract was awarded to Lake Mead Air Incorporated, and the airport was managed by us until it closed in 1990. Lake Mead Air Incorporated operated the oldest commercial air touring company in the Grand Canyon area for more than 41 years. During those years, we operated more than 35 planes from the Boulder City Airport and hired over 450 commercial pilots who started their aviation careers right here in Boulder City and who now grace the cockpits of a multitude of commercial airlines and corporate aircraft throughout the world. Today, there is only a handful of flying students at the Boulder City Airport who are struggling to find their way up the ladder of commercial aviation pilot opportunities. Over the past 25 years at the current airport location, the hangar owners have provided their own personal aircraft and teaching opportunities to many of these young aspiring aviators to help defray spiraling costs of lessons. It is common knowledge that the cost of owning, maintaining, insuring, and operating an aircraft has become exponentially greater than it was just a few short years ago. General aviation has been dying on the vine for many years, not only here, but all throughout the country. I, for one, like many of my fellow hangar owners at the Boulder City Airport, am passionate about flying, about keeping our planes safe and airworthy, and maintaining our hangars in pristine condition. They are not only a part of our past, but hope to be a part of our future as well. I have owned my hangar since it was built in 1992. I have built airplanes in my hangar. I have tutored and counseled many young, aspiring aviators in my hangar, and I have provided safe shelter for my planes in my hangar. Hangar owners were led to believe by previous administrations that an extension to our existing leases would be achievable when those leases approach maturity. We have tried collectively through the different administrations to accomplish a formula that would result in a win-win for both the city and the hangar owners. I believe we are now close and that a formula is achievable that would allow the existing hangars to remain under private ownership, maintained by their owners, taxes paid by their owners, and continue to foster an atmosphere of safe operating procedures, just like the language that is outlined and articulated in the airport master plan. The perception of imminent lease renewal over the past few years has convinced me to upgrade my existing lighting, install new wall paneling, insulation, new door operating motor and switches, and epoxy coat my hangar floor. Improvements that I would not have initiated had the perception been unclear to me. I want to reach out to each and every one of you with the hope and a prayer for a positive resolution for both hangar owners and the city of Boulder City in this matter, and direct the staff to draft reasonable proposals to the language in favor of extending the hangar lease agreements. It is my opinion, having seen every side of this issue, that the city of Boulder City doesn't want to make another mistake at the airport similar to the one they made by taking over the fuel farm. The city is ill prepared to manage, maintain door operating mechanisms, ensure pay taxes, fix leaking roofs and air conditioners. Sorry. Do you want me to continue, Mayor? There's just a little bit left.
That'll be fine if you want to finish, please.
The city is ill prepared to manage, maintain door operating mechanisms, ensure pay taxes, fix leaking roofs and air conditioners if hangars revert to city ownership. Follow the language drafted in the airport master plan, drafted by experts much more knowledgeable in airport matters and planning than city staff. Again, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for allowing all interested parties to this very complex issue to voice their opinion and offer suggestions on how to best render a decision that would result in a win-win for all users who have a stake in hangar ownership and a vested interest in the success and viability of the Boulder City Municipal Airport. Respectfully submitted, Mark E. Leesburg. Next is Ben McPhie. I would like to encourage Boulder City to make what most Boulder City aviators believe to be the right move and make lease 8985 renewable to the current leaseholders. Keeping the hangar ownership in private hands will be better for the airport long term. Personal ownership causes people to take responsibility in a way that being a tenant never does. As all Americans should know, government should be for the people, not to the people. It has concerned me to see the way that government has moved into a position of competition with business owners at the airport. I hope that Boulder City will make the choice to renew the hangar leases, not to discriminate against airport users. Although I do not live in Boulder City, voters of Boulder City should watch this decision so that, to borrow a line from Abraham Lincoln, government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth, from the earth. John McFly. I strongly support renewing the current ground leases for the airport hangars for several years with guaranteed renewals. Our family owns one of the hangars at Boulder City Airport, KBVU, and we are willing to work with the city on reasonable upgrades or a slight rent increase when our lease expires, as deemed necessary to the health and solvency of the airport. Some upgrades which have been proposed in the past seem very unreasonable from the perspective of hangar owners, to the point where it would make better sense for many pilots to leave the airport without significantly enhancing safety or improving the community value of the airport through general aviation. Obviously, the source of income which the city currently derives from hangar ground leases is a steady inflow that helps the airport to operate effectively. If private pilots were to move out, this could open opportunity for the city to extend new commercial leases, but the income from those types of leases would be considered much more volatile and subject to recessions, such as the current recession due to COVID-19. It seems that it is in the best interest of the city to keep diversified income from private hangar leases while maintaining community access to the vibrant general aviation activities which currently thrive at Boulder City Airport. Next is David and Christy Moore. We would like to comment on the upcoming decision to renew the lease and private ownership of the Nuno hangars at the Boulder City Airport. I cannot convey in this letter just how important this decision is to us. It literally means the difference between staying in this area or moving back to Idaho, where flying is more carefree, much easier, but limited by the seasons. In my lifetime, I have built 3 airplanes and am working on the 4th. I use my personal airplane for fun and business. I have been flying for over 40 years. We make regular trips to visit friends and family in the surrounding states. I enjoy taking the younger people up to enjoy that incomparable experience. The airport has always had a welcome and safe appeal to us. It has become decidedly busier with the advent of the tour operators, but that was to be expected. Without the pride of ownership in the hangar, there is very little appeal for us in continued support of KBVU. We are willing to pay a reasonably increased lease fee as long as we get to keep our financial investment in our hangar. We were assured that the lease would be renewed, or we never would have invested our retirement funds in this hangar. We thought we were building a nice quiet nest in this area to spend our last years. Had we known that we risked everything on your decision, we would have moved on to another, more stable environment. I don't think the city realizes the expense it would be undertaking if it became responsible for each of these hangars. Taxes, maintenance, repairs, insurance, liability, and the list goes on. At this time, the city is above these expenses. You have very little risk exposure or manpower demands to keep up with all the hangars on the airport. We understand the value of a fair and equitable lease rate. Increasing the leasehold requirements for the hangar owners is a much easier and financially rewarding move than assuming the burdens associated with hangar ownership. With each hangar owner in control of his own management and expenses, it lessens the burden on the city. A higher lease rate gives the city its proof of being self-supporting to the FAA. Assuming the complete burden of the hangar ownership just raises the airport's bottom line, and it appears less financially stable. I would venture to say that this is why Clark County is not in the hangar rental business at any of its airports. There is no risk associated with collecting a steady income of land lease monies. There does seem to be a lot of confusion in the management of the airport, not only with the hangars, but the gas farm operations. We've become aware of a lot of activity with the city in prior years, preparing for these lease renewals, and a lot of promises made and broken. In addition, the city's decision to take over the gas farm and push out the then current operator does not appear to have been a fair or worthwhile venture. Also, the insertion of many various airport managers has contributed to the confusion and loss of confidence with airport administration. Do you hire personnel for their expertise and education, or only according to their compliance and amiability? It seems that many It seems that of the many experts that the city has contracted, if their recommendations do not comply with the city's ideas, those recommendations fall to the wayside and it was just monies wasted. I would venture to suggest that the city is in a very good financial position with what the solar farm land lease income and the recent federal grant monies. Why does it need to bleed money from the airport? It is already self-sufficient. KBVU master plan states that hangars should be privately owned. These hangars are all privately owned at this point and have been since their construction. If you take the hangar ownership, you will take the heart right out of this airport. I encourage you to do the right thing, as other airports in the area have done, and leave ownership of the hangars to the current individual owners. We would like to thank you. The other owners would thank you, and I'm sure the Clark County Recorder's Office would thank you. Sincerely, David and Christy Moore. Next is Rich Moynihan. I urge you to extend or renew the airport hangar ground leases. The agenda items for this meeting should be taken out of order. If on agenda item 3, the council decides to direct city staff to extend or renew the ground leases, you won't even have to discuss items 2 and 4. Agenda item 4 should not even consider triple net leases. This is only used in commercial real estate, not for private hangar rentals. I don't know of one airport that uses it. Also, it wouldn't even work. A large number of the hangars have common utilities through 1 meter, groups or associations, not by the individual owners. Here are my top 10 reasons for directing city staff to extend leases with the new agreement. 1, it's the right thing to do. Private hangars have supported the airport financially for the last 30 years through good and bad times. We will continue to be there and do it in the future. 2, this would minimize the city's risk financially. Ground leases equal 100% occupancy, not so with hangar rentals. 3, promises made. The hangar owners have been told for at least the last 3 years that the city did not want to be in the hangar rental business. We were told that the ground leases would be renewed. People made decisions for purchases or sales based on this info. These statements were made by the previous city manager, previous airport manager, previous public works director who was responsible for the airport, previous community development director, and the airport consultant hired by the city specifically for the hangars. Only since the new airport manager was hired have things changed. 4, lack of confidence in airport staff. We have seen AP staff's performance at the recent city council and AAC meetings. We don't want AP staff to manage a hangar rental program. 5, previous history. This shows that the city has made money in ground lease ventures such as Cascada Golf Course and the solar leases. The other ventures that the city has run as a business, such as the other 2 golf courses and the airport fuel farm, have all had financial problems and have operated at a loss. 6, no significant economic impact on AP revenues. With an increase in the ground lease fees versus the rental income minus staff and other expenses, the net revenue will be close to equal. This will satisfy the FAA as to being self-sustaining. 7, pride of ownership. Owners always take better care of their property as opposed to renters. 8, Clark County operates 5 airports, yet they do not own any hangars at these airports. There must be a good reason, probably less financial risk and less headaches. 9, the Boulder City's airport master plan says the hangar should be privately owned. 10, it will support general aviation through reduced costs to fly, and it will not cost the city anything, as opposed to the golf courses, city parks, dog park, horse corrals, and recreation department. Next is Brian Walker. I am writing as the owner of a hangar located at the Boulder City Airport. My passion for flying began when I was young, and I dreamed of owning and flying my own airplane. 16 years ago, I purchased a kit plane and began devoting weekends and vacations to building the plane in my garage. 3 years ago, it was finally at the point of attaching the wings, and I needed to move the plane to a hangar. Although realizing that the leases would expire, I decided it was worth the chance that the council would understand the value of maintaining the leases, so I purchased a hangar at Boulder City. I am very proud that a year ago my plane named Bluebird finally took flight. After purchasing the hangar, I recoated the floor with 4 coats of paint, painted the drywall, upgraded the lighting, installed air conditioning and heat units, put a brake on the hangar door motor, and added gutters above the hangar door. It became a second home for us, and we fondly named it The Nest. As owners, we maintain the property as we would our homes. We make improvements, pay property taxes, pay the city for the ground leases, pay insurance, and pay for electricity and water. In addition, we handle the fire extinguisher recharging and inspections. As I'm sure you are well aware, renters would not be as likely to maintain the property as well as an owner would. They would not be as likely to make improvements and treat it as a second home. If you were to rent the hangars, you would need to advertise available hangars, tour prospective tenants, manage lease arrangements, and deal with broken leases. In addition, you would need to manage the collection of fees, deal with unpaid fees, and handle evicting unpaid tenants. The hangar maintenance, doors, lights, fire extinguisher, recharging and inspections, installed heaters, and evaporative coolers would all fall to the city to maintain and pay for, in addition to damage from storms or human error. In short, you would need additional employees to handle the rental property, which would diminish the returns you would receive from the rentals. In addition, you would only be gaining the difference between the rental and the land lease proceeds currently received by the city. Right now, all the city needs to do is cash the checks from land leased income. In other words, your current steady income stream is risk-free. It is in the best interest of both the city and tenants for the city to renew the land leases for another 30 years. The city could also consider increasing revenue from tour operators. In the past 2 years, I have met many friends who, like me, are just your average guys working average jobs who would like to continue our dream of flying. We try to give back to the community and make Boulder City a stronger community. I recently flew EAA Young Eagles for their first flight in their lives. It is amazing to see the joy on a child's face when they have that first opportunity. I am also involved in AeroBridge, a nonprofit aviation service organization that flies supplies to disaster-stricken communities. I implore you to renew the leases and allow us to keep our second homes. The Nest would not be the same for me renting as it has been for the past 3 years of owning. Thank you for your time and consideration, Brian D. Walker. Next is Kevin Ward. I am writing to express my opinion that Boulder City should renew the airport hangar leases on reasonable terms on 25-year ground leases. I currently keep a small private airplane at the airport in hangar TW2-19. The current leases are beginning to expire, and many hangar owners and airplane owners have considerable uncertainty as to the future. I am respectfully opposed to the city letting the leases revert and having the city get into the business of leasing hangar space to aircraft owners such as myself. No other Clark County airport is in the business of leasing hangars to tenants. If the city were to own the hangars and all that comes with it, many of us would be forced to look elsewhere to store our aircraft. Please renew the ground leases for the current hangar owners and let the thriving aviation community at Boulder City continue to serve our community via programs such as Young Eagles to encourage and support young people that want to pursue a career in aviation. In addition, many of us at Boulder City volunteer our aircraft for humanitarian support and relief, flying supplies and personnel to areas in need. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Sincerely, Kevin Ward, Vans RV-7 owner pilot, Boulder City hangar TW2-19. And the last one is Michael Wiley. Dear Boulder City Council members, my wife Patricia Miller and I have proudly lived in Boulder City since 1987. We love the Boulder City community and chose to raise our daughter here. We are quiet members of the community, but at this time during the city ground lease renewal conflict, it has put us in a position to no longer remain quiet. The past few years of city controversy pertaining to airport ground lease renewals has created much stress in our lives. I decided to in 2007 at the age of 50 that I wanted and was ready to learn to be a pilot. We were able to purchase a 3-year-old plane before starting local flight training. Through commitment and diligence, I am a commercial land and seaplane instrument-rated pilot. Initially, we leased outdoor space for our 2004 Cessna 172 SP and then started leasing hangar space. In 2015, we decided to make another investment and purchase a private hangar. We pay our private hangar annual personal property tax to Clark County and our quarterly ground lease payments to the city. Ground lease rates have gone up, and we understand costs can go up, and we never complain. We have made a significant investment of over $300,000 with the purchase of our airplane, our privately owned hangar, and associated costs. We see the city continuing with the ground lease renewals as a win-win. The city will consistently continue to receive ground lease revenue, and we will have a clean and safe private hangar to store our airplane. We want the city to be able to keep the airport in a solid financial position. We take great pride in making Boulder City our forever home, appreciate being able to own an airplane and private hangar, and also being part of the Boulder City Airport community. In closing, thank you for your service in our great community and your commitment to making Boulder City Municipal Airport a desirable aviation community. Michael Wiley, airplane and private hangar owner. And that's it.
Thank you for your efforts, Madam City Clerk. That was quite an effort there. We're still in public comment period. If anyone would like to call in, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Again, anyone who has not already called in or has not submitted an email, if you would like to make public comment at this time for an item on the agenda, the phone number is 702-589-9629.
Mayor, can I excuse myself to use the restroom real quick?
Again, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Again, anyone who did not submit an email that has been read by Madam City Clerk and would like to make public comment on an item listed on the agenda, the phone number is 702-589-9629. All right, hearing no others, we will go ahead and close public comment then. As noted on the agenda and in some of the public comments, items on the agenda may be taken out of order. So we are going to change the order of the agenda. Item number 3 will be heard first. Item number 4 will be heard second. Item number 2 will be heard third. And item number 4, item number 1 will be heard in fourth position. Numbers 5 and 6 will remain in that order. So with that, we will move then to item number 3 as our first item. Mr. Williamson, did you have a presentation you would like to make on this?
Morning, Mayor, City Council. I don't really have much of a presentation. There's been a variety of different informations that I've forwarded to City Council to assist you in providing a background for all this and, you know, to enable you guys to make a decision. The important things I have to say today is that we're at a critical point. We have 42, 45 days until this particular lease expires. So it's, it's been kicked down the road and to where this city council gets saddled with the actual final decision. And with regards to this particular portion of today's meeting, the Nuno lease agreement 8985, it's really a simple decision. It's whether City Council chooses to go forward with the language in the contract which says reversion, and then the city assumes the ownership and responsibility for the hangars, or if you desire to deviate from that to another course of action, and whatever that may be. It's yeah, I mean, you guys have got a decision. I'm glad that I'm not the deciding guy on this, because it is an important one. And you know, I've tried very hard to make sure that I've given you all information that is fair, balanced, and not biased. And I hope that's been the case. And you know, and regardless of what your final decision is, I'm going to press on regardless and do whatever I'm directed to do. I have no problems with any of that. So I don't know what else to say other than I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. You know, with regard to this, we've obviously had extensive public comment on this issue. I know I'm the longest serving member of this council with less than 3 years and less than 1 year as mayor. When I was first elected, and actually even before I was elected, this issue was brought to my attention. It has been something that, of all the other issues here in Boulder City, this is one that certainly rates up there among the top issues that I've heard from people, or I should say the number of people that I've heard from. I think it's important that we understand very clearly what's occurring here. And that is that 30 years ago, a company approached the city, Nuno Corporation, and said they would like to enter into an agreement with the city of Boulder City at Boulder City Airport to build 28 hangars. And they would have a lease on that by the city because the city was not going to sell them land. As a matter of fact, the FAA does not like having privately owned land on a publicly funded facility. The airport is publicly funded. It is owned by the city of Boulder City. So there was a lease arrangement that was arrived at that time that had a lease period of 20 years with a possible extension of 10 years. And that lease was that Nuno Corporation, who's still in business and still engages in this business model at airports all over the country. They're not the only company that does this, but they certainly appears to be one of the longest running companies that has done this. They entered into an agreement with the city to lease land for that period of time, and in exchange for that, they would build 28 hangars. They would do with those hangars, they could lease them out, they could sell them, but the land underneath always belonged to the city, and money was paid to the city as a result of that, but it was an extremely reduced rate. My understanding is that the amount of lease money for each hangar is $56 a month. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's pretty close.
Do you have any idea, has that increased at all over this 30-year period of time?
Yes, it has. It initially started out significantly lower. It was 23.88 cents per square foot per year, and now it's 44 cents per square foot per year.
Okay.
So it has increased.
Mayor, I apologize. We have some people that were trying to get through and couldn't get through. Can you please reopen public comment?
Yes. Let's verify that the telephone is working properly.
It is, and I have somebody on hold.
All right, then please go ahead. We will reopen public comment. Thank you.
Public comment.
Hello?
Public comment.
Yeah, we going to be able to do it? He said on the computer that he shut it down because nobody called in, but we've all been sitting here.
One moment, please. Is your microphone on, Madam City Clerk?
It is. Go ahead.
Is there public comment?
Yes, you're in public comment.
You are currently in public comment. Apparently, there was an issue with the telephone line that was not accepting calls. Therefore, we were not aware that people were attempting to call in. We have had a public comment period now that is going on to an hour period of time. We announced the phone number multiple times. There was a call earlier. The assumption was that the phone line was working correctly. At this time, you are in public comment. You have up to 5 minutes to speak. Please proceed.
My name's Joel Smith. I have a hangar, T213. I'd like to just acknowledge everything that was said in those letters was amazing and spot on. Most importantly, I personally have witnessed Carrie, Jennifer, the contractor that was hired, verbally saying that the expectation is we are working on a hangar extension. So that said, everything else that was in those letters is spot on as well, where why would we not stay in the game, so to say, and continue pursuing this hangar extension? I would say before we go any further with that, I cannot renew my registration on a vehicle because the DMV is closed. What does that have to do with this? The state of Nevada has already extended all those registrations for 90 days once the DMV reopens. I would say to the mayor, please extend the expiration that's currently on the table at least 90 days from the expiration date, because we simply have not been able to do anything on our part to be prepared to take action for moving or rearranging our assets, any of these things, much less go find a place for our aircraft. So I would ask first, 90-day extension for sure, which puts us in October, so that we can follow the COVID-19 rules. The second one is, I'm not quite sure why no one has, on the city staff, thought through the idea of why would we not just extend these current leases to at least the 2023 and the following expiration to put us all on the same page? This is critical because it would give people like Willie, it would give the city council time to get their head around this, and it would be so simple to just put an extension in till at least 2023, or even the oldest extended lease or the expiring lease, so that we can have a common lease when it is drawn up. Simple to do. It's in the power of the city council to do this today. They could easily do this today. You could simply vote and say, let's put them all to the same expiration date. We'll regroup. We'll come up with a plan. It gives everyone time. You've had Carrie in the past, Jennifer in the past. Now you put Willie in this. He's catching a hail of bullets on a daily basis trying to figure out how to put this together. He has no breathing room. And, of course, while people are at odds with what the decisions are being made on other things that are going on at the airport, this is something that could easily fix this in the interim, and we could come up with a much better plan. The last one is the contractor that was hired. And I personally witnessed this. And no one else has brought this up well yet because you just opened the telephone line. The contractor that was hired, after one of our committee meetings, because we put a special committee together to meet with him, which turned out to be effortless because on his part, he didn't get to do anything.
Mr. Smith, your 5 minutes is up. I would appreciate if you would conclude your comments, please.
I asked the contractor what his feelings were at that committee meeting, and he said he feels as though we should continue our own leases. And that was the outside contractor, and that's what you hired him to explain to you was, should you keep them or should you take over the lease or extend it? That's my final comment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Public comment.
Yeah, hi, this is Bob Funnestock.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thanks for opening public comment back up. I was also having some difficulty there with the phone lines, but appreciate you opening it back up and letting us have some time to speak. These truly are historical times. I think in the future we'll all look back on this pandemic and think about things that we did and things that will remind us of this time. I also believe at this time that the city of Boulder City is going through a bit of a historical period itself, and that the city council is different than what I've experienced over the last 20 years of my experience with the city council in Boulder City. And I say that because it doesn't seem like that this city council is completely in lockstep with the city staff and just believing and running with whatever they say. And believe me, I don't agree with everything the city council does or says, and I'm sure they don't believe everything or believe in everything that I do and say. But the fact that this historical time for Boulder City and this current city council, the concern obviously is the window and how long will this window stay open with a city council that's willing to listen to the people and not just be sold down the road like on a city staff requirement to meet and have an emergency meeting when it's really not even required. They saw through that, and that type of stuff happening in Boulder City to me is historical. The information provided by the city when it comes to this working group they supposedly put together for the fueling standards is so vague and misleading. And it's similar to what has happened to the city in the past when the city took over the city fuel farm. They were misled. You need to look no further than actually just the airport itself in general. The way the airport was laid out with these commercial leaseholds and flying across the runway, and any consultant that's ever come to Boulder City, even those that have been hired and Obviously we're hired to have an independent finding. They found that the city doesn't necessarily want to go along with what they're finding. They have their own agenda. The city staff has their own agenda, and these consultants have all said one thing in common, and that is, the way the airport was set up with these aircraft flying across the runway is not a good setup. And that's because the city has always gone with city staff's recommendations, and they haven't always been legitimate or based on sound science or reason or safety. And that's the case with this today. In order for any of the things on the agenda today to be discussed or decided, the number one thing is we need a budget. We all at the airport that operate there want a balanced budget. We want the airport to be profitable and be able to be self-sustaining. Without that, none of this is going to work. But not knowing what the budget is, how much do you want to charge? Do we need to charge skydiving? How much do we need to charge for the permits for the fueling? And how much do we need to charge the private hangar owners? None of that is known unless Willie can stand up there and say, here's my budget, and here's how much we're making, and here's how much we're losing. Unless we have that, we don't know what to charge these people. And we all want to pay our fair share, but we don't want to overcharge, and we don't want to undercharge. So I would say that please come up with a working group or have Willie come up with a balanced budget to determine what needs to be done. As far as the skydive goes, that needs to happen. As far as the private hangar goes, that needs to happen. And with this working group that was being proposed today for the fueling concessions or the fueling standards, I would like to be a part of that working group, and I'm sure city staff will recommend against that because of litigation. But there's so much that each of us that could be on the working group could bring to the table to really help the airport not get in this situation down the road. You need the creative minds at the airport to be involved, and I will be as helpful and as courteous as possible. Thank you for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Public comment.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Please state your name and then proceed with your comments, sir.
Yes, my name is Eldridge Johnson. I'm a hangar owner, Mr. Mayor, and the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity for the public comment. I own taxiway, Hangar 15, Taxiway 2, and my comment is that I think we should follow the what's going on in Carson City. Is that they have some new hangars up there with 50-year leases, renewable leases. So I just want to follow industry standard. And as the other callers mentioned before, my understanding was that it was just the normal procedure for the owners to be renewed, provided they stayed within the guidelines of their lease. So that's my only comment. I just like to see Boulder City, in parity with every other airport in the country, including Carson City. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Public comment.
Yes, I've been waiting for over an hour.
You're in public comment now, sir. If you'd state your name and proceed with your comments.
Well, I'm trying to listen to the person who's commenting now on the video. Can I wait till they're done, or how are we going to do this?
Certainly, we can wait for that, sir.
That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
You may proceed now with your comments, sir.
All right, this is Rob Martin. Let me turn down my thing because I'm listening to this. I would like the 5 minutes to start now. Obviously, each of you have talked to me on this issue. I'm a Boulder City resident. I'm a pilot. I'm a local attorney. The police were called out on me last Saturday. I will be filing a bar complaint against Mr. Morris. This is clearly a civil dispute, whether I am correct on what the lease says or whether the city is correct. This is not a police matter. by utilizing the police, the city has now put itself in significant financial danger. I will be forced to file a lawsuit, which I really didn't want to do. What I told Mr. Morris to do all along was to go get an injunction and then have a judge decide what the contract says, because it's really muddy. That would be an understatement. I believe that what the contract says is the city gets whatever's there at the end. Until then, we have the right to do whatever we want to with the hangars. That's my opinion. And what the city has now done is it's created gigantic financial risk for itself. And, you know, it's just sad. I mean, it's funny. I would like to comment, though. The cops that, 5 of them escorted me off the property, and supposedly I'm not allowed to go on the property anymore, even though I own 6 hangars, and even though I'm a Boulder City resident, even though I'm a pilot. You know, right or wrong, I've never been arrested in my whole life. And they told me if I go back to the airport, I will be arrested. And by the way, the trespass threat that I was given expires in 2 months. Guess what? That's shortly after July 2, when this ground lease expires. What should and must happen here is the other 4 councilmen, other than the mayor, I understand, is going to vote for the leases to get killed. That's his choice. Okay, but the other 4 council people, at a minimum because of this COVID mess, just take it up 2 years, rehire Kurt Castagna, who's the consultant that we've been talking about, and let the new final contract that he already had drafted up for the new ground leases happen. Just kick this thing down for the next 2 years, because that's when the next ones expire. And then I will not sue the city over at least that part. I may sue the city over the police issue anyway, because, my dealings with the police have been speeding tickets over this. Let's see, I moved to Nevada in 1964. I've never been arrested, ever. And for this to happen is ridiculous. I hired Jeff Stemple at UNLV Law School over this, and this is this is sad. This should never have happened. You guys should have allowed Kurt Castagna to finish his job. I know his contract was terminated when he was within 90% of getting this thing done. I strongly recommend that the other 4 members of the council override the mayor and extend this at least 2 years, or just direct staff to write the new 30 to 50-year lease. In my discussions with Mr. Castagna, he said the FAA is fine with up to 50 years on a ground lease. Beyond that, they apparently have some concerns, and there's some kind of paper on it or something. But this is exactly what happened in Salem, Oregon. It's now happening in Ventura County, where there's been essentially an attempt at a grab by staff. And when there's been cooler heads looking at things, they have finally realized that it is not in the city's best interest to be in the rental business. Salem, Oregon changed theirs. What? Okay, I'll be down in a minute. I'm sorry. My wife is still very sick, so I'm at the house. I was at the hospital yesterday, and that's why I never even sent the letter. But in any event, the point is that the mayor needs to be overridden here, and things need to, at minimum, because of the COVID situation, this should be moved down for 2 years, and you guys should finish. I don't know what you paid Kurt Castagna, but he's 90% done. Let's get this thing done, and let's do it right. And with that, I will end my comment.
Thank you.
Public comment.
Hello, Mike Heckey calling.
Please proceed.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I, like many other hangar owners, am a professional aviator. 1998, American Airlines announced the closure of my base in Seattle, Washington, and at that time we lived on an airport in Battleground, Washington, just north of the little airport Pearson Field where our current airport manager came from. My wife Pam and I searched for a small town to raise our 2 sons that had an airport with hangar availability to keep my antique airplane projects. I also needed access to a major airport where I could commute to work, since I was now based in Los Angeles. I was familiar with Boulder City after helping my friend move here in the mid-'80s. We brought the kids here over spring break, toured the town, schools, the lake, the airport. We all agreed Boulder City looked like a community where our family would thrive. I bought our hangar off the plat map before it was built. We bought a vacant lot and built a house. Our involvement in the community began to expand with Pam volunteering at school, and I helped with Little League Baseball and our community Troop 7 Boy Scouts. I brought scouts to the airport to complete aviation and weather merit badges and gave them airplane rides. In fact, one of Troop 7's Eagle Scout projects was the placement of taxiway lights at the airport. My family has thrived here. Both boys were valedictorian of their class, both achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. These achievements were made possible with the help and support of the members of this community. I retire next month after 35 years with American Airlines. My antique airplanes have been waiting patiently in our hangar to be restored. Certain improvements will need to be accomplished at the hangar. I'm reluctant to invest in them due to the current environment. Boulder City is a wonderful place to live with much to offer. Continuing the land lease will provide continuity to the current airport community. Thank you for listening. Mike and Pam Hickey.
Thank you. If you'd like to make public comment, the phone number is 70.
Public comment. Hello?
Hello, I'd like to make a public comment.
Go ahead and state your name, please.
Yes, this is Jackie Embro and James Embro, and I'm going to let my husband speak, James.
Are we on public comment yet?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is James Embro. I'm a Boulder City resident, as well as a hangar owner there at DVU. Comments have been made, and to not rehash all the comments, the great valid points that have been brought up for extending these hangar leases. I'll back up to just business plan in general. You know, guys, without a budget, without a target, we're stabbing in the dark. So any business has to know what its revenues need to be. You can't even contemplate these decisions without knowing what your budget is. It's just basic 101 business. And I realize, you know, because of our tax dollars that seemingly don't matter to be wasted, cities seem to have unlimited budgets. But that's absurd, especially in times like this. Good community, good people, good support, and good workers like yourselves that are wanting to contribute your time for little or no gain, seemingly for the community good. But we got to make a good decision here, because this is for everlasting going to change this community. And as stated before, but you got to make the right decision, because if you don't, and your non-existent business plan fails, you guys are going to wear that badge forever. And you just can't do that without a foundation. Every building starts with a foundation. Every business starts with a foundation, and that's a budget. It's just simple 101 business. I implore you to pay attention to and the community's concern, not just my private concerns or whatever, but the community's concerns, to best benefit the community. And in order to do that, you have a responsibility to know what your budgets need to be and where you need to collect these tax dollars or gain these revenues in order to sustain a city in a likable environment for the citizens of that city. You've spent a lot of money hiring consultants to give you advice, and as well you should. I get it. Not all you guys are involved in aviation, or, you know, and some have been involved and might not have all the tools they need to make a value decision. But you spent all this taxpayers' dollars for the supposed benefit of gaining this knowledge. You can't just throw it out the window without good reason. and you have no good reason if you don't have a budget. Figure it out. Put this thing off. You know, I hate to say kick it down the road because that's kind of the wrong attitude as well. But you haven't done what you needed to do to start with to find out where you needed to be. That's the first step. Please, put it off, whatever that time frame looks like that best fits the program. Maybe it's 2 years, maybe it's 20 years. But do the right thing so that you don't make a bad financial decision for Boulder City. Thank you, and I appreciate your time. And again, I value your service to the community. I value the fact that you're there with this ominous responsibility. I truly do value that. But in that value and in that respect, you have to make a educated decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another caller?
Not on the line, but we have 3 people that have asked that we call them.
All right. Again, because of some technical issue, there were some folks that could not get through. So if you want to call, well, let's go ahead with the live call.
Public comment.
Hello, just calling to see how long the wait is to talk on about the hangars.
Go ahead. State your name, please.
Ted Wanigasekra.
Please proceed.
Just calling on behalf of the hangar owners. I've been a resident here 20 years, business owner, First Choice Automotive, and we're just kind of upset that the city wants to take over these leases. I mean, I know you've heard everything, and hello? I think I lost you.
No, you're still on. Keep going.
Okay. I know you've heard everybody's side of the story and the decisions, and I'm just hoping that the mayor could reconsider and make sure, you know, this is going to be the right decision for everybody. You know, it's a big community, larger than, you know, you think it is, you know, for the airplane hangars, and we just hope that you guys will consider renewing the leases for everybody.
Thank you. Is that all you have, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Public comment.
Good morning. I'd like to leave a public comment, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, is it active? Okay. Good morning. My name is Doug Mueller. I'm a longtime Boulder City resident since 1979. I am a longtime aircraft hangar owner, as well as current in the aviation field in Boulder City. And I wish to elaborate on the hangar lease situation with Nuno. I'm one of the original owners, and I wish to express my concern regarding the renewal of those hangar leases. The tenants of the Boulder City Airport have been in support of trying to keep the airport solvent, and numerous attempts have been made to try to help the city to come up with a reasonable approach to solving this solution. My involvement with the Boulder City Airport Association taught me a number of things regarding airport improvement programs, the grant assurances, and everything related to Boulder City and its affiliation with the FAA. The FAA's only request is that every airport try to attempt to maintain solvency. It is a requirement of the grant assurances and the airport sponsor, which is Boulder City. And they are doing just that, but they are not doing their due diligence. With numerous attempts at trying to negotiate deals with the commercial operators, there's been some special handling that have been very detrimental. In 2012, the Boulder City Airport Association initiated an attempt to go and negotiate in good faith with Boulder City to renew the Boulder City leases, of the hangar leases, for all of the hangars, because the city's concern at the time was that there was 13 different leases and they wanted to standardize the language. Now, Mayor McManus is incorrect in his interpretation of what happened at the Nuno negotiation. Now, the interesting thing about that was that the Nuno Corporation did not want to manage hangars. And at the time, Boulder City did not want to manage hangars. But in order to receive favoritism for Nuno to write the hangar, build the hangars, they had to agree to manage the hangars on Boulder City's behalf. And so they did that. Now, Nuno made a numerous attempts at trying to offload these hangars to potential users and tenants of the airport. So they went and leased hangars, they sold hangars, and there's numerous different groups within the Nuno group of their current situation. Now, the language is not written crystal clear with Boulder City because they weren't interested at that time about who's doing what. So here we are now looking at the expiration of these leases. The biggest concern I had, which was a previous mention from one of the other phone call-in commenters, was that we are dealing with an unusual set of circumstances regarding negotiations and also public open meeting laws. And the biggest concern there is that the difficulty with going and having this lease expire during these times is very, very difficult at best. And that is because it is going to be impossible for any of the hangar tenants to pick up their stuff and leave because there's no contractors available. The state is refusing to open up, and so we can't bring these contractors in. And the sheer number of people that we have to do this in order to vacate the property is going to be rather difficult too. So the recommendation to extend the lease would be probably the most prudent of all of the scenarios being offered at this time. Now, I don't like to kick the can down the road either, but the Boulder City Airport Association, the tenants and users of the airport, have numerous times proffered to attempt to increase the land rates to help the city become solvent so that they could go to the FAA and show that they're doing their job as a sponsor for grant assurances. That is the minimum that you folks need to do. The important thing about this is that the grant assurances can be revoked through complaint if they prove that this has not been done and it has not been done fair and equitable. Probably the most important thing to this is the tenancy of this airport. If Boulder City chooses to go into the business of hangar management, we find problems with people being unable to pay the presence of the hangar, and so they'll be forced to park their airplanes if they wish to stay in Boulder City.
Excuse me, sir. Your 5 minutes is up. If you would please conclude your comments.
Absolutely. So the problem with it is that the remainder of space available for parking our aircraft for the residents of Boulder City rather than taking it to Henderson is also problematic. There's lack of logistics, and it makes it impossible for a local resident to be able to maintain his airplane if he is outed from these hangars. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your consideration. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Do we have another caller?
Somebody's trying to call in. Do you want me to call out? I have 2 calls.
Yes, if we don't have an active call, if you would call anyone who's requested.
Okay, I'm going to call Judy DeShane.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Judy. It's Tammy from the city clerk's office. You're
Yes.
in public comments now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Okay, this is Judy DeShane. I don't own a hangar. I don't own an airplane, but I just wanted to let you know that many of the comments that have been made seem very logical to me, and it would seem that the city extending the leases, even at an increased rate or whatever, and having everything expire at the same time might be the best bet. And I hear frequently best practices, but I hear it from all the different departments, and they just tout this that city council should go along with something because it's best practices. Well, nobody ever says who makes those best practices up, and so I question them wholeheartedly. I'd like to see the council discuss all these things and come up with their own pros and cons for the various things. And I do realize the property down there is owned by the city, which means all of us residents. So everything should be decided on not what's just good for the airplane owners, but also for the continuation of the airport, which is a plus for all of us residents. So I would just urge that people start talking about it and come up with a logical solution to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another caller?
We have one. I know of one more that wants to talk. I can call them.
Please do.
Mr. Reagan?
Oh, okay, it's public comment. All right,
Yes.
My name is Matt Reagan. I'm a longtime Boulder City resident. I went to high school here. And, well, first I'll start off with the various things that, that have done very well for the city as far as the investments. And I'll start with the Boulder City golf courses. I lived right across the street from Boulder Creek when it was built, and also witnessed during that time with such close proximity to it, all the arguments that went on back and forth is just like what a great deal it would be, and that how much the city was going to make, the profits that it would make. Obviously, that never materialized. So we have just to go over there, there's 3 golf courses in Boulder City. The only one of the golf courses that actually is very good and has been very profitable for the city is Cascada, which the city all they do is they just lease and just receive payments, a very simple agreement. And so that business model, if you take not only Cascada, but the solar leases have worked very well. And what it does is it keeps the liability down, and we are obviously able to make, as a city, revenue. The revenue has been very positive. Now, the same arguments would be made, I think, if any of these leases were expire, that the city should not go into these businesses. They should not go into running another golf course, nor should they get into running on a solar farm. Now, that's that argument. Now, the second one I'd like to start out with is, and just respectfully disagree with our mayor. The lease amounts in which these hangars have been built and which they're billed is just based on, it's a market rate. And the market rate is based on what the leases are going for. For instance, Salem has been brought up. Salem was at 18 cents a square foot prior to their deciding to renew their lease. Now they're sitting at, they decided after they expired, they decided to go at 36 cents a foot. So they could have raised it higher, they could have, but they chose, that's the market, and they chose that. Now, I think I've mentioned this before, very nice man who's running the airport, he said, what kind of airport do we want to have? What kind of relationships do we want to have? What is it going to be like afterwards? So I think, unfortunately, we're getting too hung up on what we have and not deciding, what is this airport going to be? And I think if we focus in on that, we can clearly say that would make a real strong argument. We need to further renew these leases. Now I'll go into my real estate. I got into real estate in 2005, 2009, and all the way from managing. In 2011, I was managing 50 doors, and that's apartments and houses. And what I'm witnessing and what I'm showing is that they're grossly underestimating, and they're only taking a very small part of the information that's necessary in order to come up with, assess how much total income you're having. You cannot go and just say, okay, well, the rent is this on this month, therefore we're going to extrapolate and make it out of times that by 28. One of the things that individuals, as we currently have private hangars, is the flexibility that we have as individuals to be able to react to the market and react to the individuals who want to rent our hangars. The city doesn't work like that. We don't have those kind of work rules. We don't have the rewards of a profit system where it encourages in our work rules to get people in those hangars. So the city just can't operate as efficiently as individuals. And so I would suggest highly for somebody that to talk to people who have managed properties, and you'll see that there's no way the city can generate the revenue that the private hangars can. Secondly, is these rules that are concerned by some people of being able to control the leases and enforce the leases, these issues are already here. The FAA has written in 2016 a document that essentially enforces and gives the power to the airport managers on how to control it. And it appears that the fact that the city has chosen not to enforce these rules is really not is the tenant's fault. It's the airport management who is not really enforcing these. And because, like I said, I think it was June of 2016, all these rules were already established and it was recorded in the National Register. So we do have the authority as it sits right now with these current leases. Now, also one more thing before I close. I think that there are concerns about subleasing. Many on the council have expressed in my private meetings is that they do not want any more subleasing. Well, I don't think there's going to be really that much pushback. Write a new contract, a 20-year contract with no subleasing, and I don't think there will be that many people who will disagree with it. They'll be more than happy to accept it. I could go on for the next half hour, but I won't.
I'm afraid your time is up, Mr. Reagan. So please conclude.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. And do we have any other callbacks to make?
I know a Mr. Miller wanted to speak, and I have his comments. So I can either read them.
Well, let me give the phone number again. If there is anyone, we have a caller.
This is Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Public comment.
Hello, my name is Scott Miller. I sent in a letter that for whatever reason didn't get read. I sent it to each of the council members and just sent it to the clerk so she doesn't have to hand it to you read again. But I'll go ahead and just read the letter aloud if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm writing this letter in hopes of forwarding my thoughts on hangar reversion. I've attended and spoke at the public meetings at City Hall and have heard the arguments for and against a reversion. As much as I fully understand the arguments in favor, in the end, I'm quite confident the costs and disadvantages will be universally seen as outweighing the benefits. Unfortunately, many of the intangible drawbacks will never be seen on a spreadsheet. I've kept my airplane at Boulder City for almost 20 years. In that time, I've not only been a member of the Boulder City community, AOPA, but has applied to this, the airport community. I've introduced countless aspiring aviators to the industry, including my son, Brian Miller, a Boulder City High School graduate who now serves as a fighter pilot in the Air Force. You might see his name on a light pole at the airport entrance, and there's many more along Veterans Memorial Drive. There's a reason for that. Contrary to popular belief, general aviation is not comprised of rich people or even people with much disposable income. When I first bought my 1960 Cessna 150 and I brought it to Boulder City, I could barely afford the payment on a $13,000 loan and a $50 monthly tie-down fee. Please note that there are many other operators and owners that fall under that same category. Since then, my finances have improved, and I now rent half a hangar which costs me $250 a month, but even that I can barely afford. General aviation is a very fragile component of the aerospace industry, and most of its members increasingly struggle to afford what are now the skyrocketing costs and are being driven away. Ownership, rental costs, gas, increased insurance, availability and cost of maintenance. It's become kind of cost prohibitive, and general aviation is dying for that reason. Too many airports have become closed to their communities, much like you are suggesting, accessible only to commercial aviation and rich folks. Boulder City has always been a wonderful community, unique in its sense of being family-oriented. This airport should be no exception. Many airline pilots moved to the Boulder City Airport because of it. DOA doesn't own hangars at other airports, and you may not be aware of the amount of maintenance hangars require. Suffice to say that upkeep is constant and very expensive. The hangars are getting older, so I imagine that's not going to get any better. Not sure if this has been budgeted into your cost projections. I understand inflation exists and costs go up, and I believe most of the owners and renters understand that and are willing to accept these increases in lease fees. That said, from my understanding, many are looking at relocating if they lose their hangars. Pahrump has become a popular choice for some due to the ownership benefits of a private airport, along with much cheaper fuel costs. Others have mentioned Henderson, North Las Vegas, Searchlight, even Laughlin Bullhead. As much as I hate the idea, if costs become a concern, I will either be forced to sell my airplane or move to a location that's more affordable. Boulder City has lost popularity with the increase in tour traffic. It wouldn't take much to drive people away. Therefore, occupancy or no occupancy could become a financial burden when tenants leave. In closing, I know there are many factors to weigh in this decision, many of which are not visible to a person outside of the community. I just thought it might be useful to gain that perspective from someone that has not only benefited, but has also been able to share that benefit with so many members of our Boulder City community. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, if anyone else is wishing to speak in public comment, the phone number is 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Hello. Ready?
Yes.
Yes, Richard Carr, Hangar 424. I thank everybody that's commented so far, and I think most everyone has been spot on in their comments, and I just wanted to kind of reinforce before I purchased that particular hangar, I consulted, I was concerned about this lease situation. The Airport Hangar Association was deep in meetings on renegotiating the one ground lease, master ground lease for quite some time. So I went right to the city and talked to the property manager, Brock Armentrout, who quickly put my fears and concerns at ease by saying that the hangar leases are just about done. I wouldn't be concerned at all, and that on that basis, I went ahead and spent pretty much my total savings not for retirement, but toward retirement on that hangar. I kept a King Air that I flew commercially in that hangar until it was sold and I retired, and was looking forward to building my own home built and continuing on flying with my Cessna 180. I never would have purchased that hangar and spent that kind of money and paid all the ground lease had the situation not been presented to me that
the ground leases were going to be renewed, and I now have learned that I would say the majority of us feel the same way and have commented on that. And the apparent abrupt turnaround during the last negotiations with Aeroplex consultants, I was on that committee and was abruptly dropped when the airport administration changed, or the city's administration changed. And I have no idea what they paid Aeroplex for their consultation, but I know I'm familiar with that company, and I know they do things first class and are not cheap. And their conclusions are spot on. I think the airplane community takes care of their equipment by themselves. I just put $5,000 into refurbishing my hangar doors, and that wasn't a complete refurbishment. That was basically maintenance. And these hangars coming up on 30 years are all going to need that kind of maintenance. And I would put that on the hangar owners rather than the city. As far as that expense, I think the taxpayers have enough burden. I appreciate everybody's comment, and I hope we can come to a amicable decision here. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone wishing to speak in public comment? Phone number is area code 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Hi, it's Kurt Goodfellow here. Just like to make a public comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'd just like to thank you city council members, Mayor, for what you do. Just a couple of quick things. First of all, with regard to the hangars being built in the first place down there, I think I'm definitely one of the few that was here and built some of the first hangars down there. And I would agree with what some other people have said, that those charges were not those charges, those so-called cheap rental rates, those were current rates at the time, and they were good rates, and they were there because the city wanted to build the airport. Those were there to entice us as builders, as hangar owners, to come in there and invest the money to build the hangars, to build the airport, to make the airport a thriving community down there. We did that. And obviously there have been many rate increases almost yearly ever since then. And so it seems like sometimes people are trying to put out the belief there that somehow we've got these great rates, and we've amortized the value of our hangar out over time, when really that's not true. The reason those hangar leases were put in there for 30 years, to my recollection, was because that is the life that was considered the life of the hangar. And as many people have commented, the hangars are deteriorating. They're all getting a little bit older, and we are spending money to maintain them. I've spent quite a bit of money maintaining mine. And so that's more the reason for it, and it's all the more reason for the city to continue with the leases in some fashion or another, so that the owners can continue to maintain them. And then the only other thing I would like to point out is on the triple net thing. Hopefully we don't get to that point, but triple net, as it's pointed out by Rich Moynihan, that's something that's practiced in commercial real estate. Never seen it at an airport before. And how in the world would you possibly calculate that? How do you know when a hangar door is going to fail? How do you know when a motor is going to fail? How do you know when a roof's going to start leaking? And how do you put a value on that in order to discount a rent to make it triple net? It just makes no sense. And the right thing to do would be to take a look at the board on the back of the city council chambers there, and let's do what's fair for everybody, what maintains friendships, and what is best for all involved. And I appreciate all the efforts and all the listening, and I've said plenty. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, public comment. Anyone wishing to speak in public comment, the phone number is 702-589-9629. And again, the phone line is available. If there's anyone remaining who would like to speak in public comment, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Again, the phone line is available. Anyone wishing to speak, the phone number is 702-589-9629. All right, hearing no others, we will close the public comment period. Again, I want to point out that we are taking the items out of order on the agenda as stated on the agenda notice. So we're going to be hearing, returning to the discussion of item number 3 is our first item. We will then be moving to item number 4 as our second item. Number 2 will be heard third. Number 1 will be heard fourth. And numbers 5 and 6 will remain in that order. So once again, returning to item number 3. I know because we had a technical issue, there were some folks that were stating that I'm wrong about my understanding of what the Nuno leases were about. I've done more than a little bit of reading on this. It's pretty easy to identify this because it's such an issue of contention at multiple airports around the country. These leases are common, and the battles over them are almost as common. The 30-year period of time, 20 years plus a 10-year extension goes by. The people who are using the hangars, who may have either built them themselves, purchased them, or are leasing them, become very accustomed to the fees that they are paying and would like for that to continue. However, the wording of the leases say that the reason the city enters into that, or the airport sponsor as it's termed in by the FAA, and the city of Boulder City, the people of Boulder City, are the sponsor for the Boulder City Airport. The reason for entering into those contracts is the promise that at the end of that contract, and it is stated very clearly, that those buildings will become the property of the city. It is not a grab. It is not some type of effort to confuse or befuddle people. It is written into the lease, and as I say, these leases are common. It takes very little effort. We've heard folks refer to the AOPA, which is an association for pilots. When you look at their website, these conversations are extensive on their websites, that these types of issues come up around the country. None of us here on this city council were around or had any dealings with initiating these leases or the construction of hangars or the construction of the airport. We're in a position now where we have to make a decision because this lease is coming up for expiration. This is one lease. There are other leases that have similar wording. And they appear to have similar wording because that's the similar activity that happens at airports all over the country. The FAA has said that these types of leases may be beneficial to an airport to get that airport up and running. However, they do not encourage any type of private ownership on an airfield. That may occur to get certain things done on an airfield, but is not to be made a permanent solution. The FAA actually says that if it indicates that you are giving private ownership to property on an airfield, you jeopardize the funding for that airfield. This is public money. It's the money that goes into running a facility for the benefit of the aviation industry. I certainly wasn't looking forward to today. It's not something that I feel is an activity really that I enjoy doing on City Council when we look at these types of things. I suspect the other members of council also feel that way. When that airport was set up, and it's actually in Nevada state law, that when an airport is set up by a governing body such as the City of Boulder City, it becomes what's called an enterprise fund. So talk about whether we're doing this for profit or for money for the city or any of that simply isn't true. An enterprise fund exists only for itself. The only money that's generated at that airport must go to the operation of that airport. An enterprise fund cannot be spent elsewhere in the city. Okay? There's been a lot of talk for those of us who have been around Boulder City for a long time about money that was taken out of the utility fund to build a golf course. That's not the case here. We can't reach into the airport money for money to spend elsewhere in the city. The only place that money can be spent is at the airport. And that airport needs to be solvent, because if it's not, the other place that money is going to come from is from the taxpayers of Boulder City. So the airport must be self-sufficient. But even more than that, we also are obligated by law, I believe, and by these contracts to say The contract had a certain period of time, 20 years plus a 10-year extension. And once we reach the end of that period of time, then we have to go by the terms of that lease. There is no other language within the lease that we're discussing to do another extension of it. The lease ends. That's the terms of the lease. And within that, it states that when that term ends, the buildings that were built there, the hangars that were built there, become the property of the city. There's another clause within that lease that says those buildings will be given over to the city in good condition. They will be maintained by the people using those buildings and done so in a manner that is maintaining the integrity of the buildings. We have a person who apparently sometime over the past 2 years assumed the ground lease from Nuno Corporation. Apparently Nuno realized that this lease, the value of the lease, had depreciated or amortized over a period of time to the point where it was no longer financially feasible for them to continue to maintain it. So someone else assumed the lease, and then they decide, well, if you don't do what I tell you, I'm going to take the buildings apart. Well, that's not what the agreement was. The agreement in the lease always had been that you would build, someone, in this case Nuno Corporation, would build the buildings, have them for 30 years where they could make their money back off of the construction of them, and then they would be given over to the city of Boulder City. It is not my intent to see people run out of their existing hangars. We will have a discussion later about what those leases might look like. The assumption that suddenly we're just going to be evicting people is a poor assumption in my view. There are many ways that we can go about working with the people down there rather than being told you must do this or that. There is no question that the residents of Boulder City gave up value in the form of reduced rent for the land that was being used in exchange for the value of the buildings at a future date. And that future date is coming soon. As I stated also, it takes almost no effort to go onto the internet and look at the activity that Nuno Corporation has done and done very successfully for many, many years. They continue with that business model today. So it's not a unique situation to Boulder City by any means. We've heard people talk about we're in the middle of a pandemic. That's certainly true. As far as that being a reason to extend these leases, something that I doubt that the other members of council have had the benefit of is being able to attend these airport advisory committees over the past now almost 3 years. There have been discussions about these leases featured very strongly at these meetings. One of the meetings that I was at, and it is reflected in the minutes for that meeting from 2018, indicates that this consultant that's always being referred to not from Aeroplex, but being used by Aeroplex, the recommendation from that person was that the current users, the current occupants of those hangars, get together, form a proposal, perhaps even form their own corporation to approach the city with a follow-on lease, with a new lease for these properties that are coming up, these 28 hangars. I have never seen that happen. I have never seen an effort of those folks in those 28 hangars to do that. So we're left in a situation now where we're going to have to move forward with something because of these leases expiring. It has not been without issue for these down there. It was mentioned in public comment earlier about the fact that some folks are subletting hangars down there. Once again, that's what Nuno Corporation, that's their business model. That's what they did, is they owned multiple hangars, they built multiple hangars, and they leased them out for profit. In some cases, they sold them for profit. All of that was a part of the agreement that they had. And in that agreement, it said that when that 30 years is up, those buildings revert or become the property of the city of Boulder City. So we're at that place now where we are going to have to make a decision. Do we abide by the clear wording of a lease that was signed 30 years ago? Or do we go to the residents of Boulder City and say, you know, there's been value that you've been giving up, that this community's been giving up over a 30-year period of time, and now that that's up and the value of those buildings is to come to the city, we're supposed to make that decision to say, oh, no, those hundreds of thousands of dollars, we don't want that. We've given up the value of land for 30 years, and what is supposed to come back to the city is the value of the buildings. We can't just do that. Okay? We can't just give away assets of the city. So my hope is that we can move forward in working out a lease that keeps people in the hangars they've been in without threats of how, well, you know, maybe the maintenance won't get done on them and that's going to cost you money and we're going to be difficult. Let's try and work through this. Let's try and find a solution based on the actual wording of what this lease is about, what the agreement with the city was about, and see if we can't move forward from there. And with that, I'll invite comments from other council members. Council Member Folda?
You're making me go first?
You don't have to.
Usually I have the option. If anyone else wants to go first, I'd like to hear what other members have to say.
Certainly. Anyone else who would like to offer comment or questions?
I'll comment.
Councilmember Hoskins.
Yes, I totally agree with you and everything that you've said. I think we're kind of missing the point here that we're talking about one lease and one person who has the right to 28 ground leases. To me, that's a violation of Grand Insurance number 22, which is you are not supposed to have any economic discrimination. So that individual pays $50+ I believe that's what Mr. Williamson said. Then he rents them for a lot more than that, rightfully so. So therefore, he derives a financial income off of this that is maybe not the best thing for the city. So, like you say, this is a lease, it is a contract, and the contract is a contract. And if the contract's coming due, then the contract's coming due. And this reversion clause is well known throughout the airport industry. I've had a plane before. I've been a GA person. I've had a hangar. And triple net is very well known throughout the industry, although they say it's not. But anyway, I think that we lose a little bit of the reason here in that we're not looking at one lease with one person. And I think that's a monopoly. And I would not like to see more monopolies going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment or questions of staff? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, obviously this is a incredibly complex issue. This is the topic I have received the most commentary from the public on more than any other topic. I haven't even physically been able to respond to all of them just because you know, I needed to take the time to make sure that I was looking into everything as much as I could. But certainly that commentary did guide me in the questions I wanted to ask. But instead of going too long into that, I guess I'll ask just a couple of questions from Mr. Williamson. what preparation would the current hangar owners need to make should the city exercise the reversion clauses, i.e. removal of the personal property, aircraft, and by what date would they have to do that?
I don't think that as a standard protocol, anybody would have to do much of anything, because we wouldn't be looking at removing any of the tenants that presently have their airplane in there. It would be simply a case of this contract ends and a new rental contract begins, should they decide they want to do that. So other than a paperwork shuffle and financial shuffle, there would be no physical movement.
So there'd be no period in time in which, while we try to determine the exact language of any new lease or any new agreements, in which they would be asked to remove any personal property or anything like that during that time period while that is figured out.
No, yeah, I mean, that gets into a catch-22, because if there's something that is not permitted on the airport, like somebody's storing, 10,000 gallons of gasoline in there, sure, I'm going to ask them to remove that. But as far as removing their airplane or de minimis storage for upkeep of the airplane, stuff like that, no.
Since, obviously we haven't even gotten to the point of even getting appraisal for the hangars or anything like that, I have heard some numbers bantied about, but obviously nothing is reported here. How has the city determined that this is in our best financial interest, since that ultimately is the FAA's ultimate goal, is that the city is making the most prudent financial actions to ensure their stability?
And you're discussing it if we were to revert?
Correct.
Okay, so what we do with that is we look at what we're making right now. I mean, that's pretty standard. We've got that information. Then we look at, comps, comparables for other airports within a 100-mile radius. And we do a standard of what's a hangar, and we try to compare apples to apples as much as possible. Some airports are subsidized through the general fund, and so that tends to skew the rental cost a little bit, and you have to take that into consideration. So there's the comparative analysis that we do, and then we look at what it costs to maintain a building. And I've got experience in doing that personally, and there's also a variety of different resources you can find on the internet. And we also had one time the consultant Aeroplex did do a breakdown of aircraft maintenance, which I didn't know they did that until just recently, but it pretty much validates the same numbers I came to. And then we also look at the cost of insurances and stuff like that. Naturally, we would require the tenants to continue to maintain some insurance similar to what they do now, but on their aircraft and that type of thing.
Okay, then that kind of leads me to my next question. Once again, should we go along with reversion, and they are now leasing out, say it's not a triple net lease, but we are the city that is to be maintaining upkeep and all that sort of stuff. What liability is there for the city, say there is damage done to an aircraft due to negligent maintenance or even perhaps a disaster, something of that nature?
Well, certainly that goes part and parcel with any landlord-tenant situation, and in fact we have a concern about that right now, because we have an airport, and while they may only be doing a land lease, we do have responsibility out there because there's a variety of things that could happen, and so it just changes a little bit. And what you do is you make sure you've got insurance coverage to take care of that type of thing. And as far as maintenance, you actually do maintenance. You do inspections of the hangars so that you make sure that you can take care of problems before they actually happen.
In all my reading, I mean, the FAA makes it pretty abundantly clear that not only do they support and encourage reversion clauses, but that failure to exercise those could contribute to an airport's forfeiture of their funding. They do fall short of absolutely mandating it, understanding that each individual airport has unique sets of circumstances. Ultimately, the goal for the city and for the FAA is that we are providing quality services and that they are being provided fairly and equally across the board. Obviously, private ownership kind of gives the best assurances for the individual, but that does limit it does limit the city's ability to ensure that fair and equal, across the board for the access to the airport. Should the city not go along with the reversion right now, and should we want to create new ground leases, are we able to put in language that limits the ability to sublease, that could limit, say, how much it could be subleased for, so that the city does begin to have more control over that, if the city were to head in that direction?
Yeah, so if you were to write a new land lease, what you would do is first of all, you can write anything into a contract that's legal. Right. So as far as subletting goes, you can certainly write in a contract that you don't allow subletting. If you do allow subletting, a pretty standard practice is to put in that area of the contract that you can't sublet for a lower value than what the city is charging, for a hangar. And the reason for that is to try and stabilize an even playing field, and also so that somebody doesn't undercut the city and create an undue, I'm probably saying it wrong, but create a false economy, a false business plan within the whole airport environment. I think I'm saying that wrong, but it becomes a competitive situation. And so you can write that stuff out.
And then obviously there has been a bit of comment regarding the ongoing emergency declaration surrounding COVID-19. Obviously, the economic future is quite uncertain for many different municipalities. It's uncertain in general. How is it that we can be sure that right now at this time, this is the best action, regardless of that uncertainty moving forward?
Well, I think that as the mayor pointed out, this particular lease agreement comes to an end, and you have to do something. And so I don't really see where the COVID declaration plays into it, because you're looking at what is hopefully going to be, maybe finished up in 2 months. 3 months maybe, and whenever you start looking at whether you've reverted or whether you go with a land lease, you're looking at many years in the future. So I don't really understand where the COVID thing really plays a game.
I guess I think of it in my sense that we are going to potentially be changing what people are going to be possibly paying down there. There are a lot of things, and people all across the country are having to make very difficult financial decisions on how they're going to move forward as a family. Just in my own personal situation, I know that we are having to make, incredible choices, whether we're going to be able to record the next album, things like that, things that otherwise we would do in the normal circumstances. We are having to cut back on that. And so could we find ourselves, I guess, in a situation where, and obviously the city our intention is to keep everybody there, obviously, right. And to not put anybody out. But could we, if we were to find ourselves in a situation where people are not, wanting to continue with the current leases as is, they need to make that decision that I can't afford this at this time. They move away. Other people are also in that, I can't really get into the hangar thing right now, and we end up with a bunch of potentially empty hangars. Is that of benefit to the city?
Well, that potential is very real. There's no doubt about that, and I can tell you that up in Vancouver, whenever we had the economic problem in 2008 through 10. We had various aircraft owners that took their airplanes apart and pulled them home and put them in their garage. So there is a concern. Most people don't do that. They end up really struggling sometimes. And I know a couple of people that really did. Some move them to park outside instead of in a hangar. So there's a variety of different things, and some go to a different airport. It's a concern, and you got to factor that in. Whenever I write a budget out, I look out. I try to write 20 years in advance. 5 years is a pretty good idea. 10 years is a good planning tool. 20 years is kind of a dream. But you put it out that far just to kind of see where things are going to go. And whenever you do that, you never write your capacity at 100% for your income. You write it at 95%, and that way you've got a little bit of fudge factor there in case you run into a situation where people leave. And then it gets into alternatives of what can you do with that to get some sort of rental, and that goes for land leases as well as hangar leases. It doesn't really matter. It comes into just real estate business.
If I may just also add to that, one of the things that we want to be very conscious of is if you already have individuals that are in fact already in a lease agreement with a third party, and 3 or 4 individuals are saying that they cannot handle increased lease, what happens to the rest of them? So there is an opposing concern that you want to make sure that whatever we do is as fair as across the board as possible, because you have individuals on both sides of that argument.
And I think the FAA makes it very clear that is, in the grant assurances, that we have to be clear and even across the board. And so any decision we make has to obviously be mindful that the intent here is to make sure that access to our airport is evenly and fairly distributed, and that we provide a quality service. So, for me, I think that's pretty clear. I'll just say, ultimately, I honestly believe that reversionary clauses and language is of benefit to the city. However, I do have some concern right now at this immediate time, given the economic uncertainty we're in. But, we're also kind of in this situation right now because this has been going on coming up for 30 years, and we're just now 45 days out needing to make a decision now. In every article I have read, and like the mayor pointed out, there are numerous. I mean, you could go down a rabbit hole and spend the rest of your life reading commentary on this exact issue. But every single one discusses, years and years of planning and preparation for this. And so, it's one of those things where I feel torn on this because, with 45 days out and needing to make a decision, has all the planning and preparation been, adequately made to address what we will be undertaking? I don't know that, and it's not a question to of staff's integrity or anything like that. That they haven't been able to do that or reassure me that. That's just where I am right now. So I, like Councilwoman Folda, I'm open to listening other comments from the council to kind of try and get our heads together where we can find common ground. My biggest thing is like I said, things need to be fair. People shouldn't be out there making money off of the backs of lands that is of value. People shouldn't be threatening to demolish or otherwise make useless improvements that were intended to be assets for the city. So I think that is something moving forward that we obviously need to make very clear regardless of how we go. But like I said, I am open to hearing others. At this time, I am a little worried about taking this step right now at this exact time. But I'm also worried about kicking the can down because I don't see it being any different in 10 years, 15 years. So that's my comments for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I think this qualifies as a King Solomon moment. Let's just cut the baby in half I, too, have been inundated, as everyone else has, with emails and done research. And my husband and I have been involved also in general aviation for years and years and years. I have to qualify, we do not currently own an airplane. We do not currently rent a hangar here. We certainly have friends in the aviation community here and elsewhere around the country. And I have learned more about this topic in my capacity here. And as soon as I read that we should extend 2023 out, yay, I don't have to worry about this now for the next few years. I have one question, which has been the current assignment of the Nuno leases is to one individual. And does the idea of the extension of this lease assume that that extension is an agreement between the city and that individual who holds that assignment?
That would be correct.
Okay, so there is no way to extend this lease and have it be a partnership, or and be a agreement between the individual hangar owners?
No, the agreement is for the Nuno hangars. It's 28 spaces,
correct.
And so it's owned by one individual.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you want to enter into individual ground leases with all 28 hangar spaces, it's certainly an option. That would not be what staff would recommend.
Okay. But that would have to be new leases. That could not be a current extension of the current lease, because that current lease is an agreement between the city and one owner.
Correct. So therefore, technically, you allow this lease to expire. So on the expiration of the lease, everything reverts.
I think it also needs to be noted that within the current lease agreement, there is no provision for extension beyond the 10-year period that was exercised at the time. So there is no provision in there at this time that says, should city council so choose, they may extend this lease. The lease had an extension period that was exercised, and that is coming up for expiration.
Oh, no, I'm aware of that, and I know that.
I think, we just need to be cognizant of using words like extension versus what a new lease would look like, and there is no language within the current lease that allows it to be extended. So that lease expires and something else follows on.
Right. I was looking at informed about Section 27, that the lease sets forth all of the agreements and understandings of the parties, and any modifications thereof shall be written and properly executed by both parties, and that was used to change the date of the original execution. However, that parties, that was pretty much my question, is those parties are the city and the current leaseholder of those 28 leases, of the 28 land.
The letter or the agreement that you're referring to, I believe, is because the infrastructure at the airport was new, it was not possible for Nuno Corporation to begin their construction. Mm-hmm. So there was an agreement that a delay would be made in them beginning their 30 or 20 plus 10 contract, and that was agreed upon by the parties because the airport simply wasn't in a condition where they could begin construction.
Okay. Yeah, this is, I have written, if you can see, I am literally surrounded by the notes that I have taken ever since learning about the situation and talking about it, receiving emails about it, and reading about all the different airports in the country and how they've dealt with it. And I've written that the pro is about reversion. First of all, it is part of the existing contract. Period. 30 years, 20 plus 10, revert, and all the property, the hangars, structures, revert back to the ownership of the city. And otherwise, you have people making money on the back of the city. It states in the original leases, and there was an attorney's letter that I received that said that that either by interpretation or explicit interpretation, there is a reversion clause that we pull the bandage off right away, and it may affect our ability to get FAA grants. And I have to tell you, I took this very seriously, that the owners have been told, or it's been implied, or it's been suggested that something will be worked out. That people, even over the last few years, have spent a lot of money on these hangars under the impression that these hangar leases would be extended so that they could amortize their investment in these hangars. And that what everybody said in there, what appears to be pretty much a boilerplate set of emails. I mean, I do have to admit, I read them and I thought, oh, this is very interesting. They begin to all sound alike, that it is about maintaining the current collegial relationship, pride of ownership, that we could still get the grants we need, and that the owners feel they have an investment in the airport. They do. They have a financial investment. I find it a very difficult situation because, as the mayor said, and as it stands, there is only one outcome, and that is at the end of 30 years, the lease 89-85 ends. And there is a set of instructions of what happens at the end of that time. And that what does extending something that can't be extended look like? It was there. I don't think it's the AOPA website, but there was another of a series of events that should have occurred over the years in our relationship with the hangar owners that got them ready for an understanding that this time was going to come. Many of them do know because they've been around for 20 years plus, and some who have only had their hangars for so many years, fewer years, weren't even aware that this was going to happen. I was hoping to hear something that would say, oh, absolutely, this is what we have to do. I know people at the airport who have made it very clear to me that, oh, this is something we have to do. And I know from a business perspective, there is something we have to do. I have a marketing background, and there is, caveat emptor, buyer beware, that people bought hangars. If I was going to buy something, I would want to make absolutely, positively sure that what I was buying was mine. And that I had that legally in writing, that what I was buying was mine, and that all of these 28 hangars, people bought hangars with an implied understanding that continued ownership would not be a problem. So, as I have now spoken for a few minutes and have absolutely not made clear a definitive position on this because it's not comfortable. It's not a comfortable situation. I have to admit, it's an emotional situation because we have good friends who have airplanes and are at that airport that are going to be really mad if they hear the words come out of my mouth. I believe that, it stands that there's an end of a contract and there are explicit instructions within that contract of what's to happen at the end of that contract. I would be much more comfortable knowing and like to retain my friends by saying, oh, let's kick this can down the road, somehow figure out a way to do that, call upon the powers that said that I didn't have to file my taxes until July. And then we could sit here and 6 months and start this whole process all over again. And that's all I'm going to say right now.
Thank you. Anyone else, questions or comments? Councilmember Folda?
First, I'd like to ask staff a question about the RFP because I want to clarify what Mayor said earlier, because I do believe that an RFP was sent out about these lease hangers as far as having a master leaseholder. I couldn't find anything on it now, but I know at one point within the last 2 years, I'd say there was some sort of an RFP about something about the airport that wasn't for the fuel farm, but for in regards to leasing and hangars.
So that would be prior to me. Marissa, do you know?
Good morning, council members. We've only done an RFP the last couple of years, and that was for the fuel farm. There's not been an RFP for the hangars. Okay. In that time frame, or before that I'm aware of.
Was there any informal, like an RFI, anything like that? Or maybe it was just what I read from the consultants that they suggested having an RFP sent out for the hangars.
Correct. It was a suggestion from the consultant. It was an option that the airport could pursue, or the city could pursue.
Okay. Did the city ever pursue that suggestion? No.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so as we've seen with the extensive public comment, that the decision for this particular lease doesn't just affect the current people using this particular lease, because it really does set the stage for the direction for the rest of the leases. This is the first one to come up for expiration. But I think that it's fair to say whether you're a lease hanger, a subleasee, or you have a tie-down spot, anyone who has an interest in an airplane down at the Boulder City Airport that is not commercial has interest in what happens with this lease, and what effect it will have on their lease. I think that it's really extremely difficult, one, to decide on what to do with this lease without knowing the direction what will happen. And so with what would come out of it as far as another lease, what would happen as far as reversion. What I can agree with public comment and what I think has been the mutual agreement between all parties is that not to rate, or that everyone accepts that there will be a ground lease rate and raise to ensure that the airport maintains being self-sustaining, that there's no subleasing to prevent what could affect one of our grant assurances, that someone's actually running a business down there instead of actually having those hangars for the use of aeronautical reasons. But the biggest concern that's happening with all this is that yes, there's a contract, and yes, we should abide by those terms of this contract. But in doing all my research and finding out what's happened with this along the last few years, is that there has been a lot of miscommunication, or unsure of which direction we're going to go, or we're saying that we're going to do one thing and we head down a road and then it changes. And it's been extremely difficult to follow the trail of what's happened and we've had working groups, we've had our airport advisory committee look over this, we've had staff look over this, and it seems like every time we have the conversation, it's something different is suggested. And so most recently, Aeroplex had come up with a study as far as the airport reversion. This one was printed in March of 2019. One of the things that they said throughout the steps was to within 3 to 5 years, the city should state their intentions. And I think that's the biggest problem that I'm having right now, is that I haven't heard what the intention is for the city. Yes, if it was just this contract, 30 years ago, that would have been the intention of the city. However, over the last several years, it seems that that's kind of gone away, and it just kind of like, well, we'll do this, or we'll do a rental, or we'll do an extension, or we'll do a new lease. And it's been very unclear what the intent has been. And I feel like we have been given, I don't want to come up with a plan because this isn't my background. But we've hired out people to give us what the plan should be. We have a plan that Aeroplex has laid out for us. And it doesn't seem like we've followed very much of it. A lot of these steps were to be identified 3 to 5 years ago. And now we're at 40 days, 45 days or whatever we're at. And so, I understand what Mayor is saying as far as just this contract alone and that we should follow by the provisions of the contract. But I also say what's happened is that we haven't really followed or have a plan of what's going to happen. And we should have started that 3 to 5 years ago. And it appeared that we were. And I'm not blaming any one person, but I just say, because we've had change in management, change of city council, change in staff, it's been really inconsistent. And that, we haven't really followed a plan that has, or a guideline. And once again, just taking this contract alone, it's easy to follow. However, I agree with public comment that when they're told, they will be assured that their lease will be extended or have a new lease created to keep them in place. You look at airports all over the country, and while this is the language that was happening 30 years ago, with you start something, you build it, and have reversion, that's not what a lot of the cities have actually done when it came up to that 30-year point. Some have extended those leases, created a new lease, some had reverted. It's kind of all over the place. But so I know what I really want is that we follow the Aeroplex recommendations. We set out what our actual intent is, what's the intent for the airport and with these hangars. Give an option, and it's hard to say what to do with this because really it depends on what the option is. Because this is, Aeroplex also said to, give different options as far as what a new lease would look like. And so we need time to be able to set that up. I don't think we can do that in the next month before this expires. The other thing that hasn't been brought up at all, in this contract in Section 37, there's a holding over clause where it doesn't renew this lease, but if mutually agreed upon the expiration of this lease, and the tenancy can go from month to month. And I haven't heard anyone mention that at all. So I'm curious about that clause. You're saying it's clear that it ends on a certain date, but there is actually a holding over extension that would extend this month to month. My concern is that we give clear intent on what is going to happen with these hangars, that we allow ourselves the time to be able to prepare those steps that were suggested to us previously, to be able to set up and give those people who are currently leaseholders an option to either extend their lease or just know what the plan is, really. Because they're making financial decisions based on what they've been told over this last few years. And it needs to be clear what they can and cannot do. And I think that would have settled a lot of the stress that's happened over the last few years, as if it would say, we're going to do this, and this is what's going to be the outcome. I really haven't seen that in the research that I've done.
I would just make the comment that, certainly we do have the ability to try and work with the people that are down there. We are in a pandemic. It happens, every once a century. So we happen to be very unfortunate that that's occurring at this time. I have been attending these airport advisory committee meetings, as I've said, for the last few years. I also listened to what the airport director at that time, Jennifer Lopez, had said. I listened to comments from the airport community. Clearly, the airport community is passionate about what they do, and that's a great thing to see. They are also very well organized, as all of us have seen that this is an effort to preserve what they have, regardless of what the leases may say. The one thing I will make comment about is this has not been an unknown situation. It certainly hasn't been a very clear path. I acknowledge that. But this has not been a situation that's not been discussed. Again, having spoken with the prior airport director, been at those meetings, we knew this day was coming. That was clear that this day was coming when the first lease would expire, and the language in that lease said that the value of those buildings that had been exchanged for a lower amount of rent over a 30-year period of time, that value would then become the property of the city. I, again, spent a great deal of time the last few days going back over previous minutes from airport advisory committee meetings. There are comments throughout that this day was coming, talking about the operation and maintenance of the hangars, not new leases, but how the city was going to handle that. I have not seen, as many of the people who have responded, anything that said, oh yeah, the city's just going to extend these and we're just going to go on with what we've had. That was not what I was hearing at the meetings. It's not the information that as a council member has been coming to me, and it certainly is not the language within their lease. Now, we're going to make a decision about this, and I don't know what that decision is, but we're going to make a decision about that. And if we decide that, yes, this lease is there, the law prevents us from just giving value away that is due to the city, then we're going to talk about how, going forward, these leases might be done. There are already examples of those within our packet. The language has already been prepared. This isn't something that never happens anywhere else where there aren't examples that we can go by. It's already been done. Now, can we look at doing something where we will be able to give a person 60 days, 90 days to make a decision as to what they want to do? I believe we can. But to say if we go on a month to month, that does not resolve the situation where we have one person who has the land lease for all 28 hangars at this time, regardless of who may have the buildings at this time. The other thing that I think we need to caution all of these airport occupants, if we do this and if we establish a lease, a next step is to do an appraisal. What's the value of these hangars? That hasn't been done yet. And I've certainly heard a very wide range of what people are paying for rent down there because of all the subletting and people accumulating control over different properties and being able to say, well, you're going to pay this and you're going to pay that. It may very well end up that these people who are in those hangars are going to pay less than what they're paying right now. But we don't know that yet. So again, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Bridges, you had something?
Yeah, I guess I keep going back to this concept of ownership and the people who have invested in these hangars who were under the impression that they were purchasing something with inherent value to them, that they had the equivalent of a deed title as if they were purchasing a home or even a car. What kind of sales agreements have most of these folks? Is there a consistent form of sales agreement that these people have made over the years with, whether it was originally with Nuno or repurchase over and over again? I mean, I know somebody who was trying to sell their hangar for $125,000 not that long ago. And what kind of purchase agreements were these?
It's our understanding that most of these transactions are listed as a bill of sale. They're not listed as a deed of trust.
Okay.
I think, too, in regard to that, we should probably keep in mind that even if they purchased a hangar, they were still paying lease to someone, whether it was Nuno or the current holder of the lease. So they understood that they didn't own this outright. They had to have understood that because they were paying lease money to someone at some point.
And that is correct. In these 28 hangars, regardless, they were paying a lease payment to the ground lease holder.
Right.
And in addition to that, one of the things that we want to make sure we clarify is if an individual went in and purchase, and I say purchase rather loosely, buy into the interest of a hangar. In essence, what they were doing is they were buying into the remaining value of, if you will, the lease throughout the end of this particular ground lease. And in doing so, instead of paying a monthly lease payment for a hangar, they just paid it up front. Now, if you did that, you paid $50,000 over 2 years remaining on this lease, then your monthly payment, if you were for the lease, is much higher than if you did this 10 years from the expiration of the lease. Then your overall lease payment would have been much less month to month. So that's typically how this normally has occurred in this aviation industry.
Some of the comments that have been made too are about, things going on elsewhere. Again, simple search on the internet, hangar at the North Las Vegas Airport, a little over 1,300 square feet, sales price of $66,000. And right in the property description, it says buyer to assume existing lease agreement with NLV Airport for space. In other words, they're going to buy the structure, but right here it says they're going to pay North Las Vegas Airport for that space.
Correct.
It gets back to the point that this is common. This is how airports operate, and it's what the FAA says. You don't have the right as a airport sponsor, which the city is, to go out and sell land on a publicly financed facility for someone else. The FAA says you can't do that, or you will jeopardize past and future grants by making it clear that if federal money, if government money is going into a facility, it is not to benefit private ownership.
And that is key, Mayor. That is absolutely key, is that we want to make sure that everybody understands whether it's federal dollars, state dollars, or even local dollars that are going into a public facility. The intent is not to supplement private industry. That is really a no-no, unless the private industry is deemed a nonprofit and the council reaches the conclusion that there is a public benefit for that nonprofit, and therefore you could do something less than whatever the market rate is. Very typical of what this council has already experienced in terms of trying to determine that public benefit by doing something less than the market rate for, say, leasing a facility that the city owns to a nonprofit. One thing I just want to mention to the council as a whole, that remember that the agenda item for today is for staff direction if you want to do anything other than the current decision that was made 30 years ago. The current decision, which was amended 10 years ago, is that, come July 1, that this contract expires. If you want to do something different, then that's the direction that you need to provide staff today. But right now, the decision is to allow this contract to expire, and those items do revert. And as the mayor pointed out, we have obviously other agenda items that should the council move forward with the current decision that has been made by previous council, then we are ready to move forward on those items.
Thank you.
May I speak?
Councilmember Hoskins?
Yes. Since the FAA was brought up, I think we need to address this letter that Mr. Williamson received from Mr. Williams that was dated April the 16th, 2020. And on page 2, paragraph 7, in part, it says, if the executed agreement between the parties involved includes a reversion clause, once the investment has been amortized, the lease term ended, the airport obligated land, along with improvements, must revert back to the airport in accordance with the terms and conditions of the lease agreement. This is probably one of the hardest decisions I'm ever going to make, I hope anyway, being on the council. There's a lot of good people out there. They're having a lot of fun, and they contribute a lot to our city and our country, and I want to say that first off. And they have probably been misled, but I guess the old term buyer beware, which sounds kind of crude, is essential to think about. If we go forward, we must treat them as best we can, give them as much as we possibly can give them, and try to encourage them to stay with us, because they certainly are an asset to the city. So I wanted to bring up that letter because I think it's a very important letter. It's more recent than anything else that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I know at the last Airport Advisory Committee, that letter was referred to by members of the committee on a couple of different occasions, but they didn't read the whole letter. They lifted parts of it out of context, and what Councilmember Hoskins just referred to was what the point of the letter was that reversion is a normal, customary, and expected process on these types of arrangements. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Folda?
So what I would propose with this lease is that if it's the will of the council to revert, then we follow the managing the reversionary process steps that were laid out for us, and that was to develop a proactive approach and communicate with the stakeholders the tracking process for the reverting assets, and then identify steps for that termination at 3 to 5 years, at 1 year, and then at the time of reversion. And then include in each agreement a standard to condition assessment of the buildings, requiring every 3 to 5 years a professional engineer or building inspector assess the current condition of the asset. Give regular preventive maintenance requirements should be spelled out in the master lease agreement, and each tenant should be required to maintain records of such obligations. Boulder City, as part of their annual inspections, assessments, and insurance verifications, should remind all tenant of the reversionary schedule and obligations. And then with 3 to 5 years remaining, Boulder City should state their intentions relative to the application of a new improvement rental rate, that the airport will assume their rights and privileges in this regards, notify any tenant of any desire by the airport to put out the facilities out for RFP. So basically what I'm saying is that if it's the will to revert, we haven't given anyone 3 to 5 years, not even ourselves, to lay out those steps, to give inspection and to give the tenants reminders of that schedule. And so the next thing on here is to talk about, what a new agreement would look like and possibly an appraisal, we haven't done any of these things beforehand, so we really don't know what we're getting. And that's my point, that over the 30 years, there's been modifications done. Some, not all airport hangars are alike. Indoors, they're different sizes. They have different aspects. So if you're talking about reverting something, you need to know what you're going to be taking on. This kind of set up a schedule so that we be prepared to be able to do that. And we're really shorthanding ourselves with our limited capacity of staffing, management, and liability to be able to do that. So what I would propose is to extend the terms of this lease till 2023. So it gives us a 3-year process to be able to fulfill those steps of revision, and so that everyone knows our clear intent and can make actions appropriately financially for themselves.
And again, you're referring back to this Aeroplex master plan?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Williamson, was that master plan ever finalized?
It was a report. It wasn't a master plan. So it's a recommendation for the city.
Okay. Was it finalized? Was the report itself finalized?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And was it then adopted as policy of the city council?
No.
Did it come to city council for consideration as adoption of the plan going forward?
Not that I know of. That was before me.
Please come to the microphone so that we can all hear.
Good morning, Marissa. The document was to provide guidance as to options for the city to consider. It was started less than 3 years out from the expiration of this lease.
Okay. And again, was it ever presented to city council and is adopted as policy of the city council?
No.
Okay, so it contains a series of recommendations that were never brought to city council and never approved as the existing policy of the city, to your knowledge.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And the point I'm trying to make, Councilmember Folda, is I know we have that document out there. There have been numerous things that have been said over the years, but what was the policy of the city? And as I've said, I know all of you have less than 1 year. I have less than 3 years. This has been an issue for a long time. We even heard that in public comment of people going back to the early 2000s saying that, they were working on committees. Plans were being formed. As I stated as well, during the Airport Advisory Committee meetings where that Aeroplex document was being discussed, one of the consultants told the people in attendance, and it was a well-attended meeting that night, that they should form their own group to bring a plan to the city. Well, that never happened either. So I don't feel that we are bound by recommendations that were never given to the city and never made a policy of the city, but certainly were known to the airport community that those things were out there. That plan is actually on the airport website. Is that correct, Mr. Williamson?
It was. I had it removed because it was creating so much controversy, and it was not policy. So I had it removed because it's not policy.
Okay. So I appreciate what you're saying, Councilmember Folda. I'm just not sure, though, that doing something like this extension, based on the last 3 years of my experience, this thing has been talked about over and over again. I really believe that the best thing to do, especially in the case of these 28 hangars, because there is one single land lease that controls all 28 of those properties. The wording in the lease says that it expires, and we will then make a decision about a lease going forward. But I think there's opportunity there to actually come up with something that is better for the occupants of those, because regardless of what they may feel about those 28 buildings that are out there, they're still sitting on land that someone else controls a lease for. None of them, other than one individual, has the right to the land, to lease that land under those buildings right now. So I really feel it would be in their interest, let this lease expire, move forward, working with each of those 28 people on coming up with a common lease that they would have more certainty of knowing what's going to happen with the land underneath their buildings. I also don't think, as I've mentioned a few times previously today, that state law allows us to simply forego value. I know there are all kinds of examples of airports around the country. I don't know what the state laws in those areas are, but when we look to Nevada and I look at what the state law here is, to say for us, well, we can just give away value. There's value that by contract belongs to the city. And for us to then say, well, you know what, I don't care. We're just going to let that go. We have a financial responsibility to all the residents of Boulder City, not just a group of people who have 28 buildings down at the airport. We have an obligation to everyone in this city to manage the finances of this city as appropriately as we possibly can. And I can't see how just giving up value is some way of exercising that.
Mayor, well, I don't disagree with you, and the one ownership of these hangars and working out with the 28 owners, how we move forward. What we do with them will also set kind of the stage for what's going to happen for all the airport owners. So then you have 140-ish, hangar owners that we need to figure out a way that we would lease to or rent to in the future. And I'm saying in 45 days, I don't see that we can establish that plan, have it inspected, and give them notice of that intent. The other thing is that, and so while I don't disagree with the changing of the terms, I just disagree with the timing allowing that to happen. I think it's going to be a huge burden on staff and to get that accomplished in the time that we have. And then what happens to those rentals in the interim once July 1 hits? And then also, I do not want to see that we take on so many different rental agreements that we then have to hire a management company to be able to do that. And so that's where I see that if this isn't laid out and worked out with these hangar owners, that we're going to incur more cost having a property manage 140 different lease agreements. So it behooves the city to kind of lay out if we're going to do a master lease agreement with a group that gets together and allow them the time to have an RFP, because the city hasn't provided that to them at this time. And so that's my thing, is just extending to give us the opportunity to make really a plan for the airport going forward, and giving us time to lay that out in a non-rushed manner.
Mayor, if I can address a comment
Mr.
there.
City Manager.
I would just like to say that I do take exception to the fact that, there seems to be some discussion about whether or not staff has been preparing for this. Staff has been preparing at least as long as I've been here, and probably longer. Although it is correct that it's been going back and forth, a lot of that back and forth has to do with not only listening to the stakeholders, not only listening to the Airport Advisory Committee members, but also the council then and the council now. So it has been going back and forth for a number of years. I also take exception that whether or not staff is ready. Staff is ready. We have the documents in front of you that, should the council decide to go with the policy that has been set by the previous council, that we are ready to present a lease agreement. And I want to make clear to the council that this is not about doing a separate lease agreement that is different for every single hangar. That would be ludicrous. And most property lease firms do not have separate agreements for every single. They have a generic lease agreement, and that's what they go with. And that's what we are proposing, is that if we get to that point, that you would approve a lease agreement that we will use for all 28. And then in the future, if there are any changes to that, then we would make those changes, and it would also apply to any future potential properties that may revert back to the city. So it would be manageable to move forward. But one of the key components of that is that we don't know what that market rate is, and we need to go out and be able to get a third party to assess what that market rate is. Much like what you do with other properties, that we bring that request forward, the council approves doing the appraisal so that we get the market rate, and we can assign that to a private entity. And again, so we're not giving away public value for private gain. Additionally, I want to look over to the airport staff, because I do believe that on an annual basis, at a minimum, that there is some inspection that goes on out there. There's a fire inspection of sorts. There's also other compliance related inspections that occur. So we do have some familiarity with where the buildings are. Now, once we take physical ownership, it is my understanding that some of the improvements that have been made individually by hangar owners are improvements that have been permitted, and so that's a good thing. But there also have been some that have not been permitted, and maybe either one, they didn't need to be permitted, or secondly, if they weren't permitted, then we would ask the individual either to take that out or the city would take that out. So, we do have some level of knowledge given the activities that our airport staff has done out there.
Thank you. And again, I want to clarify with you or have you restate, was there a prior policy by, let's say the city council had determined a policy 2 years ago or 4 years ago?
In terms of reversion?
Yes.
I believe that when the council approved these leases 30 years ago, they set that policy. Okay. And that policy was that at the end of this contract, it reverts.
But again, I'm talking over the last 2 or 4 years. Was there a policy established by the city council with regard to how this was going to be handled?
No.
Okay. Because I don't recall it either, no. That there was any issue in the last 3 years where a decision was made about it. But I do know that the airport manager at that time was looking at doing operation and maintenance of the hangars, not looking at doing something that allowed the wording of the lease to be written into a new lease.
Right, and that's correct. I came in right at the tail end when Ms. Lopez, right before she left. And there was some preparation for the reversion, but there was never any policy that came to the council, and the council did not provide policy direction that goes contrary to the current lease terms as they stand today.
Okay. And again, Councilmember Folda, I understand that clearly there was money expended for this effort by Aeroplex, but it was never adopted by the city council. That policy was never adopted. So I guess that's what I'm saying is to refer to the document and say, well, this document says this. That document was never adopted by the city council as a policy on this. What's been in place all this time is the wording of the existing lease that it would expire after 30 years. Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make one clarification. Ms. Folda mentioned a master tenant lease, and a master tenant lease is essentially what we have with the Nuno hangars right now. And so that would apply a land lease to whatever hangars going forward. And that's just a clarification I wanted to make, not a decision thing.
Well, before you go forward, Councilmember Bridges, Councilmember Folda, was there anything else that you had with regard to that?
I just think in the, for whatever reason in the past that council didn't receive this report or, we paid money for it. So I'm not sure why they wouldn't follow its recommendations. I'd much rather follow recommendations and adopt these recommendations than try to create something just out of my own head. This is not, my area of expertise. There's kind of there's steps laid out in here that I think would behoove it both sides and make it a win-win for both sides to have the clear communication intent set out. Even within these new proposed leases within the document, even there's notice given. I just feel like there's been a lack of the plan. This was if we had a clear plan, we wouldn't have, hired this consultant in the first place a year and a half ago. So that's my concern.
And again, I, as the only member of council, when some of that was moving forward, I can just say that in reviewing those documents, there were positions taken by that consultant that I vehemently disagreed with. I think the focus of much of what that report was saying was not something that I would envision for the operation of the Boulder City Municipal Airport. So I do understand what you're saying. We seem to have a propensity at times to take a lot of money and put it into projects that come back with recommendations that we don't agree with. So somebody is establishing some of those priorities, but until they become policy of the city council, they're essentially an opinion that we've paid for and may not find useful.
Mayor, if I can also remind the council, just as a matter of timeline, that about approximately a year and a half or so ago was when the previous airport manager left, and it took us nearly a year to actually finally have the position filled by Mr. Williamson. So there was a lag time in terms of airport leadership to explain perhaps maybe council members Folda's concerned about, why maybe certain things were not done. But during the time that not only the study was being done, but also towards the end, which is about when I came in, there was diverged interests and opinions about where this ought to land. So there was no concrete, this is the path that we're going forward.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm going back to this original document that you went over with us some time ago with the different color lines and bars and everything. And I don't know how far we've deviated from that, or whether this is still something being looked at in terms of airport revenues over time. I'm certainly there might be some deviation now in terms of economy and so on. But one of the options that seemed to have been agreed upon by or recommended by the AAC at some point was that present tenants retain hangar ownership, and I use that term loosely. In terms of there are currently hangar owners that either believe or feel that sense of ownership about their hangars and have treated it that way. And certainly you have a community of people who are all of that same mind. And extend present land lease, which I'm not sure, according to the wording of that lease, that it's not extendable. It's not something that can be extended, but that a new lease could be drawn up, which would be a common lease among all of them over a period, say, of 20 years, granting continuation of that ownership for that increased. It ranged, it seemed like, $2 a square foot to $2.25 a square foot. Is that still a consideration? Is that still on the table, or is this?
If I may just, what you received there some time ago was actually taking a potential look at the extension of the current ground lease. And by extending it, then we would show a significant increase in the fees collected, really, of the ground lease, not the interest of the individual tenants. So that is not an option, because we're not looking at, unless the council determines otherwise today, we're not looking at extending a contract that currently there is no language in there that says extension.
Right, but I'm talking about a new lease.
And if you did a new ground lease, it would be a new ground lease with the one individual that currently has that contract.
So if you start with a new lease, that continues that amendment of the assigner?
Well, again, I think this is where, I would have to ask the city attorney to speak on this, but it seems like, we get into a kind of a chicken and egg scenario, and that is, if you're going to allow the current lease the ground lease to expire, then all of a sudden everything reverts. And if they revert, then, you could enter into a new ground lease if you wanted to, but at that point it seems moot because everything now has reverted.
Here comes our attorney.
May I add just one thing? That particular piece of paper was to demonstrate financial. It was a financial exercise, not indicating which thing we can do or can't do. Because at that point in time, I think I did that in early November, and I hadn't even been here a month yet. So,
Mr. City Attorney?
Yes. So with respect to the ground lease. The ground lease is, as you say, with one person, right, one entity. Since that time, that the assignment was made between Nuno and that one entity, that entity has assigned to at least 3 other people their own interest in that ground lease. But it remains an interest in the original contract. That's it. Once that contract expires, right, there is no more ground lease. You're not renewing another ground lease at that point. You would be entering into a new lease for everything, because the hangar and the hangar now reverts, becomes the property of the city. And so we don't differentiate in terms of a ground lease or a hangar lease. It's all one lease. And so that's what the council has before it, is the option of what that lease may look like. Right, whether it's a triple net lease or it's a lease where the city assumes the responsibility for the maintenance of those hangars, which it now owns under the terms of the agreement. So just to clarify, you're not entering into a new ground lease. It's a lease for the vertical improvements that are on that portion of ground to whomever wants to enter into that lease with the city. So hopefully that clears that up a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't like that answer.
Mr. City Attorney, before you go, Councilmember Folda, again, I think that, that kind of gets to it as well, that what Mr. City Attorney just explained is our ability to say that we are altering the terms of an existing lease by saying we are going to forego ownership of the improvements, the hangars, on that property and do something else. And I think that's really the crux of what's happening here is, as a city council, can we just say the value that has accrued to the city over this 30-year period of time that is about to be realized suddenly doesn't exist or can be put off or in other ways done away with or extended into the future, it seems to me that we have some state law here that says, City Council, you might be feeling generous about things, you might really appreciate all the things that those folks do, which I believe we all do, but you can't just go giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars when the terms of that lease say that's value that becomes the property of the city.
And that is correct, Mayor. Again, the benefit that was bargained for 30 years ago was reversion of those structures to the city. And if the city now decides that they are going to forego that, then there has to be a good reason for it. And that good reason usually is consideration, compensation, right? What is that? That doesn't exist under these scenarios that has been presented. A simple renewal of the underlying terms of the lease doesn't provide additional consideration. And my recommendation would be, then it's not a good enough reason, because you can't give away value, as you've stated, Mayor. And if you do, you better have a real good reason for it, whether it's economic development or something along those lines where we have those exemptions within the law where the council consider, okay, here's the value of this public asset, but we're going to reduce that value because it's justified under the law for economic development or a nonprofit or some of the other reasons that we have. I have not been presented with any reason in the current scenario that would allow the council to say, yeah, let's go ahead and do that and just extend these leases beyond the term that was bargained for 30 years ago.
Thank you. Any other questions of the city attorney before he returns to the safety of his office?
With regards to the holding over clause 37, because I am, two mindsets once again. I think, and even the public comment that I received, everybody seems to be under the agreement that we need to enter new leases overall, right? That the as is that we need to at least get one big thing so that everybody is under the same lease. So everybody seems to be in that agreement. But I do agree with Councilmember Folda in that, yeah, certainly it was in the Aeroplex plan that, 3 to 5 years, but not just there. Everywhere I looked, everywhere, it said the same thing: preparation, planning, 3 to 5 years, 3 to 5 years. That was everywhere, not just that. So that seems to be a common thing, and that the city hasn't adopted any policy leading up to that, I think is problematic. I think it's unfortunate because it does kind of put us in this situation where we can't really say, because now it leaves us to kind of make that determination on the fly. But I also know that in 5 years, in 5 years, every single one of us might not be here, right? And so there could be completely new decision and direction. But if this council were to adopt a policy and what is to look in 3 to 5 years, it at least sets that groundwork. And should the other council decide that they want to divert, that's their choice. But at least it provides that foothold. So with regards to 37, sorry, I kind of went off on a tangent there, but with regards to 37 and holding over, are we not allowed to extend it month by month until we have determined what that policy is?
So let's read this for those who may not have that in front of them. Section 37 of the lease agreement. In the event tenant shall continue in possession of the lease site if mutually agreed to be city and tenant after the expiration of this lease, such possession shall not be considered a renewal of this lease, but a tenancy from month to month, and except for the term, shall be governed by all the terms, covenants, and conditions contained in this lease.
Right, so it would not be a renewal.
It is not a renewal. The property still reverts to the city under the same month-to-month terms with the agreement of the city. So to answer your question, I believe as it has been phrased, there is an opportunity to work with those tenants, right, under a holdover provision until the terms of a new lease are entered into.
And the tenants being who, Mr. City Attorney?
The individuals who desire to continue to lease those hangars.
So it's not the ground lease tenant.
And so let's clarify once again, the lease expires, right? On the date that is set forth in this contract, lease would expire. A holdover doesn't affect that. It expires, but there is a month-to-month tenancy with an agreement with the city, right? So it would have to be mutual in that regard as to what that looks like. Is it 1 month? Is it 2? Is it 3? Right? So there is provisions within this contract to allow that to happen with those individuals who are currently in those hangars. So, and if I just may make a comment on policy, I believe the policy's there. This is the policy. This is the policy of the city and has been for 30 years. And it's not rocket science to say once this expires that we have a new lease in place and ready to go. We have that. It's on the agenda today for consideration. We have a qualified airport manager who's a professional that has done this before and can do it going forward. So it's not as if we're a boat without a rudder here.
And I would agree that, yes, the policy was established 30 years ago, except for the fact that a number, and even in my, conversations with staff, that it does seem that throughout different time periods recently that people were at least given the impression that the city was maybe taking different steps. Now, obviously, that was never made in public, in policy, and that, I think therein lies kind of the problem in the situation is that, some members of staff may have, been of a different opinion or however that came about. Obviously I don't think it's very appropriate because people made, financial decisions based off of that. And if there's anybody they should be able to trust, it's the city, but at the same time, things change. This whole council is new. There is always going to be that opportunity that things change. And so that's why I feel that when planning and preparation is such a big thing that, yes, the policy was set aside 30 years ago. What does that look like? It doesn't seem like we've had that conversation really, about what it is going to look like until now, other than we may be going in this, we're following in this direction, but what are the actual mechanics of that process? And we're just now here. And that's kind of where I'm, and it's not any comment on staff's ability to manage this or anything or their professionalism. It's just where my comfort level is at this time.
And I just want to make clear too that having almost 3 years of time on the city council, I've heard the statements about, well, I was told this and this is happening, and I never once in that 3-year period of time saw anything that was deviating from what the terms of the lease were. So I understand people may have understandings about things. I never heard staff say, oh, we're not going to go along with the terms of this lease, or this lease isn't going to be in effect, or none of that was ever said. So I can't say what might happen between two people in a conversation on a telephone and who understood which part of the conversation. But what I can say is I've never seen anything that said the policy of the city was changing from the terms of the lease. I just want to make that clear that this isn't up for interpretation about things that aren't in writing. We can only go by what's in writing, and what I've seen in writing does not reflect that the terms of this lease were not going to be honored through the expiration of the lease. Mr. Williamson?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing for Mr. Adams. Holdover clauses are typically used for a very short period of time, and that's usually a situation where you've run into a problem with getting an actual contract developed or through the attorneys or something like that. So that's when those are used. I have seen and I have been party to holdover clause that's extended for numerous months, And that becomes problematic because then you end up starting to rewrite contracts and then there's a never-ending situation. So the reason those are in there are for short term.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I do have a question about what you said about item 37, the holdover clause. It says, in the event tenant shall continue in possession of the lease site. So in the event of holding over, it would still be the current tenant that would continue collecting rents from the sublessees, and it would just be a matter of a time when finally we said, okay, that holding over period is over. And does that have to be agreed upon by both the city and the tenant? Or does the city now say, all right, it's been 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, now it's officially done? I mean, how does that work?
So under this holdover provision, the lease expires.
Correct.
Right? And the city becomes the owner of 28 hangars. And the terms of payment, right, continue with those individual tenants with the city under a mutually agreed upon term. And as Willie stated, it is short. Month to month by nature is short. But there is that ability within the lease agreement. So that would be between the city and the individual. The alternative to a holdover, if we don't agree, is eviction. Right? So there's holdover provisions in every lease that I've reviewed during my time. But again, it's an alternative to simply saying your lease is expired, get out.
So in this situation, as an example, that is, say there's an individual that has a hangar, can't get there to take their personal property out for 30, 45 days or what have you. This allows for them to continue until such time that they can get their personal property out if they decide they do not want to enter into the lease agreement with the city in terms of the hangar itself.
Any other questions or comments? Well, again, and I don't want us to get too far afield here of talking about potential future leases, because this item here is with regard to the existing lease and whether it is allowed to expire under its terms, or we try and find some reason to violate the terms of the lease and do something other than what the lease says. Be happy to listen to other comments.
Well, I don't feel like holding over is following a term of the lease. I don't disagree that the policy was to revert, but going forward and making decisions for the future, I didn't see any policy being made. And that's what this report was a policy review for when reversion happens. So it agrees with reversion. The policy has been reversion, but I haven't seen any policy as far as what to move forward. And so now we have 40 days to decide what that policy is going to be. I just would like to allow everyone involved more time to be able to do that.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Hoskins?
No comment.
Okay. At this point, then, I would make the motion to proceed under the terms of the lease, which would entail reversion of the property. At that point, I think we can then move to discussion of what happens beyond the term of the lease. We've just covered the fact that there is an opportunity to allow tenants to remain there. But that would be my motion, is that the terms of the lease be executed as it is worded. I would entertain a second for that motion.
I will second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, we have 3-2. I don't believe that we can leave this in that place, so I would then entertain another motion so that we can move beyond this item, because without a motion, we can't simply disregard a legal document and say it's just not going to happen. The document's going to happen unless somebody steps up and says what they would like to do about the situation. So I, again, would entertain a motion of how this is to be handled.
I'd like to make a motion. However, I need legal guidance in doing so. I'd like to make, and so if this is not correct, please step up and make it known. I'd like to make a motion to hold over the provisions of this lease agreement until such new agreement can be reached.
She's requesting legal advice, Mr. City Attorney.
And it all depends upon what you mean by new agreement, because there is a new agreement that's before the council to be considered.
Again, I think we need to focus on the fact that what we're talking about is the wording of this lease right now. Are we going to alter the wording of the lease, or does the lease execute according to the wording? So, and again, Mr. City Attorney, I would ask for your advice on that as well. Is there something that we are going to consider here other than attempting to change the wording of this lease, or will the lease wording stay intact and be executed by its meaning?
So what is before council on this agenda item is discussion and possible staff directive regarding the term expiration of lease agreement 8985. So that's the decision before the council. If you're going to honor the term of this agreement or change it somehow, only the council can do that.
So then my question would be, if this were to go forward and expire on June 30th, I think is the date, or whatever date it is.
July 2nd.
July 2nd, thank you. Would then the holding over clause expire with this lease, or at that point could holding over occur?
The holding over provision, by its very language, envisions an expiration of the lease term and a continuation of that on a month-to-month basis based upon the agreement of the city and the individual who is occupying that hangar for a month-to-month period of time until the city deems that, no, we're not going to do that anymore. So once again, with the expiration of the land lease, right, and there's just the one, those 28 hangars revert to the city, right? The holdover just provides a month-to-month time period based upon an agreement between the individual and the city on, again, how long that holdover period is going to last. So to answer your question, the underlying lease goes away, but the month-to-month continues, right? And can continue under that provision of the lease. So the difference being is, according to the language that's there, the payment terms remain the same, but now you have a 30-day term that repeats itself upon the mutual agreement of the city and the individual. Now the city can say, you know what, I'm giving you notice that this month to month is going to terminate in 30 days. And that's the end, and you need to get out. The landlord has that option.
Councilmember Bridges, if you'll hold a moment. Councilwoman Folda is in the process of formulating a motion. Councilmember Folda, do you wish to make a motion or have other questions for the city attorney?
So then, so I want to clarify. So what you're saying is that if this just goes forward as is, then the city can exercise with agreement with the tenant to continue month to month with the terms of this agreement, besides the term, but all the other covenants, conditions in this lease would continue month to month as mutually agreed.
So yes, by the very language that's in the holdover section. But here's the reality of that. Why would you hold over, right? Because you're looking to enter into a new lease agreement. And that's item 4 of your agenda.
So the holding over would ensure that this continues, and because we don't know the time that it would take for a new one to be written. So this would ensure that something continues until a new one can be written.
So Councilmember Folda, actually, there is an agreement, and it will come to the council if the council takes that forward. And if you approve that agreement, that's the agreement that will go in front of the tenants, the hangar tenants. Now, a hangar tenant may decide that, I don't want to enter into an agreement with the city. I want to move, or I live out of state and it's going to take me some time to get my personal property out. I need an extra month or two in order to be able to effectuate that. And then that's what these holdover agreements would allow, that they would be allowed to continue in there in order to finalize the movement of their personal property. That would be an example of a holdover.
Well, and that's the point I'm trying to make, and I feel like we're going in circles about that.
Let me see if I can clarify this a little bit, because I think the city attorney has already made this clear. There are terms in this lease. And what they say is that on July 2nd, the lease expires. And when that occurs, the ownership of any improvements on the land become the property of the city. So what's before us right now is not questions about going forward, any of that. It's whether we are going to alter the terms of the lease. I made a motion. That motion failed 3-2. If no one else wishes to make a motion regarding the terms of the lease, which is what we are discussing at this time, then that motion fails and no other motions are made. The outcome of that would be that the terms of the lease execute. I believe, and you may disagree, I invite disagreement, that some other outcome besides making changes to the terms of a 30-year-old lease are something that we can or cannot do. So if no one wishes to make another motion, then my motion has failed, which will result in the terms of this lease executing on July 2nd. So, is there anyone who wishes to make a motion at this time regarding this item, which are the terms of the current lease? Councilmember Folda, do you wish to make a motion?
Really, what I would hope is that we could direct staff to continue provisions of the lease until because we haven't talked about what's going forward yet. Really, I can't say that July 2nd we have something else in place. So what I was trying to say is that direct staff to continue and allow holding over to happen until such time that we determine what that next lease will be. However, I think what I'm hearing is that with the expiration of this contract, that would occur.
And I believe that the next item that we will consider which will be what's listed on the agenda as number 4, says for possible action, discussion, and possible staff directive regarding matters pertaining to hangar lease options would be the appropriate time. But where we're at right now is with the current lease, do we alter the terms of the lease, or do we let those terms execute as they've been written for 30 years?
I'm not asking to alter any terms. I'm just asking when holdover could happen if we don't have something else in place.
Okay. Councilmember Bridges, do you wish to make a motion?
No.
Councilmember Adams, do you wish to make a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we put this into abeyance until after we've discussed item number 4, the hangar lease options, after which we've provided direction. We can come back to this, since I know that seems to be a problem that we haven't even gotten to that step as to what that might look like. We can come back to it once we've had those discussions, and then maybe we can make another motion. Is that possible under the proper procedure?
Okay. Okay, so you're asking then that this item be held in abeyance until we discuss the next item, and then we'll come back to this item.
Correct.
Okay. Does he have a second?
Second.
Okay. Just a point of discussion on this. We can chase this dog around the tree as often as we like here. The item before us are the terms of the lease. The next item that you are proposing here is that we ignore the lease for now, we talk about options, and then we come back and decide about the lease. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that they're...
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Just as for clarification,
We have a motion and a second. Is there other discussion or questions regarding the motion?
No.
All in favor?
Oh,
excuse me. Councilmember Hoskins?
Sorry. I don't know what we're accomplishing by doing this. We're supposed to be looking to see if we're going to fulfill the terms of the contract or not. So we're going to go now someplace else and then come back? I don't understand it. I'm sorry, but I have a loss for understanding on that. But that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion and the second that is pending at this time?
Yes, Mayor. My objective of this is to, because the problem at hand, I believe, and why this didn't move forward is because there still seems to be question with what does moving forward look like. I mean, that hasn't been decided. I understand, which is putting the cart before the horse, the chicken or the egg. I'm hoping that by discussing hangar lease options, potentially, of what that could look like, we could maybe come to an agreement saying this would work. We can come back to this lease 8985 saying, okay, now we have at least more direction on where we as a city want to go. How do we feel about this at this? And then we can make that.
Or the other option could be that if the council decides on
Mr. City Manager, let's again. Right now we have a motion and a second. Councilman Adams, do you have anything further?
That's my objective, just to clarify why I'm making this odd motion.
Thank you. Any other discussions regarding the motion that is pending on the floor?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I understand absolutely the fact that we have a contract that states explicitly that it terminates after 30 years. I also understand that there is a sense, certainly by all of the emails and comments that I have received, that I personally would like that contingency, that group of people to understand what a difficult situation this is. I understand that this lease needs to expire. I also need to understand that what we offer in its place is something that will benefit the aviation community in Boulder City. Absolutely. I know that by just voting to let it expire sounds like I haven't given this any thought. It's the easy way out. So by discussing the options ahead of time, I would feel more comfortable at that point going back to item 1.
Any other further discussion or comments regarding the motion that's pending?
Sorry.
Councilmember Folda.
So I want to make it clear that I'm not worried about what future lease will look like, any of that. As looking at this particular term, I just want to know that there's something in place come July 2nd, that if nothing new is yet created, what's going to happen to the current tenant with this, that holds this lease. So that's my concern of holding over, is that there's something, is that going to be exercised at this point in accordance with the wording of this lease agreement?
Any other questions or comments from council?
I'll make another comment.
Councilmember Hoskins.
Yes. Council member Folda is asking a question that concerns the subleases rather than the lease. There's only one person who is a tenant for this sublease or these ground leases. So I don't understand how going into a discussion with the other, the triple net or the regular, is going to resolve our issue on whether we need to go by what the law says that we have to go by. That's my point.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All the, Councilmember Adams, please restate your motion.
My motion was to hold this item in abeyance until after we have discussed item number 4, at which point we can return to this and hopefully make a vote as to what our direction will be after we've gotten a little bit more of an understanding on what the future will look like.
Thank you. And Councilmember Bridges has already seconded this. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Nay. Okay, so the motion carries 3-2. We have now swapped the order of this. We have now been doing this for more than 4 hours. I'm going to call a 15-minute recess. Thank you. All right, we are back in session then. Motion had been made prior to the recess to discuss item number 3 and then revisit item number 4. So in the overview of item number 3, it states that if City Council determined in item number 3 of this City Council meeting that a land lease is a better option, we have not done that. However, I will invite Mr. Williamson at this time if you have any presentation to make regarding item number 3.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, item number 4.
Okay, thank you. So item number 4 was supposed to come after the previous one, but basically what it is it is 2 examples of rent agreements. One is a triple net rent agreement. The other one is just a regular rent agreement for a hangar. They're both nearly identical, the exception being that in the triple net, there's a section in there for the tenant to perform the actual maintenance on the hangar and pay for all the utilities, etc. And then there is also a maintenance checklist that the city would do to ensure that various items of maintenance were accomplished, which is basically what we would do during a regular rent agreement. So that's really what it is. I don't know if you've had a chance to actually read these 2 rent agreements. They're, I think, 8 or 9 pages long, and a lot of it is boilerplate stuff. But they're simple month to month. There were comments previously by tenants today about where they didn't think a triple net would be a workable item down there. And to be honest with you, I agree with that. The only reason that I put a triple net forward is just as an option to possibly lower the actual rental amount for the hangar. There's a variety of reasons why I don't think that a triple net is the best idea out there, but I did want to make sure that City Council was aware of this as an option. And pretty much that's it. I'm better at answering questions.
Well, the one question I would have is, could you give us a little fuller explanation of what triple net means? I don't want to use too much jargon here. I certainly am not all that familiar with it. So again, if you could explain what that term means.
Okay, yes, triple net, 3 ends. The 3 nets are for the tenant. They take care of the maintenance costs entirely. They take care of any taxation, insurance, etc., totally. And then they take care of all the utilities. And by doing that, they get a reduced overall rent that they are charged. So, and the difference being usually between 20 and 30% lower rate on the rent. And triple net is typically used for companies that will come in and rent a large building and then have to restructure the inside of it for various offices or something like that, or in the case of an industrial complex where they're going to have to, maybe build in some manufacturing items, bring in a new trunk line or something like that, or new utilities for water even, that type of thing. So they have all this infrastructure that they have to build within the building already, so it just makes more sense for the landlord to give them the triple net lease. And that's typically not what we have in a small hangar like this.
Thank you. Councilmember Adams, you had requested this to be switched around in the order, and then maybe we go back to something else later. So questions or comments from you as to your reasoning behind proceeding to this prior then to addressing the question of the lease that's actually specified as a requirement in item number 4.
Right. Again, Mayor, my intention is to have this conversation so that when we do go back to looking at that, we know at least have more clarity about where we're going, because at least what I was hearing, and perhaps I was wrong, what I was hearing was that there was concern about the uncertainty of what that looks like immediately in the future. If we were to just say, okay, we're going to do this, and then, but what are we going to do? We haven't even had that discussion. I agreed first wholeheartedly and originally, and I had made the comment that I felt that that item needed to proceed originally, but I just felt that we had gotten to a point where it wasn't moving forward. So I was just trying to be as productive as we can so we can at least have this discussion. If we don't want to make any agreements, go back to the other one. I'm not, I'm all for it, but I just wanted to at least start having, moving forward. So with regards to leasing, I know a number of the different hangars have different amenities. Some of them have water, some of them don't, some of them have different things. What would the city's prerogative be as far as, having, equal access to those amenities? Would the city want to, add water to all of them, or is it just whatever improvements have been made, that's what they are, and that's kind of where they'll stay at? What would the city's kind of intention be if once we have these and we were to start leasing them out?
Well, there's short-term and there's long-term on that. Short-term being we don't have a decision yet. I haven't gone forward with doing anything. So as we go forward, the hangars will be as is right now. As far as utilities go, and I'm going to base this on not doing a triple net, because this is one place I will advise I advise against the triple net, and I think that the hangar tenants would agree with that.
And I think just the question in of itself kind of, indicates that triple net wouldn't be an issue here, because if we were talking triple net, that all those discussions would be upon the tenant themselves. But I do agree with you as far as triple net goes. Okay, so with just a hangar rent agreement, what's there is there. So they would be taking the hangars as is. To go through the whole scope of it, so we come up on the beginning of July, we get a new hangar rent agreement that's signed, and we have the city manager sign it, or whoever ends up getting that joyous job. I go in and I take over, the airport takes over the electrical utility. Ultimately, we'll get that channeled down into 1 or 2 or maybe 3 meters instead of, I think there's like 12 out there. So we take over the electrical. There is water in some of the hangars, in the Nuno hangars, so that's going to stay there at the time. Over the course of the next couple months, there will be several inspections with the hangars to identify any things that need to be taken care of, the structural stuff, anything that needs to be done to ensure safety and that type of thing. And we will facilitate the corrections as necessary. And that's going to be, for really minor stuff, that's going to be me and Corey taking care of that. For something that's a little bit more involved, we would first reach out to Public Works Department, and then if it's something beyond what they have the staff to do or something like that, we would contract with a company to come in and do it. Overall, these 28 hangars are pretty simple hangars. There's not a whole lot of problem. So then we've got this month-to-month rent agreement going on. That's what we're doing in the background. But the month-to-month rent is somebody that's in a hangar. Will say Jeff is in a hangar. He's got an airplane there. He doesn't want to move. Okay, Jeff, here's the rent agreement. He gets this ahead of time, so he has plenty of time to review it and ask questions. And then he says, okay, sign it. And he provides, rent up front, the first month's rent and the security deposit. And then he gets billed once a month for his rent. And it's just a fluid thing. He doesn't make any changes to what he's doing. We don't require him to do anything different unless, like I mentioned before, he's got 10,000 gallons of gas stored in there. Then no, that's got to go. But he's got his airplane in there and, tools and whatnot, de minimis storage to support the airplane, no problem. And it just goes forward. Depending on who it is out there, if they're presently subletting, what they're going to be paying is going to be slightly different. Not a whole lot. It might go down a little, might go up a little. I don't know what everybody's paying. If it's somebody that has owned a hangar for a long time, pardon me, and they're paying the land lease rent via the master tenant, they're paying $120 a month or something. Well, their rate is going to go up considerably. And they're going to get the same offer that everybody else gets. The rent agreement's designed to be standardized so that everybody gets the same thing. There's not much avenue for penny changes in here, or, Joe Schmo's going to need to do this because of that. No, because we have to make sure it's a level playing field for everybody. And that in itself also brings a level of stability, because everybody's going to be paying the same rent amount, and I based all my numbers on square footage, which is, there's several ways that you can determine what the cost is. There's comps, there's square footage rates,
and then you actually look at all of it to kind of make sure that you're competitive and that it's fair for your particular airport. Sometimes it doesn't matter what's across the hill. You got to look at your own airport. And anyway, it's pretty much what it is. It's there's some rent agreements at airports that are 2 pages. There's some that are 15, and it's like renting a boat storage unit or a self-storage unit or something like that.
As far as the administration goes of, renting out, leasing, maintenance, all that sort of stuff, are we seeing that we would need to hire a third party to kind of manage it year round, or do we think we have that capability in-house currently? What are those costs that are going to be associated before we even talk about how much we can make on the back end? What are the upfront costs?
So the upfront costs, okay. The first part I look at, and again, this is right now. So, it changes after year one. So the first year, we're going to end up with some overhead costs because we're going to do all the stuff transition to, hopefully reduce the number of meters we have out there to reduce the number of bills, right? And then there's going to be some maintenance that's going to need to be done just basically to satisfy me, I'll be honest about it. Then there's going to be the annual inspections. The annual inspections, we're going to farm that out because we want the pros from Dover to come in and actually take a look at these. That way, I'm an airport manager. I'm pretty good with hangars and stuff like that and know what I'm looking at. But it's better to get the pros to come in. That way there's less of an argument about what they're finding and stuff like that. So we're looking at, $1,000 per hangar to do that, $28,000. I think that the consultant said $32,000 a year for this type of stuff. But he also had a couple extra things in there. So there's that. As far as the management of the actual rental agreements and that type of thing, that's pretty easy. It's a thing where you walk through, assuming a new person coming in, you meet the person, you walk through the hangar, you show them what it is, you talk to them, you let them know what the rules are, you hand them a package of airport rules and the hangar rent agreement, say, go home, take a look at this, give me a call if you got any questions. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Then you go through the next step, which is they sign the rent agreement and give you the deposit. Perhaps they do it downstairs here. Then it gets to the finance department. Well, again, I don't know who's going to be signing the rent agreement for the city. Previously, that's always been me, but it might end up having to be Al or somebody else. But whoever it is, they sign off on it. We make the initial deposit. I hand them the keys to the hangar, basically. And then they come in, they move their airplane in. So that's pretty much it. They get a bill from the city, and they can pay it, online or however the city likes to have it done. Show up down here and hand it through the window, whatever.
But that role would essentially be maintained by current staffing. We would not be looking to hire another individual to cover that.
No, I don't see that as a need. I handled my previous airport had 150 hangars, and I was the only person. Period. So, you get into this where we end up years down the road, we have all the hangars, depending on how much maintenance there is really with the more complex doors and that type of stuff, you might end up with a person doing the maintenance, or depending on what happens with the fuel farm, that might add into it, and we might end up with a maintenance person or changing a person out that's on staff now into a different role, that type of thing. But I don't foresee any adjustments to staff because of these hangars.
So, Councilmember, I just want to make clear that not only from the airport manager perspective, but also Public Works has taken a quick look at that, and our Public Works director feels that our facilities group could actually take care of most, if not all, of the current needs. There might be some specialization that might happen, but generally speaking, they feel that they can handle that.
All right, that's all the questions I have for right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Folda, you also had indicated that you were unable to go forward with item number 3. So what questions might you have on this?
So for the airport manager and maybe assistant manager as well, for the history of what's been your experience with leasing in general, as far as issues with payments and subleasing, what's kind of been the history out there with working with the lease owners for those hangars? Any issues, problems with, like, as far as, what they're storing down there, or are they paying on time, those kind of issues?
So I'll go first. There are problems with what's being stored down there in some hangars. And there are some hangars that don't have airplanes in them and those type of things. And so that's a particular challenge, not just with this airport, but any airport, because hangars are so underpriced compared to, the self-storage areas and stuff like that. We're looking at 30 cents a square foot, and if you go down to public storage or something, the lowest price you're going to get is probably 85 cents a square foot. So people like to sneak all their stuff into the hangars. And that's a particular challenge. And to be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to really jump into that yet. As far as late payments, there are some people that have late payments. I have written in this contract a series of situations for if people are late or if they're habitually late. As my experience goes, not this airport, but previous airports, that's usually a pretty low percentage of people. You'll end up with, particularly airline pilots and stuff like that, they're flying all over the place, and it's less likely a problem now with all the online bill paying. But, somebody would be flying back and forth to Europe or something, and it's their busy 2 months, and they're going to forget about it. Well, yeah, you kind of see that on occasion, but typically it's taken care of, or a phone call is like, hey, you forgot a payment, and boom, it's done. There are some people that have been challenges in my experience, and I've evicted 2 people in my 16 plus years of management. So it's really not that big of a deal. And again, the way I envision this ultimately happening is everybody's going to, well, I shouldn't be, in my vision, if the world were perfect, everybody would be doing everything online, and they would get their notification from the city, and it would just be an automatic thing. So, that would be a nice thing. I don't know, did that answer your question fully?
Yes.
Do you need history?
Do you have anything you want to add? I can't add anything. Anything more to that? Okay. So what really I was looking at is how much time is staff having to use for preparing of documents and checking on, or because really it comes down to staff to really police that these things are that these contracts and things are being followed, and so really it'd be beneficial to the city to minimize the work that staff is needing to do, and taking on renting these hangars out. Just some question. Oh, go ahead.
So, when I was really busy up north during the recession and all that stuff, that was actually a really busy time at the airport. And my busy year was I did 28 rent agreements. So you got to consider that's 28 different times I showed people a hangar, 28 different times I met them there and, signed the lease agreement and handed the keys over. So that was 56 hours is what it really came down to for the year.
Okay, thank you. That gives a better perspective. As far as the contract itself, there was a couple of things that were in the previous lease agreement that aren't. So there is a provision that talks about what can be stored and what can't. I'm trying to find what page that's under. So for the I think number 7. So this is for this is the regular lease, number 7, uses or permit. So it does talk about, having a tenant-owned aircraft within each hangar. And I noticed though in the previous lease agreement, which is the new agreement, it actually specifically states that like vehicles or dirt bikes, that kind of sort of thing, wouldn't be allowed. I noticed this doesn't have that, and I'm just wondering if it would be better to have that so that it's very clear what is allowed in the hangar and what's not.
So, yeah, I added the little piece in here because what we want people to do is whenever they fly their airplane out somewhere, we would like them to park their car or their motorcycle inside the hangar rather than leave it out just parked willy-nilly somewhere on the airport. The other thing that I want to caution is the difference between the Nuno lease and this is one's a land lease and the other one's a rent agreement where we're responsible for everything. But the reason I have that in there was to encourage people to park their car inside the hangar instead of just out on the ramp somewhere.
Okay, so I want to qualify that as far as beyond, it doesn't specifically say, so it says, we can store vehicles as they're flying for 14 days. So my question was, can we not state what can't be, stored there when not, just as storage, only as storage, not just when you're flying, but it just seems like there was a lot of comments about using the storage of this appropriately, and just that staff can easily control that, have it in the rent agreement.
So in other places in here, it says that it's for the storage of an airplane and de minimis storage for aeronautical items in support of the airplane. That would mean a variety of tools, a power tow bar, various items you would need with the airplane, that type of thing. To be very honest with you, there's still going to be some personalization that goes with a hangar. If somebody has a water bubbler in there, I'm going to say, great, good idea. That type of thing. And other people have, emergency kits for their airplanes, or inflatable floats for some of the ultralights. There's a variety of other things that go in there that is actually in support of aviation. And to be able to write what is approved and what isn't approved, this document would be 1,000 pages long. It's better to conceptualize what's going on. Now, if somebody happens to have, a car hoist or something or other with a half-built car on it, well, maybe I'm going to look at that a little bit and say, that's not really going to have any wings growing on it. But, it comes down to where, you, City Council, have to kind of trust us to make these decisions.
Right. And so my point was that to minimize the policing that you would have to do to ensure that the uses are being used appropriately and not just, storing your RV in there. The other question I had was airport access. Under the terms of the agreement, how many people currently get access to the airport? How are the access cards granted and who gets them? So if one owner, one airplane owner has an access card, does he get a certain amount for his family? How does that work?
Okay, to start with, an access card is to drive a vehicle on the airport. There are also pedestrian gates for people to access the airport. I haven't fully delved into the airport access concern we have down there at this time. I would say that there's a lot more cards that are out there than I had originally suspected. What I'm drawing off of here is, on average, you have a person that flies the airplane and you have their spouse, pretty standard issue family situation. If they happen to have, a child that is an aviator and whatnot, okay, maybe a third card. I'm trying not to do anything that in this document that restricts us from being able to give a card out. For instance, I do have in there for partnerships or fractional ownerships and stuff like that, having various other people get cards. And the idea is this is a way to say that somebody has got the right to get a card, but there will be another document. There already is another document, but it needs to be updated about ground vehicle access on the airport. So that's another one that's going to come up in the future for City Council. And that'll address a real airport policy regarding access cards.
Okay. So there's another document out there that could, more control the access to and from the airport. Is what you're saying? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of all the questions I had as far as this. Really, what I hope we can come out of all of this is that we don't require an increase of staff or liability, and that we can make these documents so that they are, keep the liability low to the city, keep the maintenance and work low to the staff. And that, I did ask for a quote on what property management might cost. I haven't received anything back on that. So, if it ever got to that point.
I can fill in some of the numbers. We did do a data capture on that, and in this area, property management companies are running between actually as low as 4% and up to 6% of the gross revenues. So if it's $100,000 gross revenue, that means you're going to get $6,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding the potential leases that may or may not be necessary? Councilmember Bridges.
I just have one. This is one boilerplate rent agreement, correct? This is, John and Mary Smith have had a hangar down at the airport for 20 years. They think they own it. They've been great tenants. They follow all the rules and regulations. And we come up to them and we say, here is your new, as of July 4th, 5th, whatever, here's your new hangar rent agreement, and it's going to be $400 a month. and we have somebody who has given up decided they didn't want their hangar anymore, has decided to relocate their airplane or whatever. You get a new John and Mary Smith who come in. They don't even live in Boulder City. They just know there's a hangar available for lease. And they come in and we say, here's your hangar rent agreement for $400. To me, there is an inequity there. You have a group of people with a history at the airport, a community, and this has been my problem with this whole issue all along, not necessarily the expiration of a lease, not necessarily what a new contract looks like, but is there a way to create, not to complicate things by having 28 different leases going forward, but to somehow acknowledge or add, these people have added value to the airport and added value to the hangars, and now we're saying all that value that you've added is stripped away from you and it's simply going to be a monetary agreement. Is there a way, is there any historical experience that you have or any way that somehow on a lease basis that you can recognize the value added of these current occupants, I won't even say hangar owners, but current occupants of the hangars?
So, council member, if I can take a stab at that, the council would have to take a look and acknowledge that now the property belongs to the city, and is there a public benefit for decreasing the rent that a individual that has already been in there, is there a public benefit for having a different scale? That is a private entity, just like the other person coming that brand new. And so you would create an inequity by doing that very notion, that concern. Keep in mind that all along, for the last 30 years, that the city has not been maximizing, the market rate, if you will, of those facilities, and by continuing in some roundabout way, as you're suggesting, would be in violation of what it is that we were trying to accomplish in the first 30 years, which was, hey, a land lease, put the improvements in. At the end of the 30 years, that improvement now becomes part of the city. And so now we want to make sure that going forward, regardless of who's in there now versus any new people coming in, that everybody's paying the same. That's called market rate. That's making sure everybody is equitable going forward. And I understand that there may be individuals that have been in there that have been, they purchased the interest of that hangar for some time that feel like, hey, I've already put in. What they've done is they paid the lease of that hangar over however long that they've actually had it.
Any other questions or issues, Councilmember Bridges? Okay. Councilmember Hoskins?
Well, I was going to speak on TripleNet, but since no one seems to want TripleNet, I just wanted to say the reason I was going to speak on it is because usually if you have very good renters, which we would have, we do have very good people that are concerned about the airport, that sometimes a TripleNet works out and you can reduce it, and that allows the individual to make whatever improvements they want to make. But since that doesn't seem to be going to be talked about too much, I'll go on with the regular hangar. And I am happy to see that you're under number 20, there's no subleasing. Under 7, there's you've dealt with the commercial activities, and under 14, you have rules. I would like to have something written for the current occupants that they may be allowed priority, so they could occupy the hangars that they are now occupying before the city advertises the hangars for rent, because they have been very, very good about taking care of everything, and I just would like to give them priority. And I don't know if we would want to discuss more than a month-to-month type of lease or not. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes. So in response to Councilwoman Hoskins' questions, first of all, thank you. And as far as if there's hangars end up with modifications in them and some improvements here and there, and typically what we look at is are the tenants going to put an improvement in there that is fastening to the actual structure of the building or to the floor in some fashion that's going to be detrimental to the structure. It's not uncommon to have a tenant build a small office building inside the hangar so that they can do flight planning and stuff like that, and basically keep their charts and their books out of the dust. Those are quite often done without being actually fastened to the hangar structure, and those are things that, as long as they're under X number of square foot, there's no permit needed or anything like that, and that would be approval by the airport management. So that's one of the things. As far as the current tenants out there, I've got a waiting list with all the current tenants in that waiting list with their names, attached to the hangar that they're in. I can't give what's technically first right of refusal. That's what I've been told. But, I've done the best I can to make sure everybody's got their place to go. And naturally, if somebody vacates a hangar, in this circumstance, because we're doing this major transition thing, if somebody vacates a hangar and somebody else has been dying for that hangar, like they want a north-facing hangar instead of south-facing, then absolutely. I only have, I believe, 2 people that aren't presently in those hangars on a waiting list. So, being able to facilitate some movement is not going to be a problem. And I don't know if there's another question I needed to answer for you.
No, thank you. You've answered everything that I posed to you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions then, Councilmember Hoskins?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to follow up on a couple of things. One, Councilmember Bridges had brought up an issue with different rate structures. I would ask you, Mr. Williamson, in your experience, from what I've read, that can be an issue for the FAA if we're treating people differently on the airfield for the same type of services. That can have an impact on the awarding of grants or even the requesting of grant money being returned.
Yes, that can be in conflict with grant assurances. What the FAA likes to see is everybody being treated exactly the same. I'm trying to think of which grant assurance it is. I don't know the numbers. But anyway, they want to see equity across the board, which is why we make sure we standardize the rent agreements, and we also standardize the value of the hangars. That said, not all hangars are created equal, so when we move further forward, if we do reversion, or if we do land lease even, it doesn't really matter. Different areas, different buildings have different amenities with them. For instance, an electric door instead of a manual door, stuff like that. Or, a particular area has, 3-phase 440 going to a ground lease where another place just has 220. So there's an inequity in what the amenities are, and then we get to modify how much we charge for those areas. But as a general rule, if you've got a standard hangar, it's got to be the same as the other standard hangar next to it.
Okay, and the other question I had, you mentioned that you have a list of people who are currently in hangars who have expressed an interest to continue in those hangars, is that right?
Yes, I have a list of those individuals, and also just because this was coming up, and in case the other hangar tenants didn't have an opportunity to contact me directly, I added their names into the waiting list adjacent to the hangar that they're presently in.
And how long ago did you start speaking with the current occupants of the hangars?
That was, I'm thinking January, I put that list together.
Have you been able to contact each of the tenants or each of the current occupants?
No, and I haven't. The ones that I sent out an email to all of them, and since then there have been a variety of people that have come by or called the office, but not all of them. There are some tenants out there that just haven't talked to the airport offices in quite a while.
Do you know if you have current contact information for all of the occupants?
I believe I do.
Okay. Are any of those, well, I guess that's not an area that we know of, because there is actually only a single person that we deal with for the land lease. We may not know who all of the occupants actually are. Is that correct?
Well, we try to verify that and update our information whenever we do our annual compliance and fire inspections. So Marissa and Corey did most of those. And did you have any problems this year?
No, there were no issues this year with getting a hold of the subleasee of that lease, the person who owns the individual hangar. So we've been able to contact them, reach out to them, and conduct the inspections. So all of our information is up to date.
And again, how did you come into
acquiring that information?
The knowledge of knowing who's in which hangar?
So each time those hangars are assigned, the Nuno ground lease has a mechanism in it that talks about how a hangar is sold and assigned to a subleasee, and so there's an assignment within that lease for the unit or for that hangar. So, and then they fill out information from that as well. And then when we do, if that's happened prior to when I came in here, we've gathered that through accounting and stuff like that, or we've asked them at the time of the hangar changing hands. We have like a hangar transfer form, and we have them fill out information in there, so that we can get a hold of them if we need to. Who's an emergency contact, email address, that kind of thing.
Okay, so as long as the terms of the current agreement, the current lease, are followed, then you should know who that person is, and that person should have completed a form and been made aware of how the business is conducted with regard to those 28 hangars?
That's correct.
Okay. Are they given a copy of the lease?
They are. For the Nuno ones, it's usually happened after the fact. We say if you want a copy of the lease, we'll give you a copy. We tell them there's directions how they can get a copy for themselves if they want to do it themselves via the city's public record request or public records search. So, but we have it readily available, and we'll email it to them.
Okay. So we don't really know if there are any issues between the current leaseholder in any of those occupants as to whether they're current on whatever money they're being charged for the use of a particular hangar.
That would be between the leaseholder for 8985 and that person, because the leaseholder for 8985 is responsible for the payment, not the individual unit or hangar tenants.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. I do want the record to reflect that apparently Councilmember Bridges has physically left the council chambers, but is on the telephone right now.
She just must have lost her signal, because she could just text me. I'll get her back on.
Well, why don't we do that so that she's not missing any more of the meeting and has an opportunity to participate fully.
Councilmember Hoskins, I have to put you on hold. One moment.
The number you have dialed is not in.
I think I got it. I think because she's on a cell phone.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. But where's the join? Are you both on?
I'm on.
Councilmember Hoskins, are you also on the line?
Yes, sir, I am.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments regarding item number 4? Hey, I do have one last thing about this triple net versus a regular hangar lease. Many of the people have shown their interest and dedication to being a part of that community down there. I do think that one of the things that the triple net hangar lease does provide someone, you had mentioned that it could actually reduce their overall rent. Is that correct, Mr. Williamson?
That is correct.
So if you want to look at it as kind of either a sweat equity thing or, again, many of them have talked about how these hangars have become a place that they've been able to personalize and continue on for a number of years with. So that is an advantage of that triple net, is to be able to give them a lower cost, but also provide them with the ability to keep the hangar in the condition that they feel is most advantageous to them.
Well, yeah. So that is correct.
And I do understand that doesn't mean they can do whatever they want with the hangar. They still need to abide by the rules.
So, yes, you're correct in what you say there, but I'm not sure the best language, but if you do triple net, you got to do it across the board, all of them, because we still have to maintain that hangar 1 is the same as hangar 2. Okay. The other thing that I want to mention is that by and large, the improvements that people have put into their hangars, other than the few that are just being rogue and doing stuff they're not supposed to be doing, but by and large, the improvements that they have put in there, what I have seen has been pretty minor and is not going to be a problem with a regular rent agreement as well. So if you went with a regular rent agreement, it's not like I'm going to be going in there and saying, hey, you got to get out or rip all this stuff out. It's not like that. Overall, I got to tell you, the GA tenants we have at this airport, by and large, are some of the neatest GA tenants I've seen in a long time. You know, they keep their hangars pretty nice. They've got stuff in it, yeah. But, you know, it's not like there's trash everywhere or anything like that. And I don't want to cause anybody to think that. You know, so anyway, I just needed to get that out because it's not like I'm going to change anything.
Mayor, if I can add a couple more things too for on that question you asked. If the council would prefer that staff use TripleNet, one thing we would want to do is go out and get a third-party opinion on what the annual maintenance costs, given the age and condition of the facilities are, as well as the annual utility costs, and then in essence divide that by the number of tenants to make sure that we understand what their average cost may be. And then that would be what we would utilize to decrease their monthly rent to make sure that, in essence, we're incentivizing that they would expend those funds to maintain and pay their utilities versus the city maintaining and paying those utilities. Keep in mind that we've already briefed the council that not every single building has their own meter or every single hangar space. So TripleNet supposes that everyone will pay their own utilities. Some have water, most do not. So it really starts to kind of compound the issue versus if we just do a straight lease, then we don't need to worry about, you know, getting the third party, you know, what costs should be allocated where, depending on what utilities do exist in certain hangars versus not. And then ultimately, it could actually end up being a multiple tiered rate depending on what utilities actually are going into each hangar. So it gets very complicated if we were to, you know, if the council wishes the staff to entertain the TripleNet.
Thank you. And I guess one other thing with the TripleNet is as well versus a standard or the other version of the lease that's within our packet is the tenant is responsible for maintenance under the TripleNet, and the city is responsible for the maintenance under the other agreement. Again, I agree. I've been down to the airport several times. It is well kept from what I've seen. I've not been in very many of the hangars, but I've been in a few. But there have also, unfortunately, been some comments made that should the city not do as some wish, that they will become problems. They will create repairs that need to be done, create maintenance tasks that need to be sped up. So I do want to clarify that within either agreement, the city has the right to terminate those agreements with, I believe it's 30 days notice.
That is correct.
Okay. And that's under either one, so.
Sure.
Okay. And I believe the language is within that too. That's with or without cause as long as it's for, not for something that's unlawful. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other comments? Councilmember Adams?
Yeah, I guess on the TripleNet conversation, I guess I do kind of find it a little bit of a catch-22 in that so many of the comments that I received, you know, said that they were opposed to the city being the ones to maintain the facilities, and that they themselves have been doing the best job, then that they should be able to maintain that. However, they also implied that they did not want to see a triple net agreement, which, you know, thus would allow them to maintain that, continue that type of relationship with the hangar facility. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a, you know, you can't have your cake and eat it too, unfortunately. And that, you know, personally, I feel that, I mean, that's kind of the ultimate question. I mean, do we believe that the hangar owners would be more inclined to, or be more appreciative of having the triple net agreement, even though they're currently saying, oh, that's the wrong move to make, knowing that they would have a little bit more say in how that is handled, potential reduction in costs, or knowing that the stake of ownership or the pride of ownership isn't really there under a triple net. Are they going to actually put forth the necessary agreement or the necessary improvements as opposed to just kind of backing out once it's no longer amenable to them? That's just kind of my concern, if you will, versus you can just have a base fee where the city is maintaining that without needing to be necessarily a headache of the person, other than sometimes contacting the city. I know people have complaints from time to time with response from city, but that is kind of the catch-22 that I see with both of those options, and that there are benefits and cons to both.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I think that when it's all said and done, the difference in price between the triple net and the regular would be around $100, if that. We would still be doing annual inspections to ensure that the maintenance was accomplished. The same set of checklists that we would use for doing our own maintenance. And that also means that with a triple net, it would require the tenant to be there longer to be able to answer questions on what they did, what they didn't do, and that type of thing. So it becomes a little bit more labor intensive for them too.
As far as the triple net agreement goes, is there a way to have language that essentially says, obviously with approval by the administration, that essentially costs could be reimbursed? Essentially, if they had to make, a big, the hangar door, for instance, a big item, big cost right there, that they could essentially get that written off. Is there any way that type of language would work? Or is it just, no, you get $100 off, and that means that you're also going to be subjected to the big costs as well with the little ones?
And that's the problem, is that, up front, either the individual entering into a triple net assumes that risk, or the city assumes the risk by doing a regular lease. There are hangars that, will never need those kinds of repairs. There are hangars that maybe will. And, we don't know which ones, the individuals don't necessarily know which ones may need more maintenance than others. So it is really a risk by the consumer as to, whether they want to enter into a triple net. Clearly, the staff here is recommending for the council that it's either one or the other. We should not have a hodgepodge of either one, because that really complicates matter. And I believe that staff's recommendation, and including in the staff report, is that we do the regular lease.
I would like to add one other thing. Looking at it from a business perspective, I believe that there are less people that are going to want to rent a hangar that is a triple net. And that's looking at, right now we've got 11 people that are subleases down there. And so they don't have this quote unquote pride of ownership for being able to do maintenance on their own hangar. So when those people, the few that may want to do a triple net, leave the airport for whatever reason, backfilling that hangar is going to be more difficult.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, most of the feedback that I got seemed to oppose the idea of a triple net. Now, whether that was just we oppose this and we oppose that and we oppose everything that's not us, this being ours, that's obviously maybe a part of it. But being that so many of them did specifically say that a triple net is not a route that they would like to see go, I have difficulty saying that, oh, actually, this would be the best for you, even though you said you didn't want it, but you did say you wanted this, and so this is what we're, I think with them specifically, so many specifically citing the lack of the desire for a triple net lease, that is probably not the best way to go. I'm open if other members of council think that it might be, I'm open to hearing that, but that's where I'm coming from at this time.
Anyone else with questions or comments regarding discussion and possible staff directive regarding matters pertaining to hangar lease options? Councilmember Folda.
Thank you. So the only thing, and this is why I wanted to hear this first, because really with the concern of what's happening with the 28 that are up for expiration right away, that they have right to that, first option to be able to stay in their hangars and continue to lease. So I'm not sure that I heard you correctly, but with your waiting list, does that sound like that's what staff plans on doing, is offering the hangars that are currently in the hangar the option to have this lease first?
Yes. I'm not looking to displace any hangar tenants or cause them to move or anything. The best solution for me and the tenants down there is that they get to stay in their same hangar.
Okay. That's why this whole issue, I think, happened. I could have agreed to the other one had I known. That's what I kept trying to get clarification on, is what happens to the people who are currently in there. I didn't feel like I had a clear understanding. But the other question is, to have more stability down there instead of having a month to month, what's the difference between a month to month and a year to year as far as leasing these out? I think it would be, to me on the outside, who's not involved with the airport matters, but has rented a house before or something else. To me, it's more stability having a longer, not very long, 30-year long, but at least a longer amount of term to get in there and be comfortable and know that at any 30-day point that I might not be asked to leave.
Okay, so I understand your point, and I actually asked myself the same question whenever I first got into airport management. But the reality of it is that when you have a city or something like that, we can't be arbitrary and capricious about who we rent hangars to. We can't just arbitrarily say, oh, well, I want you to leave this hangar this month. We have to have a really, really, really damn good reason to evict a person. And, that if I'm going to evict somebody, it's going to end up going to at least Al before that decision gets made. It's going to go through Steve. So there's not a threat of being evicted on a month-to-month. On the contrary, a month-to-month gives the actual hangar tenant a whole lot of options. For instance, if another hangar comes open, well, like I said before, a north-facing hangar instead of a south-facing hangar, and they want to move, it gives them the opportunity to jump ship and move into that other hangar. Or if they need to leave, for instance, they get a job change and they have to go to Phoenix or something, then they don't have to worry about being stuck with this year-long hangar lease. They just say, hey, Willie, I got to leave in, next month because I got a job change. And I go, damn, I got to rent another hangar. But, it gives them a variety of options, whereas locking into an actual lease really takes your options away. And it's not like living in a house where you have to, living in a house is a whole bigger concern.
So then I'm confused then, because under at least the regular lease that I'm looking at, the term right now, it says it should be month to month, subject to termination by either party provided written notice to the other 30 days or more in advance of the date of which termination takes place. The city in its sole right may, with or without justification, terminate this rent agreement at any time. So wouldn't that still provide us, if it was changed from month to month to year, the 30 days in there, advance notice, we still have justification, with or without justification, the city could terminate the rent agreement?
But the tenant may want to have the option to be able to leave within 30 days as well, particularly as the example given, all of a sudden I have a job and I have to leave the state. I'm a pilot and, Southwest Airlines transfer me to somewhere else. Then, I may have to eat 6 months if I do a year lease versus I can terminate next month.
Well, as it's currently written, it says either party providing written notice to the other 30 days or more in advance. Could that not stay with a year to year? Why?
No, that wouldn't be in a year to year because you don't have the option of terminating in 30 days in a year, an annual lease.
Okay. The other question I have, as far as, these lease agreements that are provided are a good start, but there's some legal issues that I worry about in the future. These agreements for the regular one says that you'll take it as is, so meaning that it might not be the same comparable to another hangar. However, it doesn't really specify what upkeep the city is required to do on here. And then when you were talking earlier about utilities, I know that some of these, I think, have a shared utility and others don't. Under number 12 on the regular lease, it doesn't actually say who pays the utility.
The airport does.
So the airport will pay the two utilities for used by the hangar owners?
Yes. Because what we do is whenever we figure out the overhead for the airport, is we take the average, the historical average of the utilities that have been used, and then we do a projection into the future with that, and we incorporate that into the amount of gross overhead we need to pay, or that our costs are.
Okay. Then I would, under number 12 where it says maintenance, repair, utilities, and storage, could we not have a line that would say state who pays the utilities? And most contracts it would spell that out.
No, because what this is doing is it's telling the tenant what they're responsible for.
Well, then that they're not responsible for utilities. It's not listed either way who is in charge of utilities.
So, yeah. Can I recommend something? This is a draft agreement. Right. If you have items you'd like in it, just draw them out and send them to me.
Well, I have a little concern with that because obviously, the agenda item here is for you to approve one or the other lease agreements. If there are minor changes, you can certainly do that on the floor. But if there's going to be substantial changes, then, obviously this item should not go forward. And then, we will have to come back at another time with any of those. Our city attorney is here. Our city attorney has obviously reviewed this. Any comments from the city attorney in terms of the legal sufficiency of the lease agreement?
He's indicated he does not.
So he's in agreement that it's sufficiently legal?
If you are going to comment, please come to the microphone.
The agreement that has been submitted has been approved as to form and content.
Thank you. Councilmember Folda, any other questions?
No, so just so for the record then, I just have concerns with the mute point on the utilities, the mute point on what the city is required to upkeep on the hangar as far as repairs, and then I would like, I still would think a year to year would be more beneficial to both parties.
Any other questions or comments?
As far as determining the value, obviously we got to appraise, get all that sort of stuff. What type of what type of leniency is the city allowed by state law on how that they determine what that lease rate will be? Are we kind of locked in and saying whatever that fair market value is, we have to do that, or are we allowed to, try and make it a little bit more enticing by dropping that rate a little bit? I'm just what that flexibility is.
So state law requires that you must.
Mr. Noyle,
Yes.
I believe that's a question actually for the city attorney.
That's right. Go ahead.
We have charter provisions as well as NRS, if you'd like to address that.
There's actually an NRS that doesn't require an appraisal for a hangar under these circumstances. However, it's the city's desire to do so. And there are, as the mayor mentioned, provisions that once you obtain that appraisal, that's the base. You don't go below that unless there are economic development exemptions or other things provided for within either the charter or state law that allow you to do so.
Yeah, that was my understanding. I just wanted to clarify that I wasn't missing something.
And I do want to clarify too, although there may be language exempting communities under 25,000, municipalities under 25,000 in the NRS, we have a specific charter provision regarding land being leased or sold must be done so at a fair value. Is that
That's correct. And so this is the city's staff's effort to set that value.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Hoskins?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Bridges?
I do not have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll leave it up to you, Councilmember Adams. You've requested that the items be shuffled here. This particular item is for discussion and possible staff directive regarding matters pertaining to hangar lease options. Again, I'll leave it up to you to say what you'd like to do now.
Thanks. I guess it is a little complicated, obviously. Probably my own fault for switching them around like this. However, obviously this item right here is to try and direct staff towards what we think is the better option. In the discussions that we seem to have made, it seems as though the regular hangar lease seems to be more desirable than a triple net hangar lease. Obviously, this is all should we allow for reversion to occur. And as my understanding is unless another motion is made, that the contract still stands as it does. So I guess with that,
I just want to make sure we are no longer discussing the contract. We're discussing this item and how you wish to proceed at this time.
Right. So I guess I will make a motion then that to direct staff that the regular hangar lease would be the desirable option.
I would second that.
Any discussion?
So the regular as is, not any modifications to it.
My understanding, and just to clarify, is that this is the direction, and then it would come back with more clarity and details in which we could make. I'm getting opposing head nods here, so.
Yes. The only thing that we would be planning to bring back to the council is that once the appraisals are done, then we would come back with those, and then that would give the council the opportunity to set those rates so that we can go ahead forward with those contracts. Between now and the time the appraisal comes back, if the council wishes to add or modify any of the existing language in this lease, then we can do that between now and then and bring those forward and then wrap all that up.
Okay. Yeah, because obviously there's not even a dollar amount in there right now, so but that would be my direction.
That's correct.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Bridges, any discussion on this motion?
No further discussion.
Councilmember Hoskins.
No further discussion.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
We have a unanimous vote on that item. We are now back to the item that served as our discussion for the entire morning, which would be item number 3 for possible action, discussion, and possible staff directive regarding the term expiration of lease agreement number 8985. Mr. Williamson, any additional comments you would like to make regarding this item?
I don't believe so, Mayor.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council regarding item number 3?
No further comments.
Councilmember Bridges, any further comments?
No further comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Folda.
Just the fact that, the whole hiccup we had in the beginning was because I had a concern about what happens to the current tenants within this contract. However, there is one lease owner. There's several different tenants in each hangar. So that's what I was asking clarifications to who had the first option. What would happen if we don't have the appraisals and term of the rental agreement prepared by the time that this expires? So that's what I was seeking clarification on, and why I didn't accept the first motion. Still, also, I'm not sure how long appraisals take. Will we have all this city manager prepared by the time July 2nd happens?
It is staff's intent to have all this ready to go and prior to July 2nd, because we would like to have the agreements to the tenants so that they can review them and sign them prior to July 2nd. If the council in a future agenda item here coming up approves going out for the appraisal, we already have one or the individual lined up ready to go, and we expect that appraisal to take approximately 2 to 3 weeks, and then we will be bringing the final lease with the pricing to the council so that we can get that approved and get that moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Folda, anything additional?
No, just for the record, I just want to say that I'm not really pleased how this has come about. I really would have liked there to be a better notice and plan. That's just my own opinion. I think I feel a little bit rushed trying to figure this out with the time that we have permitted. I just want to state that for the record.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions or comments? Hey, I would just like to state too that, I think it's been clear here from the council members that we do want to make sure that the folks that are down there now continue to get the enjoyment of that. City staff has clearly made that effort to reach out to those people and let them know that if they are interested in continuing, the city's certainly interested in having them continue on there. This does get back to the question, though, of what kind of notice, what kind of discussions have been held over what period of time. And although that's certainly not a requirement here, this has been going on for an awfully long time. We've heard from people in public comment. I know from my own personal experience of having attended meetings, this is not something new to anyone. It is certainly not something that many of the people who currently have hangars down there wish to see happen. And one way to make sure you do that is to make sure that nothing ever comes to fruition. But reality here is dictated that we have a lease term that's ending. There have been meetings, there have been workshops, there have been consultants hired. There have been a number of things that have happened over at least 3 years that I'm aware of with regard to this. We've had different airport managers, that's true, but as though that's been a revolving door, no, there was one manager here for quite a while, and then there was a second manager here for not very long, and then we have Mr. Williamson here who's here currently. So throughout all of that, what I did not see is any policies, any records where the idea was that we were not going to go with the terms of this lease. So at this point, there's been a vote taken already on whether to allow the lease terms to expire as stated. That motion failed. So at this time, is there anyone who wishes to make a motion to alter the terms of the lease? I'll poll each member then. Councilmember Folda, do you wish to make a motion that would change any of the terms of this lease?
No.
Councilmember Adams?
No, Mayor.
Councilmember Bridges?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Hoskins?
No, thank you.
Okay, with that, we have had one motion, as I said earlier, had failed. Since there are no other motions, then this item itself fails, and the terms of the lease would then execute as they are written. Right.
And just to clarify, you cannot reintroduce a same motion that had already failed, correct?
Well, if the person who made it wants to reintroduce it, you can vote on it and the person seconds it.
And therefore, we are moving on. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I guess then item number 4 has been determined. Item number 3 is listed as item number 2 on the agenda, and this is for possible action. This is resolution number 7100, a resolution of the City Council of Boulder City authorizing city staff to seek appraisals of general aviation hangar facilities at the airport. Mr. Armentrout.
As required by the city charter. As required by the city charter and the state and allowed by state law for airports in cities less than 25,000 to lease land less than a half acre, we're requesting permission to seek an appraisal so we could establish the market rate for hangar rent for general aviation hangars of this size. There are 2 sizes of hangars that would be appraised. City manager just mentioned we have already found an appraiser who has experience appraising airports, especially within Clark County, but also within the Desert Southwest, and is ready to go at an expedited rate so that we could have the appraisal within 2 to 3 weeks so that we can move forward with what was just discussed as item 4, one of the.
It was number 4. Which was, no, I won't go into that.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're talking about whether to do an appraisal, whether we
Correct.
should determine the fair market value of what these hangars are.
For rent, correct.
Okay. Questions or comments from council?
Obviously, if we're going to be heading in the direction of leasing these out after they revert, then I believe getting a fair market value on appraisal is absolutely the appropriate step for the council to take.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Fold?
I just have one question. So when they appraise this, will this, obviously they'll just be for the first group that's coming up. So will they give it per, so I'm trying to just wrap around how in the future when other hangars come up, to be fair, everyone needs to be at a rate that's similar. However, the hangars themselves are different sizes and such. So how would this appraisal come up with a rate study that can, will it have to just stay with those particular hangars, or would it transfer over to other hangars that come up as well? How does that work?
Well, under state law, appraisals go stale after a year. So, and the next set of hangars, I don't believe, expire for another 3 years. Is that right, Willie? So it'd be in our best interest to obtain a new appraisal at that point. And again, we're not required by state law, but it's in our best interest to find out what the market rate is for that. And at the same time, if we needed to adjust the rate for the other hangars that need to go up, we could do that at the same time. The first 28.
So that be considered, I guess, by square foot, and then whatever ones come up, we could determine by square foot how much they would also be charged? Is that
That's
what I'm
how it'll
hearing
be appraised at, is per square foot.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bridges, any questions?
I just have one question, and that is, would an appraiser right now be taking into consideration the current economic situation when appraising these hangars, or is there a boilerplate form that they would use in that appraisal process that doesn't take into consideration the economy?
Well, I know state law and has guidelines and requirements that appraisers are supposed to follow, and we would expect the appraiser to follow those requirements.
Okay.
Anything further, Councilmember Bridges?
No, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoskins?
No, thank you.
Okay. With that, I will make a motion then to approve resolution number 7100, authorizing city staff to seek appraisals.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. That then brings us to our next item, which is listed on the agenda as item number 1, for possible action, discussion about the Airport Advisory Committee recommendation to form a working group relative to the Boulder City Municipal Airport aviation fuel dispensing, handling, and storage standards. Mr. Williamson, is that you?
Yes. So the Aviation Advisory Committee met, and we discussed the fueling standards that were presented to City Council on a couple of occasions, and it was City Council's recommendation that we seek the input from the Aviation Advisory Committee. The Aviation Advisory Committee's input was for us, staff, to come to City Council and with the recommendation that they want us to convene a working group to review these standards. I should go back a little bit and say that in the process of doing this, while we never formally developed a working group, there certainly was a working group of professionals that were involved with the information and the writing of those particular standards that we had previously presented. Beyond that, I don't have a problem with putting together another working group. I've already got input from the pros, so I've also got input from a couple of, 3 of the commercial operators down at the airport, and those are the ones that this affects. So I can do it again.
Thank you. Questions or comments regarding this item? Councilmember Councilmember Adams?
Yes, Mayor. Just a point of clarification. Should the council, direct staff to form a working group or whatever word we want to call it, is there any way in which we can direct staff to form one of these groups that is not subject to the open meeting law, or is any direction by city council requires that whatever that group, whatever we want to call it, must abide by the open meeting law? Is that correct?
So if the city council appoints any committee, then that committee must follow the open meeting law requirements under the NRS, just as the council does. If the council or if the city manager appoints a committee, then that committee does not have to meet under the open meeting law requirements.
But I guess my clarification is if we were to say direct you to form a group, we couldn't do that. Could we?
That becomes a little gray because in essence you're still directing, and so I would caution that. I guess what the council directed staff to take those recommendations to the AAC. What the AAC didn't do was they didn't review them and they didn't provide their input. Their input was to punt it back to the council and create yet another subcommittee of we don't know whom. When we have the airport manager who has reached out to other, he says professionals. I know that he's reached out to the FAA. I think we've reached out to the state as well. The state is willing to review those. So to the degree of who else professional-wise besides the commercial operators that we want involved, again, it's just,
Yeah, I was just looking for that clarification because we do already have an AAC where we did ask for them to provide us input, and I just wanted to clarify that if we were to follow up on their recommendation and approve of that, what that ramification would be. Obviously,
open meeting law.
Obviously, considering the current state we are in, I don't know that it would be of much benefit at this time. It also starts to, in at least my mind, does begin to get a little bit cumbersome when we are talking about something maybe not simple, but something like fuel standards. It does start to become a little bit cumbersome to start to create all these different things for each individual things. With suggestions about having interested parties playing a role in that decision making, or maybe not decision making, but providing advice. I do start to worry a little bit about the fox watching the hen house. Not to cast any aspersions on anybody, but those are my concerns. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from. Obviously, we had directed the airport committee advisory committee to provide some input on this. This was their recommendation. I'm a little bit lost to know that if that would be the actual most productive way to move forward on this. But again, as always, I'm interested in hearing what everyone else has to say on council.
Anyone else with questions or comments?
Yeah, I do have a comment.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I sort of had a change of heart. Well, first of all, I figure with all this else that's going on, these are not popular votes. And reviewing the request of the AAC and also reviewing the job description of the airport manager, which sounds like that his responsibility is the creation of these rules and regulations. And I'm not going to use the word policy because the policy is the domain of the city council, and that it's up to us to ratify those rules and regulations. That I think further overview of this fuel policy, fuel set of rules and regulations is redundant. It's certainly going to come back with certain things that we've already discussed, the reasons for. So I'm not keen on putting this through another group that has to have open meetings, that's going to discuss something that I go back and change my mind and believe to be the role of the airport manager to produce anyway. So that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoskins, any questions or comments?
Yes, I'd like to comment. I think that the airport manager and the AAC are quite qualified to handle this, and I believe, as the other two council members have stated, when you start getting into the open meeting law, as we all know, it gets a little hairy, and having another layer, I think it makes it just a little bit more difficult. And if they're not trained, I think that could be a problem. And I think we have the expertise of the AAC and the airport manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Folda.
Thank you, Mayor. I've seen both sides of this. At first when I saw this agenda item, I was very hesitant to go forward with another working group and concerns with the open meeting law. And if council creates it, then they have to follow open meeting law. But I understand what they're trying to do. And unfortunately, this didn't happen when the fuel standards were created. The AAC wasn't reached out to when these fuel standards were being created and crafted. They came before council during an emergency time in which we sent them back. When it came back again, I know I had a list of concerns underneath these fuel standards that I listed. As far as having to implement them, I had a concern about the number of permits it would then require, and just the difference in laws that it kept referring to without the document. So it's unfortunate that a working group wasn't created before all this happened. That I think what they were trying to do with this, with having a working group, was to make sure that all users kind of had some input who deal with it day to day. And that's just kind of my impression of what they were looking for. I know there was a lot of professionals that had input, but what I didn't see was the users, and that's unfortunate. When I was, researching other things, there was a working group created in 2018 for the hangars. But that was created by the city manager, and there was 6 people appointed to look at and review the hangar issues. So, unfortunately, I don't see a working group being created by city council just due to the fact that they would have to abide by the open meeting laws and what that can create. But it's unfortunate that this didn't kind of happen, maybe through the city manager in developing the changes that would happen down at the airport.
Thank you. I listened to the Airport Advisory Committee meeting and saw when this recommendation was formulated. And I'll be honest with you, I was disappointed in the course of the discussion that occurred at the AAC meeting regarding these fuel standards. Councilmember Folda just referred to these standards being implemented or actions being taken in regard to some aspect of these standards during a time of a public health emergency. Council did not carry forward with that. Council felt that this should go through the normal legislative process. That has happened. It went to the AAC. And the disappointment I have with the AAC was I didn't hear any recommendations from any of those members. They knew this item was coming to them, but they did not provide any information. I heard a lot of criticism. I heard a lot of, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. Why are you doing this? And we don't want that. In some cases that might be good, but you should have something constructive to offer as well. To simply say that we need a working group on this, that's the reason this council and myself personally fought to have the AAC maintained as a potential source of recommendations to the council. But when you get something presented to you and all you do is say, oh, we can't possibly have this, without actually saying why that is or what should be done in its place, and then come back with a recommendation of, oh, we want to study it further, you had the opportunity. Now, it may not have been a long period of time, but the issues out there with regard to fuel have been known for a long time. They've been discussed on several occasions by some of the same members of the AAC that are still on that committee. So when I look at something like this and I hear the discussion that occurred, I want to make sure that these advisory committees are not becoming a tool of industry or something that is representing the personal interest of one or more vendors rather than doing what's best for the airport and therefore the community. When we look at something like this, input is requested from the committee on something that's being presented to them. We're not asking the committee to go out and write these standards. We're not asking the committee to do that and establish what the city will then be bound to use. We're asking for your advice. We're not asking you to tell us how this is going to go. So as far as this request goes, to form a committee like this, I can't possibly support that. What I would support is that if there were any recommendations that were made to Mr. Williamson, that those be considered. He spoke about having talked to some others, to some of, I guess you're referring to the FBOs down there?
Yes, sir.
The fixed base operators.
Yes, I spoke to Papillon and then Grand Canyon Airlines and also 5-Star.
And did they provide you input on the standards that you had developed?
Yes, sir. And those have already been incorporated, and they're ready for that portion is ready for legal review.
Okay, so it's in the process then of having been put out for comment, rejected in its first initial form by the council, gone through a review process. That form is now being reviewed by legal, and I assume then would be coming back to council at some point?
Yes, it's not, I'm waiting for city council to make a determination on this working group before I forward it to council.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, with that then, this does call for a discussion about it. Anyone wishing to make a motion to support this recommendation from the Airport Advisory Committee? In the interest of time, I'll just poll the members. Councilmember Folden?
No.
Councilmember Adams?
No, Mayor.
Councilmember Bridges?
No.
Councilmember Hoskins?
No.
Okay. Again, we will not be forming a committee then. Thank you. That then takes us to our next item, number 5, discussion on status update on the skydiving drop zone access agreement. Mr. Armentrout?
Thank you, Mayor. The skydive drop zone access agreement expired last June. Staff has we've made a proposal to the operator. He hasn't responded to staff to counter our offer. Instead, he has gone to council to negotiate directly with you, which isn't the normal procedure. What staff has done today...
I do want to correct something.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mayor.
We're not negotiating on behalf of anyone, okay?
I misspoke.
And a point of interest of someone who is a business owner in this community brought a concern to my attention. I'm not here to negotiate anything on their behalf. I just want to clarify that.
I apologize, Mayor. I misunderstood the nature of the situation. Well, staff had prepared an agreement. We sent that to him and his attorney, Brent Buckner and his attorney. They've had it since February. We have not heard a counteroffer, whether they wanted to reduce the size of the landing zone, if they want to propose an alternate fee schedule, if they want to propose alternate other language. So at this point, we're still waiting for them to respond. The option staff has at this point is to just terminate altogether his rights to access that site to skydive. Right now, since there's no skydiving, that's probably a moot point, but once it resumes, it would make sense if we had a valid access agreement and collect rent based on that agreement. In your report is what was the proposed fee schedule, which is what I believe is what's at dispute. In your packets also the recently expired access agreement, as well as the city's proposed amendment. A bit of history. Prior to skydivelasvegas.com operating at the facility, Skydive Las Vegas also operated out there, and they paid 14 cents a square foot to have access to a landing zone. It was a much smaller landing zone, a 150 by 150 pad, a little over 22,000 square feet. For one reason or another, that was increased to a 9.19 acre site. Therefore, it's 400,000 and change square feet, which is, and they're currently paying just shy of 12 cents a square foot to have access to that landing zone. I'm available to answer any questions, as well as Mr. Williamson, who helped derive the proposed rate escalation, as well as he did the research on other possible, what other airports are charging for their landing zones.
Mr. Williamson, so any additional information?
Yes, sir. So I did comps for actual drop zones with Mesquite, which is 38 cents a square foot, and also down at Cottonwood in Arizona. And I didn't get a specific number, but they told me they range between 28 and 35 cents a square foot, and that their drop zone would be in that. What I did previous to that, and where I came up with my numbers, was I looked at what the unimproved airport ground lease rates are in Clark County, and more accurately within the Las Vegas, Boulder City area. And that showed up at 88 cents per square foot per year. Through having done appraisals for other lands on airports, agricultural land that's airport owned is typically, between 1/5 to 1/10 of the value of the unimproved dirt ground lease. And also with, airport safety areas and that type of thing where you can't do anything, those ones slide slightly over to 1/10 of the rate, which would be 0.88 cents, 8.8 cents per square foot per year. So looking at that, I decided that I'm not going to go to the 1/10 of the comparable ground lease rate. I'm going to go to 1/5 of the comparable ground lease rate, being it is a company that is utilizing the ground and making an income off of it. And when I did that, that came up to 17.6 cents per square foot per year. Then I also looked at highest and best use, and capturing a mean value, just kind of working through some equations, like in a different system, I came up with 52.8 cents per square foot per year. Anyway, looking at both of these things, I looked at it and looked at what is presently being paid, which is, just under 12 cents per square foot per year. And, jumping to 17.6 cents for the first year would be kind of difficult. I thought that was a pretty significant percentage. So I cut that down and arrived at what I put here, 13 cents a square foot per year, which is still seriously undercutting what is being charged for smaller areas at Mesquite and Cottonwood. I should clarify that Mesquite is about 10,000 square feet is what their drop zone is, and Cottonwood, I think, was 40,000 square feet.
And this particular area is around 400,000 square feet?
Yes, sir.
So substantially larger area.
Yes, sir.
Was that area something that was requested by this company or set by the city as far as an area that would be needed for the operation?
That was request. Go ahead. So I'm talking, before Willie, but it was requested by the company to have larger area.
Okay. Does the city have a requirement on what the area required for this activity is?
We do not.
Okay. And these other areas you referred to, Mesquite and Cottonwood, I believe, do they have any other amenities, or are they adjacent to the airport, or?
They are both adjacent to the airport, on airport property. Actually, Mesquite is really close to the runway. Yeah, so they're both on the airport.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councilwoman Hoskins?
We do not have a comparison that is apples for apples. So the staff said that they took the Mesquite price for some land and then they cut it in half. So comparing something by taking half of something else, it doesn't work for me. Skydive is different in that it doesn't use the square footage 24/7, I believe Mr. Williamson said. You can correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. But like some places, so it's difficult to make a comparison. So I went back to see what they originally, well, not what they originally, but back in 2013, because we couldn't go back any further than that for prices. They were paying $3,669.58 per month. They're now paying $3,948.61 per month. And by 2022, they were proposing that they move it to $6,000 per month. Now that we have the COVID-19, of course, they're not even using it at all. So I think when they come back, it's going to be very much affected. And I guess I would suggest that if we possibly can, if it's within our privy to do this, that we would freeze the rate and revisit it after we get through this situation we're in right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that as Councilwoman Hoskins pointed out, that this is a very difficult time. That business, I believe, was one of the ones on the Governor Sisolak's list that was not considered essential and was required to close for this period of time. I understand that Mr. Armentrout may have misspoke before. I'm not here to negotiate for the owner of this business. I was made aware of what looked to be very substantial increases in the amount that the person was being charged. It does appear to me, now that information has been presented, and again, my focus is to have these things done at a public meeting in a manner which the public can become aware of what our discussions and deliberations are, rather than trying to handle things out of the public view. So now that that has been done, it seems to me that the owner of this business has an option to reduce the amount of land that they wish to access. And if that were to be done, that would then reduce the amount that they make payment to the city for. I assume that they also have some agreement with one of the fixed-based operators there, whether it's for the lease of planes. They may have their own planes in their leasing area. Mr. Williamson?
They have their own airplanes, and sublease a building from BFE, I believe, which is under the BCAP lease.
Yeah, I lose track of all the alphabets and all of that. But anyway, they're leasing space for their business operation from someone else. I understand that's a cost to them, but that's really a separate issue here because that lease is not directly with the city. They're leasing space from someone else who is leasing from the city. So I would then say at this point, again, I did not request any action on this. I just requested that we have an opportunity to understand what's involved there. I believe that this is now up to the owner of this business to make decisions. I do understand that this is a very difficult time with the pandemic. I don't know. I have not spoken with the owner since we had a discussion about what his concerns were. And at this point, I don't believe, well, the city has some type of an agreement with them and that can proceed forth. But should the individual wish to talk with the city about reducing the area, that would be a way to reduce cost. I do think Councilmember Hoskin has a point, though, that if we're going to do fair market value, then we need to do fair market value and have good underpinning of what that's being based on. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Folda?
Thank you, Mayor. When I was looking at the history of the property itself, so maybe staff could clarify for me. Back in 2001, an agreement was made for this property to be used for skydiving drop zone. And the terms for that contract in 2001 was that the fee was $3,262 per year. And so now we're at $3,000-ish a month. So I'm wondering, first of all, that original contract was a lease agreement, which gave them exclusive right to that property. Now we have, we're up to $3,000 a month, and it's not exclusive, and it's not a lease agreement. We're actually talking about an access agreement where they have access to the property. So can maybe staff can tell me how we got from $3,000 to a lease, $3,000 for a lease for a year for that property. I understand the property size changed within that time, but this was a lease agreement where they had exclusive right to it. And now we're at a point where they do not have exclusive right to it, and they're paying what they were paying per year, per month now.
So yeah, I can possibly help you out there. So the size of the area is 18 times what they were paying for. So it's a very significant difference. The other thing is that while they don't have an exclusive lease right on that area, there's really nothing that can be done there, because if we put any improvements in or anything like that, it would create a hazard for the skydivers. So in effect, unless somebody else came in and decided to use the drop zone for another skydiving enterprise, they're the only ones that are using it.
Hi, I'd just like to add one more thing. The reason it's not a lease agreement versus an access agreement, because if another skydive company came onto the property or wanted to operate from our facility, we would have to give them a similar space on the airport property. And we don't have another space that would be a good location for skydive activity with the high mixed use our airport has, helicopter activity and fixed wing activity. So and we're quite busy, and then we have skydiving as well. So in the general aviation community, flying all together, in an uncontrolled facility, it would just create another hazard, or not a hazard, but a risk for the city.
So thank you for that clarification. But also, being that this is just an access to land, I just feel like there's a diminished amount of cost that should be associated with it, since it's not exclusive. Anyone, other agents, other group could come and do skydiving in that drop zone area too. It's not just a pure lease. They're not leasing that land. They're just having a right to drop onto it. And I'm just seeing the price comparative to what it was to now doesn't really reflect that it's an access now and not a lease in my mind. And that's just my opinion.
So perhaps we look at the cost per square foot. And it was, what was it back then? 14 cents, so 14 cents a square foot back then, and now we're at 13 cents per square foot, and it's 20 years later. So I haven't corrected that for inflation, so it's gone down in price over 20 years.
Well, I think that Councilmember Folda's comment, though, let's say we had 3 new companies show up and they all wanted the access to the same area, now we would be charging 4 times what the fair market value is if we were charging one person that. It does seem to me the solution here is for the business owner to consider how much area they want access to. And perhaps at some time in the past, the idea was, well, if I had exclusive rights to it, you would not have another skydive company come in and compete. So I don't know. That's business decisions for this individual to make. What was brought to my attention was what appeared to be very rapidly increasing in rates. And as I say, if someone's getting access to a property, I think Councilmember Folda's comment that having access is far different than having exclusive use of. So as I say, no action is required on this item. With that then, we will move to our last item, which is public comment. Again, this public comment period is for any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. We are doing public comment via telephone, and it appears we also have some comments that have been emailed in. The phone number for public comment is area code 702-589-9629. That's fine.
Public comment.
Again, this public comment period is for any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. We are doing public comment via telephone, and it appears.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you mute your computer so?
For public comment.
Did you want to make a public comment?
Yes, I do. There you go.
Go ahead.
Okay, am I on? This is Brian Whitaker. I wanted to thank the mayor and the city council. What I wanted to do briefly is, Brent Buckner is not able to be here. He had to step out. Apparently this meeting has gotten much longer than expected. And I wanted to thank the city right now at the moment, because we've had such a great relationship with the city over the past few years, and I'm speaking for Skydive Las Vegas. One thing I did want to follow up on was what was discussed by Councilwoman Folda, and that this is not a lease. This is an access agreement, and I was involved in the negotiation of this agreement back in 2012 and 2013 with attorneys that were hired by the city of Boulder City from Phoenix, Arizona, along with attorneys from Miami, Florida, who specialize in the aviation law. The city also at that time, just so this Mr. Williamson is aware, actually had an appraisal done of this property for lease purposes. And the lease rate at that time was defined by appraisers that were hired by the city out of Arizona at 11 cents per square foot. And the concern that we've had and continue to have is that the fee relationship continues to change. We were originally sent back in July of last year a proposed renewal of the access agreement. That agreement was then replaced after we raised questions, and we asked simple questions. What we were asking for was merely an extension on the option period in order to grant some assurance to Skydive Las Vegas that it would be able to continue to operate into the future for purposes of capital investment and for business planning. Unfortunately, we didn't get a response back until approximately February of this year, which was just right before everything happened with the COVID virus. And for that reason, I wish to apologize to Mr. Armentrout, because he is correct. There hasn't been a response to his inquiry and the submission of a new proposed agreement. And this agreement is different than any agreement that's ever existed between the Boulder City Airport and Skydive Las Vegas. In fact, it's a departure from prior agreements that were negotiated. And so what I would like to focus the city on is one point, and that is that it is not a ground lease. This is an access agreement where he accesses property for a limited period of time each day. And the reason why the zone in the area is so large is because, as Mr. Williamson understands, you have to have an object-free area for a landing zone for skydiving. And in this regard, that's one point I wanted to make here on the record. The reason why there's such a small square footage at Mesquite is because their landing zone is between a runway and between the access way. And it's a very small area, but the area around it is obviously free of obstruction, but it is also in an area where aircraft would normally land, which means there has to be specialized coordination in order to do that. But that area, that airport has less access and less use, which is a reason why this landing zone is removed from that area as part of the plan, and in order to promote safety at the airport. And with regard to the staff member's comment, also at the time in 2012, the FAA came in and did an inspection at the airport at the request of Boulder City and Skydive, and found that the operations were incredibly successful out there. In fact, the letter from the representative from the FAA, Mr. Willis, indicated that it was not only a low risk, but the airport, in companion with Skydive Las Vegas, were setting an example for other airports to follow, and that's a quote. What we're concerned about right now is that the way the pricing is structured, if you look at each of the rental increases, they are not measured by a percentage increase that is consistent. It varies from year to year. The proposed increase is going to be a 41% increase over 5 years. That means his payment right now on an annualized basis is about $50,000. 5 years from now, it will be $80,000 per year. That's an incredible increase, and it's not tied as it was in the past to a consumer price index. Why that changed, I do not know. All of the prior agreements had been tied to a consumer price index selected by city staff. With that departure, we're completely removed from what would normally happen within a marketplace. And just one last comment. I mean, this is a specialized aeronautical use. This is not your traditional aeronautical use. And for that reason, it's not generally subject to traditional market valuations for usage of property. It's different, and it is treated differently by the FAA. One other point I really wanted to raise, and this is one of the last concerns I will raise, and that is,
sir, excuse me, but you're already over your time limit, sir. I'd appreciate if you could conclude your remarks.
Okay. The final concern is the agreement has a 90-day termination provision. And you can understand, as a business operator, that is very difficult to deal with. 90 days is, I mean, that's just like not having an agreement at all. And with that, that's all Mr. Buckner would like to have related to you, and I apologize again for him not being here.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we are in public comment period. The phone number is 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Yeah, this is Rich Moynihan. I'd like to make a public comment.
Go ahead.
Okay, obviously I was very disappointed in the outcome on item 3. I think we've been working on this for a long time, so it was disappointing to see that the way that turned out. It was pretty obvious that the mayor had already made his decision before the meeting. You could tell this by his comments and his body language. He stated that the airport's an enterprise fund. Yeah, that's right. And the money is separate from the city. But then he said that it would be unfair to the residents to give us something for nothing. We weren't asking for anything for nothing. The consideration that he talked about and the city attorney talked about was a substantial increase in ground rent so that it would equal the expected revenue from renting the hangars, but without any risk. We weren't asking for any freebies. You know, he mentioned that the few multiple owners are making money on the backs of the city. You know, that's not necessarily true. You know, they paid for their hangars and they pay their ground leases as same as everybody else. There's probably less than 10 people that own more than one hangar, and 3 or 4 of them have their own airplanes in there. So, you know, the main person that obviously everyone's concerned about is the master lease holder of the Nuno lease, and so he has 5 rentals. So it's not like that's a big problem. You know, previously the city attorney said that a new agreement could be done with both parties agreeing. And we could have done a new lease that required the current master leaseholder to transfer to the individuals as part of that agreement, but obviously that wasn't done. You know, the mayor said that we knew this was coming, yada, 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 but that's not what the information was that was put out. And I believe there's a legal term for this. I think it's called detrimental reliance. The city had obligations that they didn't fulfill. And Ms. Folda was pushing on that, but it seemed that she got railroaded into leaving it alone. A little more misinformation put out. Airport staff stated there weren't any RFPs put out for hangar leases, and that's true. But they did put out a proposal for lease extensions on the city website, done in August of 19, and the headline, I have it copied right in front of me, it says, Boulder City Municipal Airport General Guidelines for lease extensions for aviation storage hangars. So that was put out, and she said nothing was put out. Now, I've got a copy of it here, and I'm sure it was in the packet that Kurt Goodfellow sent to you. She also said that they didn't have any proposals. I know for a fact that I submitted a proposal, and I submitted a draft lease agreement with that proposal. So there was a proposal submitted on behalf of the Boulder City Airport Association. I know that there was at least one other proposal, and there were probably more than that based on the misinformation that is put out. So it looks like maybe this is a done deal now. I'm not involved in the Nuno hangars, so I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I'm sure that this isn't the end of it. I do appreciate you putting in your time. I realize you've been there for almost 7 hours now. That's above and beyond the call of duty, but not very good results for all that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comment? The phone number again is 702-589-9629.
Hi, I wanted to provide public comment.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I just needed to mute my the live feed. My name's Cammie Perkins. I'm an attorney with Howard & Howard, and I wanted to make comments on the expiration of the Nuno leases issue. I represent several hangar owners affected by the decisions today. Councilwoman Bridges specifically asked the city attorney if the city could enter into new ground leases with the hangar owners, and the city attorney stated that the city could not. This is blatantly false. There is no reason why the city can't enter into new ground leases with the Nuno Group and with the other existing hangar owners, and that is what should happen. The city has not undergone any financial analysis with respect to what reversion actually entails and what taking actual physical ownership and possession of these hangars entails. Entering into new ground leases with the Nuno tenants, which are the current subtenants, and other hangar tenants for that matter, guarantees the city that it will continue to receive rent, but it allows the tenants to retain ownership and responsibility for their hangars, which is what they are asking for. It's a win-win, and there's no reason for the city not to do it. Respectfully, the legal advice provided to the council during the meeting was not legally correct. I contacted the city attorney prior to today's meeting. I informed him that I represent several clients who own Nuno hangars and that they're all willing to pay fair market rent or above, that they would even pay a signing fee, which is commonly called a reversion deferral fee, which would defer reversion of the hangars but still provide substantial revenue to the city. It appears to me this information was not even communicated to the council members. The council members' options on what should have been before them today was not even presented to them by their staff. Another alternative would have been to simply amend the existing Nuno lease and extend it for a short period of time, 60 or 90 days, while we attempted to work on the particulars of a new ground lease. Leases are amended all of the time. And again, the representation to the council by city staff that the current lease is expiring so they don't have a choice was not correct. I reiterate the proper structure here is a new ground lease with the hangar owners at the fair market rental rate, which guarantees the city rental income without the headache of being a hangar landlord. These hangar owners have been led to believe for several years that the city would not be exercising reversion upon expiration of the lease, and people have made substantial investments based on the city's actions. The city's own consultants recommended that the city not exercise its reversion rights and that it follow a very specific procedure if it decided to do so, none of which the city followed. Entering into new ground leases with the hangar tenants is what needs to be done and can legally be done, despite what the city attorney represented to the council it represents. This is how all private hangars in the country are owned via ground leases. And I would urge the city council to reconsider the decisions that made today and put this item back on the agenda to consider entering into ground leases with the Nuno subtenants and other tenants of hangars out at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the line is available now if anyone wishes to speak in public comment. The phone number is 702-589-9629. Again, if you wish to speak in public comment, the phone number is 702-589-9629. All right, Madam City Clerk, we do have some written comments that have been.
Well,
58996.
Yeah, this is Matt Reagan, and I just make a real quick comment. When I was watching this, I was quite surprised at which I don't think it really even takes an attorney to understand that when they were starting to talk about reversion, that when they extend the reversion, let's say 10 years, clearly that doesn't mean that there's ownership involved in these hangars. All it means is that it just changes the date of the reversion. I think anybody with a very elementary understanding of just simple reading and understanding could verify, or not verify, but understand that. And I couldn't understand why, or I do understand, but it's unfortunate that people were so willing to accept that, and without using any critical thinking on that. Now, as for the hangar or for the fuel farm, as an airport advisory committee member, and now I'm not speaking on behalf of the actual committee, but I am speaking on behalf of just myself, where I participated in the AAC, is that I find it somewhat offensive that we did not take this seriously, or that we were just complaining. We had meetings with the users of the airport and the fuel distributors, and not one of them had been even contacted by the airport manager. So what can we do? We were trying to encourage at least some discussion with the users, that the airport manager would at least contact them and say, okay, we're going to change your rules, and we just want to make sure that the users at least have some sort of input as far as how these rules are changed. So to say that we did not take that seriously, or the way if I'm completely misunderstanding the mayor's position, but I do take offense to it. And like I said, I'm only speaking on behalf of myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the line is now available. The phone number is 702-589-9629. All right, Madam City Clerk, if you'd like to go ahead with the emailed comments that were submitted.
This was submitted under general public comment, really, during the meeting. This is from J.B. Smith. He says, the mayor is incorrect. I own my hangar and have my own land lease that I bought from Rob Martin. I have my own ground lease. Joel Smith, hangar 2-13. Next is from Julie Morris. She states the rental agreement in the agenda states no subleases. Currently, we own a Nuno lease hangar, and we have our airplane in the hangar, but we also have a subtenant who also has an airplane in the hangar. But this rental agreement, how can we both still have both of our airplanes in the hangar? Do we have some sort of a split rental agreement that would allow that? Otherwise, only half the planes would have a hangar. And then the last one is from Chris Morris. He states, regarding the new proposed rental agreement not allowing sublease, how can we have our airplane in the hangar, which we currently own, and still have our subleaser also able to have his plane in the same hangar? Will there be a split lease with split leased costs? Neither of us wants to lose our hangar space for our planes. Thanks, Chris Morris, hangar 3-1. And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. Again, anyone wishing to make public comment, the phone number is 702 589-9629.
Different comments. An easy fix to the existing lease with Rob Martin is to just terminate the existing lease right now before it even expires, and then offer all of the 28 hangar owners a month-to-month lease until 2023, which allows continued hangar ownership. That's one. Number two, there were past proposed leases given to either the airport manager or the office as a result of the past workshops that were requested by the city. And those were never acted upon. Number three was after the meeting in 2019 when the presentation was made by the outside advisors that the groups approached the council, and the council decided that it should not be the owner's representatives that made a presentation, but the actual leaseholders themselves. So the chairman cannot say he received no input. And the lease cited from North Las Vegas allows that the hangar structures belong to the owners and can be removed upon termination of that lease. The sublease of the hangars by the owners is encouraged by that airport. The owners pay $110.50 a month for the land lease, but they pay an additional 50% for a sublease fee. So I think that the council is not aware of all the facts and all the information. In fact, the facts and information presented to the council was very sparse and did not even include a whole dimension of what could be done. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comment? The phone number is 702-589-9629. The line is available for public comment. The phone number is 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Yeah, this is Mark Delaney. I'd like to make a public comment, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, my name's Mark Delaney, and so disappointed in your decisions today. So much information that was inaccurate that was brought to you. But it would seem that we could make a resolution that would solve Councilwoman Folda's concerns. It seemed like it might be appropriate if a resolution was made that propose a new ground lease be written for a 5-year term. The lease would automatically renew unless in the 3-year period prior to the expiration, the city exercises its right to revert the hangars. It seems like with that resolution, the city would still retain the opportunity to take over the hangars. It would require them to give a 3-year period notice to allow people to make plans, but the 5-year terms would automatically renew unless the city exercised that. Would certainly love to see you guys revisit this issue and try to get that. Thank you very much. So disappointed in your decision. So much inaccurate information was presented to you. Goodbye.
Thank you. The line is now available. Phone number is 702-589-9629. Phone number for public comment is 702-589-9629, and the line is available. The number is 702-589-9629 if you wish to speak in public comment. right, hearing no others, we will close the public comment period and be adjourned. Thank you, and we will be back here at 7 p.m. this evening for our regular council meeting.